The bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. Dude, I'm sorry if I'm a little distracted. Holy smokes. I got Twitter open here, and I'm looking at this footage of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore collapsing. This looks like something out of an action movie. This is crazy. If you're just waking up, it looks like a boat or something ran into a gigantic bridge, I guess one of the main throughways in Baltimore. And there's
20 people. A boat hit it. It collapsed, and there were vehicles on it at the time.
Yeah.
It's like a pretty scary,
super scary scene.
Spectacular in the worst form of the word.
Yeah. So it's wild. It's a big story going on. Okay, that explains why Amy asked me this morning when I got up. She's like, "Have you ever heard of the Francis Scott Key Bridge?" And she goes, "How familiar are you with Baltimore?" And I said, a little bit. I've had crab cakes there before. Do you know anything about the Francis Scott Key Bridge? I said, no. She said, okay. And then just and then I went about my day. And this is the first I'm seeing, like, oh, the bridge collapsed. Holy crap. All right. Focus. How are you doing this morning, my friend?
Good. Yeah. Excited about the Rockets.
Yeah.
And I feel two big stories. One, the Rockets.
Yep.
With 9 straight wins now. Right? Is it 9? I've lost track. There's so much winning.
Nine straight.
I'm tired of all the winning.
9 straight wins, half game out of the play-in right now.
Yes. So they've won 9 straight, and then I've realized this morning after weighing all of it for about 12 hours that I am a Shohei Ohtani defense attorney. I believe him. Yeah. I bet basically based on body language alone. It's a perfect time to just judge somebody on body language since I don't speak a lick of Japanese. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't. I'm going to go on the Tom Brady scale. Tom Brady, when he got up to speak about Deflategate, could not have looked more guilty, whereas Shohei Ohtani just kind of looked calm. Okay, this is something I have to do for 10 minutes, and I'm going to get back to obsessing over baseball.
Yeah. By the way, the Dynasty documentary, I forgot how guilty Brady was in those press conferences. Holy crap. He was bad.
Why are you guys asking so many questions?
Yeah. It was really jarring how bad he was in that. Just to get people caught up, for those who don't know, Shohei Ohtani did finally speak. It took forever. I was waiting all day long for that. And finally, late in the day, met with the media with his new translator. So he's got a new translator that presumably is not a degenerate gambler.
He looks a little bit more. He looks less disheveled.
Yeah.
Ipe looked a little disheveled there towards the end.
He was taking notes, this new translator, making sure he got it exactly right, what Shohei was saying. Very meticulous. Shohei basically just backed up the story that Ipe Mizuhara, the former interpreter, is giving now. Just the quick bullet points on this. Saddened and shocked by Ipe's gambling shenanigans. Shohei said that he himself has never bet on sports, never asked someone to bet for him, never bet with an illegal bookie. He didn't know about Ipe Mizuhara's gambling addiction until after the opener in Korea last Wednesday. Shohei's story is that he found out about this gambling addiction the same time the rest of the Dodgers did when Ipe Mizuhara was giving his speech to the team revealing this after the season opener against the Padres. And last one, apparently this was English.
Right.
Shohei
So he didn't even get informed at the same time as everybody else.
Like Shohei's just watching Ipe give this speech that presumably he's understanding at best very, very little of. So he's watching and kind of just reading the room to know, like, okay, something big is going on here involving my best friend and person who's with me 24 hours a day for the last 6 years.
This is the scenario as it exists right now. Shohei Ohtani is claiming that he knew nothing at all about any of this. And the one thing that it hinges on to make it credible is that Ipe Mitsuhara, the translator, was basically, because he was the only voice for Shohei Ohtani, this picture is emerging that if it is true, is Ipe was just kind of just misrepresenting everything on both sides. That he was telling the Dodgers representatives that Shohei was saying one thing, but then he was going back and telling Shohei something else. And that's where I was most skeptical. Okay, why did the story change? And is this just an obvious case of Ipe, the translator, is just going to fall on his sword for this one? When, I don't know, I could totally see it being as plausible now that Ipe's been lying to Ohtani for a long time, and Ohtani just flat out didn't know about it. There's zero reports of Ohtani actually being interested in gambling at any point that he's been around the Dodgers or anybody else. And I, like, for one, I've seen it. Like, I saw Fred Taylor's agent steal millions of dollars from him. If you trust somebody, it doesn't matter how many step or three-step authentication factors you need. If you trust somebody and they have all your information, they can do whatever the hell they want with your money. It's not that hard, as long as that you actually trust somebody who intends to do you wrong.
Yeah, I'm glancing up at the TV right now. That's Shohei's the big story. That's what they're leading Sports Center with here at 6 o'clock. The least believable parts for people of this whole thing, and make no mistake, Shohei's story is less believable than Jose Altuve's story about not cheating with the garbage cans, 100%. So I don't know that Shohei gets the same vitriol around baseball. I think the Astros get vitriol because there were teams that were directly hurt by the sign stealing scandal.
Yeah.
As opposed to Shohei is just, if he were gambling, he's gambling.
Is it it's less believable?
In my opinion, that Jose Altuve wasn't using the garbage can scheme. Yeah, I think it's less believable.
Which one is
Shohei's story is less believable than Altuve's story to me. Okay. Shohei's story, and here's why. Here's the least believable parts of Shohei's story. How do you know that? How could you possibly not know that someone who's with you 24 hours a day, for 6 years, and I know I'm exaggerating a little, but around him all the time, isn't gambling? Like, period. Like, for 6 years, not know that he gambles. Not gambling all these big amounts, but just gambles, period. How could you not know? And number two, how could you, and I know you just painted a picture where it's possible that this happens. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying these are the parts that people are having the toughest time coming to grips with, okay? Is that you don't know that there's $500,000 chunks coming out of your account. Like, how are you not getting an email from your bank? And I know people ignore emails. I get that. But, like, for over a 6-year period, and really the gambling over a 3-year period with this particular bookie, but I'm assuming that Ipe
Ipe didn't get deep into debt until 2022.
Right, okay.
With this bookie, yeah.
Right, but okay, so 2 years worth of it then. Like, how do you not know that there's $500,000 chunk? That to me, Seth, and I don't mean to draw the Astros into this, but I just get so mad when I see Altuve getting the vitriol he does, and here's this gambling thing going on with the face of the sport. Those two things, to me, are I understand. I know there's an excuse for each of them. That maybe Ipe just has this poker face where he didn't, he was able to keep any gambling emotion in. If he's able to keep emotion in gambling those amounts while he's around people, kudos to him. That's like holding in a sneeze for 3 years.
I mean, there's no shortage, hundreds of thousands of people who have hidden things from their actual spouses for an entire lifetime.
Yeah.
Such as this, that it's pretty easy to hide a vice if you I don't know. That doesn't seem implausible to me.
Not implausible. It's the part that the people at large have the biggest questions about. You know what I mean? Like I trust me. I've gambled for 30 years now. Like I get being able to like kind of sit there and watch a game go down the tubes, and the people around you're trying to keep that in. I get that.
Well, the biggest test for this is just simply does Shohei press charges against, and then what do they find in the criminal investigation? So if Ohtani tried to keep this all in-house and decided not to press charges, then I would think, okay, well, he's lying, obviously. And the feds probably don't actually care that much about what Ohtani did or did not do, because they tend to go after the bookies more so than the actual gamblers.
Yeah.
Maybe they changed in this case or this instance because it's high profile. But yeah, that from here it all becomes all right. Just like in any other situation, when somebody's defense is I'm the victim, like okay, well if you pursue criminal charges, then at the very least that's another step of legitimizing your claims of victimhood. If you somehow just want this all to go away over $4.5+ million, then I don't believe you for a single second.
Yeah, it's fishy, man. Like it's the whole thing is super fishy. The story's changing, and I get it. Stuff literally gets lost in translation because the one person who's disseminating the story to the two sides where there's a language barrier is literally the person who's got the gambling issue. So that's a huge pitfall in this whole thing. But I understand people being super skeptical about this. Like I understand the average Joe going, wait a second, this guy was able to hide for however many years, hide that he was a gambler. Shohei had no idea. Like Shohei had no idea that there were $500,000 deposits or wires leaving his accounts. I understand people being skeptical about that.
Yeah, the other part I would say that I've seen from the professional athlete side of it is back in the days of paper checks. I mean, he's sitting on a $500,000 paper check, and that their wife had to tell him, like, "Hey, are you going to deposit this or not?"
No,
it's it's in a different stratosphere in terms of guys like Shohei, especially, who is notoriously not even cheap. He just lives like a monk. He just does not spend money whatsoever, and he trusts Ipe. Like the trust is when you completely and totally trust somebody. Maybe that person has your cell phone, has your email. Like you said, don't you get an email notification? Yeah, probably in English, and it probably it goes to an account that my Ipe has access to.
No, I get it. I get it that it's plausible that he doesn't know about it. It's that part is strange to me that at no point does he get a text message from his bank. At no point does somebody from the Dodgers find out. At no point does it wasn't one gigantic $4.5 million sum. This is a pattern of behavior over 2 years that at one point, one time, it doesn't show up on Shohei's radar for 2 or 3 years.
Right. No, what I'm saying is it probably did. But he needs a translator to show him that red flag. Yeah. And it's like when you're talking about this scale of money, too, the $500,000 wire transfers aren't necessarily all that remarkable or anything. Right. Like when people say, okay, well, how did the translator get extended this much credit? Mm-hmm. Well, for one, the names on the wires were Shohei Ohtani, so the bookie may have just assumed that it actually was Ohtani. But two, it doesn't matter what profession is or what you tell the IRS you make. Yeah. If somebody extends you credit and they easily handle that credit, they tend every time one of my credit card companies extends me more credit, they don't verify my income first. Right. They're just you've established a good credit history, and if he was stealing from Shohei and was able to handle these $500,000 chunks, then the guy just assumes the bookie could assume that the translator just has extra deals on the side. He's making $300,000 to $500,000 through the Dodgers themselves. So I just, I don't. Maybe I'm naive. I just find it plausible until there's evidence that Ohtani was actually.
Yeah, it's just wild to me that at no point over that time did somebody go and say, "Hey, man, you got all these $500,000 withdrawals leaving your account. Are you concerned about that at all?" It's crazy. That's crazy to me.
No, but but they would have told the translator. Like, they would have said that, if it's somebody in English, if it, presumably it was an English bank or what have you.
Yeah.
I just think that, the translator was, the choke point for all of this information to go through.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild. All right, so we're off and running. We know nothing more about Shohei other than he's backing up Mizuhara's story because he didn't take any questions yesterday. It was basically a 10-minute statement.
It was closed-circuit television. They didn't allow any cameras in or anything. It was just the Dodgers TV broadcasted.
Yeah, nothing's fishy about this at all. So here we go. Big day at the owners' meeting today for the McNairs. Cal McNair, the vote on Cal McNair to become principal owner of the Texans. What does it mean? And are there any owners within this? I've got a short list. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Crash Champions. If you
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big day at the owners' meetings today. It's been a big owners' meeting so far. We got some audio from the owners' meetings coming up later. A lot of quarterback talk at the owners' meetings because all the coaches are there right now.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that a little bit later in the show. But today is the vote by the other 31 owners on making Cal McNair the principal owner of the Texans. He would be replacing his mother, Janice, as the principal owner on paper of the Houston Texans. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday in his media scrum at the owners' meeting on working with the McNairs.
Yeah, Cal has been outstanding to work with. Him and Hannah both. What I always loved about the organization is that family environment. And Cal has been great to work with. Him working with myself and some owners, and it's great to work for great owners, great people, right, who truly care about the players, they care about the people working in the organization, and that's what I think sets them apart. It's just their heart. They're really very genuine. They love football. They love to win. They're passionate about it, and we are as well. So it's easy to work together.
I've never, in my lifetime of following owners meetings, I don't recall a vote like this before. I'm sure there's been one where they've got to bless somebody within the family as the new face of the ownership or whatnot. This feels like it should be just sort of a formality, a rubber stamp, right? I would think.
Yeah, I think so. Especially because it's a family that's been in the league for several decades now. That it's not. I don't think
respected family in the league too. You know.
Yeah, it'd be huge news if somehow they said no.
Right.
It's not. We don't like Cal. We want somebody else.
Right.
Somebody other than Cal. Bring us another family member.
So my expectation is we're going to get a breaking news at some point, maybe during this show, maybe later today, that shows that this has been approved. And I think, like anything, it's probably one of those 75% of owner things. 24 out of 32. If there were any dissenting votes. If there were any no votes on this, Amy Adams Strunk would be at the top of the list, right?
Oh, yeah.
She loves to mess with the McNairs.
Yeah, she doesn't like that Cal has kind of started to make he's made probes in the direction of the Columbia blue.
Yes.
He's flown over their airspace a time or two just to test the limits. Exactly. You know, like, I'm going to fly over the Titans airspace with a Columbia blue plane and see if they got the gonads to do anything about it.
I'm picturing Cal in like one of those Red Baron planes with the goggles and the scarf flowing in gigantic Colombian blue with a huge Texans logo on the side of it flying over their house. That's
Columbia
funny.
blue.
Columbia blue. Right.
Colombian blue is just sweet meth from Colombia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Crystal blue persuasion. Okay, I got a couple more names here. Dave Tepper, Carolina, maybe out of jealousy that the Texans had C.J. Stroud land in their laps with the number 2 pick, and he's working on like his 8th coach in 4 years, and a quarterback who's 5'2", who they themselves identified and took, Tepper. So don't take it out on Cal, all right?
Tepper's too busy out in back alleys trying to buy new diagnostic tests. They're like, this S2 screwed me. I need something. I need something bad. I need something bad, nerdy. Give me something.
Give it to me.
I'm shooting up stats between my toes at this point. Give me something good.
So I think Tepper's a possibility.
Tepper 100%. Tepper seems like the kind of guy that would buy your childhood home and destroy it just to.
Can you imagine?
Just to get you. You know, I found out that Seth always wanted to buy his childhood home and restore it. Yeah. How about this? How about I buy it and have an elephant poop in the yard, and then fire it up.
That probably is a millionaire. Not helping your fellow man, not being able to go on vacation or where and when you ever want to. It's to be able to exact unaffordable revenge on your enemies.
Petty retribution.
Yes. Big, as always. Robert.
That's what the old Zen Buddhists say. Mm-hmm. The presence and fulfillment of petty retribution is your life's total
It's in the
work.
books. Read it.
That's what. Yes.
Robert Kraft is on my list of possible dissenting votes. Payback for tampering with Nick Caserio in 2019. That whole thing got kind of swept. That got kind of swept away when they stopped poking around Nick the first time or the second time. I guess.
Bob Kraft strikes me as the type of guy who always has to walk a fine line between whatever secrets you know about him coming up.
Oh, that's true. That's true. The Texans might have pictures.
Hell, I know. I know that I asked you where I might find enjoyment in Houston that one time, but I trust you wouldn't bring that up in this ownership dispute.
Your answers weren't what I was looking for.
Yeah.
It was the aquarium. I ended up going to the aquarium instead.
Not that it wasn't erotic.
Aquarium? Okay.
Nothing that's not erotic about you, Bobby Kraft. You erotic machine.
He is. He's a machine. Jimmy Haslam, Cleveland owner.
Oh, yeah.
Payback for getting fleeced in the Deshaun Watson trade.
I'll tell you one thing about that Jimmy Haslam. I don't trust him near a Buc-ee's. You stay the hell away from my Buc-ee's, Jimmy Haslam.
He's antitrust stop. Yeah.
You stay away from Cal McNair.
That's right.
All right?
That's right.
Or it's your ass.
So those were my 4. Now you added Mark Davis to the list.
Yeah, this is why I think Mark Davis. I just get the picture of like the 21-year-old at the kids' table at Thanksgiving. I feel like he's the family-owned team who feels like he's the kid who's been there the longest, and he probably feels like he needs to put the new kids through their paces, and, make it hard for them.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Maybe seeking a little attention.
He's like the older brother in Napoleon Dynamite. He's just like he's got a status that he doesn't really deserve, but he is the oldest guy, and
tenure.
He's got a car.
Yeah,
so
tenure's beautiful.
I think Mark Davis might want to make him wait.
Okay, I like that. All right,
Mark Davis had to wait like 50 years to get controlling.
He did,
ownership.
and he still hasn't got a new haircut yet.
Yeah.
So I guess the good news is 2 things. One, we can only come up with 5. So there need to be 8 dissenting votes for anything. 2, and in all seriousness, this is going to be a very good thing for the Texans to kind of have this thing stabilized moving forward. I think it's going to be a very good thing for them.
I guess it's a little unclear to me as to how much this actually changes anything other than, Cal has been the guy, running the business and on a day-to-day basis making the decisions. So it might be owners than it is to the actual structure of the deal or anything. Like, this doesn't change, as far as I understand it, this doesn't change, like, what percentage or what have you Cal McNair would own of the company. It doesn't actually change anything with ownership. It's just the designation that the owners have amongst themselves.
Yeah. So maybe just from a perception standpoint, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's today. I don't know what time, but if it comes down, we'll break in with that. Cal and Hannah did meet with some of the Houston media folks yesterday at the in Orlando at the owners' meetings, and this poor guy who wore the number 24 uniform that leaked I think he thought this was all going to go away last week. The picture leaks. He's taking all kinds of heat, not because he leaked the picture, but because, and then I'm talking about the new uniforms, but because he didn't look like really an NFL player. Not to the degree that Nico Collins and Tank Dell certainly did in the picture that Cal decided to leak after the first picture surfaced on the internet. Here were Cal and Hannah yesterday talking about the uniform leak last week.
There was a leak? Are you kidding me? Yeah, we did see that and got huddled up really quick. Came up with a plan to sort of address it straight on. And we had Nico and Tank in the uniforms. And
much better models.
Much better models. It looks a lot better on them. They're excited to put them on and show them off, and we're excited for the fans to see those. But just felt it was the right thing, transparent, come on out, straight on, and address it.
You couldn't let that hang out there.
Right.
I mean, there's no way you can let that. He wasn't even in uniform code. His socks were not all the way up. I mean, it was not right.
Poor guy. This poor guy. poor fake Stingley.
Poor guy. All he did was stand there for a picture. I want to know. We still need to find out who took the picture and how it leaked out.
I wonder if they know. Yeah, man. Yeah, for those who don't know.
There's enough. I mean, you were there. Nobody's asked for your phone yet for potential footage you may have taken.
I am not a suspect as of right now. No, it would not appear.
No, I would never think that they would think you're a suspect. But maybe just to see if, as you were taking video or something, or didn't they take phones when you went in?
They sure did. Yeah, they sure did.
To keep anybody from taking pictures?
Yeah. Now, that said, it's possible to have two phones, I would guess. They didn't.
Well, GoPro Sean, that's what I call you. There's always a GoPro planted on you somewhere.
Although I'm trying to remember, right? I'm trying to remember. I think they did. I think we did give up our phones, and then if I recall, there was security. There was security before we went into that room that kind of made sure we didn't have any other phones on us, I think. If I remember, like, I wasn't super focused on it because I had no plans of leaking any pictures, so I didn't really care. But I'm trying to remember. We definitely had to give up our phones and sign non-disclosure agreements. That is indisputable.
In a weird way, this is when the McNairs are the most relatable to normal people, I think, in that they have to handle this probably the exact same way you handle it when somebody in your family goes off on Facebook. You just, like, all of a sudden you're at a bar, you got to huddle around with two family members on your phones and figure out how to handle it, and be like, oh, well, that's it. All right, I'm gonna get this whatever. Yeah, and that's what they did. I don't know where they were, but they probably huddled around their phones and they figured out how to handle it in the moment.
And now they're trying to figure out which insane cousin is the one that leaked the picture of fake Derek Stingley. Yeah, I would think. So owners' meetings today. They're voting on the new kickoff rule. They banned the swivel hip drop tackle yesterday. We'll get into that in headlines in a minute here. I just want to read a couple texts we got. We talked about Shohei Ohtani in the open. And I guess this is kind of where I'm going, Seth, too, is like how do the big withdrawals from the accounts not show up on Shohei's radar at all? Your point is a very valid one, which is, man, we don't know how much of information, financial or otherwise, is getting fed to Shohei by the perpetrator in this, the translator, Ipe Mizuhara. But this text here, with all the money he makes, I'm shocked Shohei doesn't have a financial manager / investor who wouldn't catch this. At the very least, Ohtani is guilty of negligence. That much is true. He is guilty of some degree of negligence, no doubt about that. The financial manager thing is kind of where I'm going. Like, it just feels like there's so many potential points of failure for one thing to slip through over a multi-year period.
That part of it is the big one. That whoever was, and again though, I mean, if Ipe is his avenue into talking about everything to everybody, and if he's got accounts in the U.S. and accounts in Japan, I think that this is where Shohei, being as frugal as he is, and I don't know if he's even frugal, he's just simple. Like he gifted what's his name's Joe Davis's or not Joe Davis.
Joe Kelly.
Joe Kelly's
Joe
wife
Kelly, yeah.
like a Lamborghini or something for their anniversary.
God.
Like he's not stingy, but he's very frugal when it comes to his own personal spending. That I could see where $500,000 here or there over the course of 2 or 3 years actually is reasonable. Those are reasonable withdrawals for somebody who otherwise is living very frugally, you know?
Oh, he is capable of spending $500,000 on something.
Yeah, it's not a red flag necessarily because he's not taking any money out anywhere else. So the people involved with him on the brokerage side of things are like, well, yeah, I mean, if a guy's got an account with $100 million in it and he takes out a couple million, that's genuinely no big deal. No big deal.
This is where not being able to ask questions yesterday of Shohei is I mean, that's a logical question to follow up on. You know what I mean? Like, did a 10-minute statement. That's it.
One of our listeners made a really good point, which is that, we've talked about whether baseball will care or not because there's no evidence that he bet on baseball. That's when baseball usually cares. Jared Cozart bet illegally with a bookie and got fined for it, but not suspended. But one of our listeners made the good point that, look, he is here on a work visa, and what does it mean when all of a sudden you're wrapped up in a criminal investigation? Even if you're not the object of the investigation, you're wrapped up in a criminal investigation by the feds. What's that do for your work visa? And that, maybe the original story was true, but they panicked and they're very, very high if we're talking about deportation potential.
Oh yeah, we're still. If this were a football field, we're still sitting on our own 15-yard line. You know what I mean? There's still a long, long way to go in this thing. Shohei's little media session yesterday didn't end anything. It just put out his stance on all this. The investigations are going to be going on for a long, long time. All right, headlines coming up next. We'll get to some of the other doings at the owners' meeting. Rockets win again last night. We got a whole lot to get to on the show today. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Headlines are next.
Bayway Chevrolet, they care about you getting a brand new Silverado, and not just a brand new
Healthcare.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
We actually have a little bit of breaking Texans news here as we enter headlines. Texans just tweeted moments ago they will be one of two teams participating in the Hall of Fame game in Canton on August the 1st, which is a Thursday night, the weekend that Andre Johnson is scheduled to be the first Houston Texan inducted into the Hall of Fame. No big surprise, they're going to be facing the Chicago Bears, who have multiple people going into the Hall of Fame with Bears background.
That'll be
Devin Hester, Steve McMichael, Julius Peppers was a Bear for a little bit. Texans Hall of Fame game. That's exciting, man. That'll be fun.
Right. No, that'll be fun if Justin Fields plays. I don't know. They treat these rookie quarterbacks like
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams, excuse me. Yeah. If Caleb Williams plays, just because they treat these rookie quarterbacks like they're like Hall of Famers already, and they want to have limited reps. Mm-hmm. I feel like they should be left out there to either thrive or die with everybody else. I'd say there's There's probably a less than 50% chance that Caleb Williams plays in that game if he is indeed the number 1 overall draft pick.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. These two teams actually play each other in the regular season too, which is kind of interesting. So what this means is that I would imagine whatever pilgrimage people were making up to Canton, or whatever amount of people were headed to Canton, this probably increases that because you can make a whole weekend out of it now with the game, and with Andre's induction is the main event of the whole thing for Texan fans. The other thing this means is that training camp starts a week earlier. The two teams in the Hall of Fame game start training camp typically a week earlier than the rest of the league. So whereas training camp is in like around July 26th, thereabout, like that last week of July, I would expect training camp now to be starting somewhere closer to around like July 20th or something like that.
I think we finally reached a turning point, though, too, where with this new collective bargaining agreement, the level of physical exertion in training camp has gotten so low that people don't even complain about that anymore. They just complain about the boredom. It's a lot of sitting around, So that extra week, I'm not worried that it's going to somehow tax or tire out the Texans. If anything, maybe it gives that much extra opportunity for some of the young guys.
Yeah, it's still only a certain number of practices you're allowed to have, right? Either way, it's just going to get spread out over a different time period.
No, I believe they're allowed extra practices.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah. I know it was the year we played it sucked because Capers was on a mission to get everybody up to speed. So like we took twice as many reps as everybody else, like the starters did. And but that extra week, it made it into a long training camp. So I'm glad you pointed that out. I meant to jot down to ask you about that. So you guys played in the Hall of Fame game, the inaugural year of the Texans, right? Yeah.
Okay. So Capers, okay.
We weren't inducting any Texans at that point.
No. But that would stand to reason that Capers is kind of hair on fire trying to get everything installed because you guys are a brand new football team,
Yeah. It really.
I'm not saying it didn't suck. Yeah, I'm not saying it didn't suck.
Usually. So the way the periods go during training camp is the ones will go, the twos will go, maybe the threes will go. Take a rep. We ones, twos, ones, ones, threes, ones. The ones got twice as many reps as you would in a normal training camp.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Ones, okay. You go get your work in.
I don't know what kind of crown it was, but yeah, okay.
So Hall of Fame game. That's exciting. The Texans will be playing an extra preseason game this season, August the 1st, Canton, Ohio. Meanwhile, quick other headlines from the owners' meeting. We mentioned it earlier. We'll mention it again. The owners are set to vote today on making Cal McNair the on-paper owner of the Texans, the designated owner of the Texans. He'd be replacing his mother, Janice McNair. The hip drop tackle is now a penalty. That came down during our show yesterday, Seth. A lot of reaction to this, I think mostly because the players, at least as a union, did not want this. This is something where the league, the competition committee is touting it as making the game safer, and the players are as a unit, as a union, against banning the swivel hip drop tackle.
This honestly, I see that what I'm supposed to do is complain about how it's becoming like flag football, and that our basic human rights are being taken away from us as a player or a former player.
Let's hear it.
That's what I see the appropriate response is.
Go ahead.
I honestly don't get it. I don't get it. It's as DeMeco said yesterday. You know what? Shannon Sharp agrees with me. You never even saw this tackle until recently when players have started to try to keep their head out of contact. So it's a natural outgrowth. Still very, very rarely used. But when you watch it, I think they show this montage of hip drop tackles, and people get the impression that this is like, oh, boy, like every other tackle in a game is like this, and they're going to ban every other tackle because people keep asking me, how are you going to tackle people? I would say that since this happened fewer than one time per game in the NFL this year, you would go ahead and tackle like you do on almost every single other football play in existence going back into the 1800s. It's just not a big deal.
Yeah.
And I don't know why the NFLPA is all of a sudden got their panties in a wad over this. I don't know, like J.C. Tretter, the new NFLPA president, he does seem to be like he's a hardcore union guy that doesn't like the owners doing anything on their own without consulting the players, and I think that might be more of the issue than anything else.
He's not the president anymore, by the way, J.C. Tretter.
Who is?
Former Texans training camp body, Jalen Reeves-Maben. Is that how is Jalen? He's on the Lions now.
Yeah.
He was just elected president of the union, I don't know, within the last few months. So maybe that's what it is. They got a new guy in there who's rabble-rousing with the union, you know?
I got to keep up. What the hell?
Yeah.
Okay, so
well,
it is a
Shredder
new
was
guy.
your guy. Wasn't he a fellow Big Red?
Yeah, he went to Cornell.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never met him in person or anything. So.
What I saw about this, Seth, is that Troy Vincent, who is the one who adjudicates a lot of this stuff for the league, former player, is that it'll probably look this is trying to calm the people down that think there's going to be 15-yard penalties every. Is that a lot of the stuff with the helmets? It doesn't get called in game, but a player gets notified like on Tuesday they got fined for it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So as far as it affecting the actual game, it may not affect it as much as, minimally, as you point out, it affects it already, even if they called every single one of them a penalty. But they're probably not going to call every single one of them a penalty. There'll be ones that get looked at over the course of the next few days and go, we probably should have called a penalty on that one.
Yeah, I don't know, and I've watched enough of it that the difference seems pretty obvious to me. And so when people ask me, how do you tackle if you can't do this? Again, I'm not trying to be snide or anything. You tackle the way you've always tackled. Yeah. It's very, very simple. You just don't do that hip drop, which hardly anybody ever does. You know what? Garrett Heinrich brought up a good point, which it is the preferred tackling method of younger brothers trying to tackle their older siblings.
Yeah. How is he going to get them to the ground?
Yeah. So there is a little bit of that. But I see all this, people saying that, well, now you know what happens now is tight ends are going to be targeted way more heavily because now this hip drop tackle, which was hardly ever used, is somehow going to be, now with it gone, then tight ends are going to run all over. Everybody, honestly, quit being such little punk.
We got you.
About this.
Yeah, punks.
Everybody stop whining about everything all the time. And now I'm whining about you whining.
You're whining,
yeah,
I know.
They
Listen
banned
to
a
you.
tackle that hardly ever gets used.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Okay.
Go play football.
All right.
Did you see DeMeco whining and complaining about it? No.
He's not.
He said, they're trying to make it safer. We'll go out and play football.
Let's get a little Rockets in here in headlines. 110-92 last night. The Rockets 36-35 on the season. They outscore the Blazers 63-41 in the second half. I watched this game last night, Seth, and I thought the coolest part was that the team kind of went as Jalen Green went, so that you can see he's starting to become a bit of the barometer for this team. He would look like old Jalen early, taking bad shots, making bad decisions, and then the light went on, and that's when the Rockets really kind of kicked it into gear in the second half. I thought it was kind of cool, too, just to see a totally inferior team come in, and the Rockets, they kind of let them hang around, but then they kind of flipped a switch, that they're becoming a team now that can flip a switch. I don't want to see that all the time when they have bad teams come in, but I think, this is it's a weird thing to say. One of the signs of progression is, you let a bad team hang around for a little while because maybe there's a bit of a letdown, but at some point it does kick in and you just plunder them like they did in the second half.
With a focused aggression.
Right.
I think they dialed up their defense. They can't after they almost broke a record for threes the other night. They can't hit a three to save their life.
That's right.
Last night, and yet they dial up the defense. You see, end of third quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter. What Jalen Green had that fast break. Then Tate had a fast break a couple minutes after that.
Yep.
It was just you can see a team that's starting to learn how to ratchet it up when they need to ratchet it up.
Yep.
Obviously, you want 4 quarters all throughout. I don't like the Rockets all of a sudden maybe feeling like, we're playing a bunch of rookies. It's Portland, no big deal. I don't like that potential trend, except that Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet were actually the problems in the game. It wasn't the young guy. It was and VanVleet just couldn't hit anything.
They couldn't hit anything, and VanVleet got in foul trouble. He was out for most of the first half. Hey, we get to scoreboard watch tonight now. The Rockets are a half game out of the play-in, and Golden State plays Miami tonight. So we get to scoreboard. We haven't done this for the Rockets in a while. I'm going to scoreboard watch tonight. I don't know about you. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that Golden State Miami game.
Sit at home in front of my computer.
I'll be traveling.
Watch the game tracker.
I'll be traveling, but I'll have Wi-Fi on the plane, and I'll be hitting refresh tonight and watching that score of Golden State Miami.
Which airline?
Southwest.
Southwest pretty steady with their.
They are.
Their
They're
Wi-Fi.
good with the Wi-Fi. Yeah, they're good with the Wi-Fi. Yep.
I'm not gonna talk about my chosen carrier and how sketchy and spotty their Wi-Fi. They're good with rebates, so I will say as soon as it doesn't work, I type an email draft to be sent like sometime after I land, and then we're good. I always get a refund.
We got DeMeco Ryans for the first time on the free agents that the Texans have picked up. What's the scouting report? Boy, you can tell he really loves some of these guys. We got DeMeco Ryans coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. I will not be going there this Friday because, as I mentioned, I'll be on.
Contest Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast. The owner on Orlando for the NFL. Vote coming later today to make Cal McNair the designated owner of the Texans, a designated face of ownership for the Houston Texans. DeMeco Ryans.
He's the one that's responsible for driving the Texans home when they've been drinking.
That's right. Yes. He signs all the permission slips. He does all that.
He's a designated sober Texan.
That's right. That's right. DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday, and he got asked about each of the guys the Texans have brought in, and, one of which he's worked with before, Aziz Al-Shaair. We'll get to that in just a second, but let's start with Joe Mixon, who is, I think, viewed as a major upgrade at the running back position. Signed him to a 3-year extension, the Texans did, the day after he got here. DeMeco was asked what went into the Joe Mixon trade.
Yeah, with Mixon, we were looking to add a running back, same, right? We were looking to add depth. We're looking to add a playmaker at that position, and I feel like Joe is a guy who's done it for a long time in this league. He's been very consistent. Going against him for multiple times, like he's a very physical runner, and he does a great job of protecting the ball. So does a great job in the passing game, just all around back. So be able to add him to our team, I think it helps our offense.
He's got one of the best fumble rates amongst guys who have had heavy usage this century. So ball security, which was a calling card for C.J. Stroud, it's one of those less glorious things, but that matters a whole lot.
I was just gonna say, you don't realize how sexy it is until you have somebody who fumbles the football all the damn hot the way you hold on to that football.
Yeah. I think you're wearing like one of those Amish dresses, but it's sexy somehow.
Right.
Yeah.
Showing a little bit of leg. Yeah.
He's got the right proportions, Joe Mixon. So that part of it, and then also I think just his age. I think I think a lot of people just assume that Joe Mixon must be 31 years old or something by now, when in fact he'll be turning 28. So and he's also now he's a guy who lived through his second contract as a running back. Once a guy lives through his second contract, I kind of put them in a new category. They're not these nouveau fragile running backs. They're more like old school. Okay, this guy can be relied upon. They're the Frank Gore types. Frank Gore is an extreme one, but I don't worry about him over these next couple of years.
Yeah, he's extreme. Frank Gore is their patron saint. They all aspire to be Frank Gore.
I guess Curtis Martin would be the patron saint.
Actual rushing titles and whatnot in his 30s. Yeah, for sure. DeMeco Ryans has worked with Aziz Al-Shaair before in San Francisco. As we know, Al-Shaair had to operate behind Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, so he was a backup there, but he played really well in Tennessee last year. And DeMeco is, you can tell, he's excited to bring in Aziz Al-Shaair.
Yeah, Aziz is going to bring a physical style of play to our defense. He's going to bring leadership. He had a really great season last year with the Titans, so seeing him 2 times a year, it was you could see the growth that he made as a player. He played a lot of snaps for them last year. He was healthy. Bring the same thing. Bring that intensity. Bring his leadership to our team, and just be himself and help us to be better.
If, when you look at his time in San Francisco, Al-Shaair was not a full-time player every year, and that was, one of the things that kept him from being a highly coveted free agent last year was he'd filled in for Dre Greenlaw, but over the course of his first 4 seasons, he got 314 snaps or less in 3 of those 4 seasons.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Yeah, that's like a third or a quarter of all the snaps that you might take. So he did really well in the year that he filled in for Dre Greenlaw, but he wasn't really thought of or considered a full-time linebacker. So he got that opportunity last year in Tennessee. He plays 1,100 snaps, and I think that was whatever prevented the Texans from signing him last year. I don't know if it was that Tennessee just was willing to go further with their 1-year deal, or if maybe Nick and DeMeco weren't on the same page yet. They certainly liked what they saw in Tennessee.
It was a good strategy by Al-Shaair, though, if you weren't going to come play for the coach that you played for, to go play for Mike Vrabel. If you're a linebacker, Vrabel seems like a guy who's going to get the best out of you. If you're a linebacker and you're going there on a 1-year prove-it deal to go play for Mike Vrabel, I admire his intelligence. I've never met Aziz Al-Shaair, but I think he's an intelligent person, because that was a good strategy by him.
That was a good choice of team to go for your prove-it year.
Yep. Given his position and everything.
It's interesting, because you could go on a prove-it year to like a really bad defense and just rack up tackles. Because it's better to have fewer tackles on a good defense. I'm thinking like on a good defense than vice versa.
And he racked up.
Always because people always get overpaid coming off of good defenses.
Yeah,
they there's a glow about them that that's where I would worry about that with L'Jarius Sneed if I were Tennessee Titans. Man, it's a lot easier to be a good cornerback on a really good defense that's getting pressure all the time, whereas the Titans weren't necessarily getting pressure all the time.
Or be a good cornerback where there's other good cornerbacks. We call that the Aaron Colvin theory. That the Texans are familiar with that. All right, so next, DeMeco Autry, who on this very show, Nick Caserio called a badass, an MFer, a junkyard dog, and the dude you want in a dark alley with you. All within 12 seconds, he called him that. Here's what DeMeco Ryans thinks of DeMeco Autry.
Yeah, no doubt. If you watch the tape, Autry is a great football player. He loves football. You can tell it just by watching his tape and the respect that he has around the league, not only from offensive linemen but also other defensive linemen. Understand his play style and how effective he is as a player, playing inside, playing outside. He gets it done. So excited to add, his relentless mindset to our team.
Yeah, and DeMeco Autry will be a guy that, you're going to see him rush probably from all 4 positions on the defensive line at various times. And I guess I'll be curious when DeMeco Autry speaks to the media exactly what it was like for him when he got signed, and I'm guessing he assumed he was going to be the starting defensive end. Mm-hmm. Then all of a sudden you find out that they've gone and got Danielle Hunter as well, and that his role might change. And I don't know. I don't know if that would have been if that's. I don't foresee that it's something that causes problems or issues. But it is an interesting dynamic just by the way everything played out.
Okay, well, we're going to hear from DeMeco on Danielle Hunter in just a second, but that's interesting. Let's pretend for a second that the Texans didn't get Danielle Hunter.
Right.
All right. Well, actually, let's do that after we hear from. Let's hear from DeMeco first on Danielle, because he thinks very highly of Danielle Hunter, obviously.
Yeah, Danielle's definitely a big guy, but he has the length. I think that's what sets you apart as a pass rusher. Danielle's length and his ability to consistently, get after the quarterback. He's had double-digit sacks multiple times in his career, and we're looking for him to add constant pressure on the quarterback. I know Danielle is excited to be back home in Houston. We're excited to have him here in Houston.
The Hunter signing is the one that's put the Texans at the top of all these lists of teams that have won the offseason, that's put them in the top 8 on the odds board, that's changed the impression and the perception of this team. There's no doubt about that. There's been a lot of other good things that have been done, but the Hunter signing was the one that made everybody kind of sit up straight in their seats and look at the Texans even more seriously than they're already taking them. Let's pretend for a second they didn't sign Danielle Hunter and that DeMeco Autry was the defensive end that they signed to replace Jonathan Grenard. What would we be saying about Autry replacing John Grenard?
Okay, there's 2 things, though. In that scenario, they would have gotten Eric Armstead.
That's fair, yes.
So you'd be looking at, honestly, I'd be probably just as excited because of the addition of Eric Armstead. I'd be nervous about Eric Armstead's recent injury history because he's a guy who's in his 30s and has been up the last 2 years. But the overall strength of the defensive line would have improved, I think.
It would feel a little more balanced, right?
Yeah, it would feel balanced, right? Yeah, because, Eric Armstead is an inside – he's a defensive tackle.
Right.
Whereas DeMeco Autry can go down and play there in passing downs, but that's not where you expect him to be every down.
Yeah.
But I would have felt pretty good about that. It's not the same level of bling as Danielle Hunter, but it would have felt like you've got a much more formidable and stout defensive line.
Do you like this better, what they've ended up with here?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Because you don't want to just fall in love with pressure off the edge at the expense of everything else. I probably would have preferred like that more balanced approach. So I get excited about the potential for these guys screaming off the edge and having a nice rotation and all of that. But there is still an uneasy part of me about the middle of the defensive line. And it's like plenty of teams. Nobody's got a perfect team with all pro guys at every spot or anything. It's just that's the part right now that feels like a weakness that needs to be addressed or at least competed for still.
Yeah, third down is going to be fun as hell as long as it's 3rd and 9. And
Let's get to third down.
And it's
right.
not 3rd and 3 and 3rd and 2 all the time, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Sometimes it never gets to third down.
It might not get
when
to
things
third
aren't
down.
going well.
If third down happens. Right. Here was DeMeco yesterday. So we went through I would say those are the big four. Al-Shaair, Autry, and Danielle Hunter. But the cornerback position is going to be an interesting one, especially if the Texans are like kind of done signing cornerbacks. I think if there's a spot, I think the secondary is still a work in progress, even in free agency here and in the draft. But here was DeMeco Ryans on signing Jeff Okudah, former number 3 overall pick, and C.J. Henderson, who was taken 6 picks after Okudah back in 2020. They signed both guys to small one-year deals. Here's DeMeco Ryans on both guys.
With the two corners, I see young players, right? Young, talented guys who, for wherever they were picked, it really doesn't matter to me. I see young, talented guys on tape, long guys who can run, who can play sticky coverage. You just have to be more consistent. And sometimes guys just need a new scene, right? Hopefully, change of scenery helps these guys out, but it's adding those guys we just talked about, man, you want to come in and compete. So his competition, and that both guys understand that, and as much healthy competition as we can have on our roster, that means we're getting better. If our depth is getting better, we have guys actually competing for spots, and our team gets better.
Yeah, you got a nice bouillabaisse back there. You know, you're not quite sure. You're just throwing a bunch of stuff in there and turn up the heat and see what happens, okay? Yeah. You don't have to overthink it. I don't think DeMeco or Nick is looking at Okudah and Henderson and thinking like, yep, we just pulled one over on the league. Likewise, the same way I would think that the Steelers aren't looking at Justin Fields and actually think, yep, we just solved all our problems. I think both of those situations you're thinking, yep, let's throw these guys in here. Let's see what we get out of them. And we know we've got talent and perhaps unknown upside with some of these guys, but we just don't know until we get out there and we compete.
That's funny because we're going to play a cut from Mike Tomlin, a little later in the show about Justin Fields. And what he said about Justin Fields, you could almost Mad-lib Jeff Okudah or C.J. Henderson's name into it, and it probably would be the right answer that DeMeco Ryans could give for these guys. He said he oozes talent. Hadn't been able to put it together. But, it's all those things. And then you're right. You're absolutely right. That's what this is. I think DeMeco and Nick both know these are lotto scratch-off tickets, and maybe they scratch it off and there's $10,000 under there. You know
right. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it at all. It's just I think they're very flexible right now. And probably themselves aren't going to try to predict what exactly that second cornerback spot is headed into the season. Some of that's going to depend on what happens in the draft, what those draft picks do, all of that.
Yep. One more from DeMeco here. You mentioned, Seth, or we mentioned if Danielle Hunter hadn't signed here, there probably would have been a Malik Collins for Eric Armstead trade. It was all lined up and ready to go. Didn't happen. And then Eric Armstead signs in Jacksonville. So there's a lot of mystery surrounding what exactly happened with the Texans' strategy here at the defensive tackle position. So they asked DeMeco about it. What about that defensive tackle position?
Yeah, as I speak about our entire team, I want to upgrade our entire team and continue to get better. And I think that's what you have to do each and every year. So that every year we'll be trying to upgrade. We'll try to find guys that help our team. A lot of things are talked about that are discussed that may get reported, but we're looking to add to our team. Sometimes things work out, sometimes they don't. Sure. So we'll continue to do that.
Okay. I hear work in progress on the interior of the defensive line right there.
Sometimes things get reported.
Yeah.
What was reported other than the Eric Armstead stuff when it came to defensive tackles?
That was it.
Not much, really.
Yeah,
right?
that was it. I mean, it was reported that they had the trade ready to go, Collins for Armstead, and then when Daniil Hunter entered the chat, that trade got scuttled.
I guess the way I might read DeMeco saying that is like not every move that's almost made does get reported.
Right.
That there's other things there that I just like. It's not clear that Saquon Barkley was the only running back that the Texans were interested in before he ended up going off up to New York. I know that it sure did seem like Saquon was pretty smart about playing the old playing teams against each other part, at least creating a perception of he
was good at that.
A bidding war, yeah.
He was super good at that, yeah. By the way, new Coach of the Year odds are out post free agency. DeMeco, 4th on the list.
It's beneath him.
14-1. 14-1.
Who's above him?
Raheem Morris is the favorite right now.
Oh,
he's got his quarterback. Raheem Morris is a heavy favorite. He's 5-1.
He's got a quarterback, and the Falcons did a good job after the initial Cousins deal. Remember, we were all saying, "Yeah, but who's he going to throw it to?" And then, they started doing a good job of bolstering all that.
Got Darnell Mooney, and they signed a couple other guys. Yeah, no, absolutely. The Jim Harbaugh 2nd, 7.5. Matt LaFleur 3rd on the list at 12-1. I think LaFleur and then DeMeco 14-1. DeMeco and LaFleur are in the same category, which is there's 2 categories of Coach of the Year candidates generally. There's guys who are first-year coaches on bad teams that take them somewhere nobody expected them to go. That's why DeMeco almost won it last year. That would be Raheem Morris and Jim Harbaugh. And then there's established coach of a team that's ascending or already good that has a transcendent year that goes 14-3 or 13-4.
Yeah.
I think that's what LaFleur and DeMeco are.
I feel like Jim Harbaugh, it's weird. The Chargers were thought of as one of the best destinations simply because they have a quarterback already. And yet, I feel like Harbaugh managed to take over the team at the end of a window that never actually opened.
Yeah.
Like the Chargers were kind of set up to have this awesome window with their young quarterback. And now Harbaugh's taking it over as they actually have to obliterate that window.
Yeah.
And still make some hard decisions perhaps over the next couple months even. That I'd be surprised if this is the year that Harbaugh turns around, which would make it very impressive and would make it worth Coach of the Year.
Yeah, if he does. If they win 11 games and make the playoffs, Harbaugh's going to win Coach of the Year probably. Unless Stefanski goes and wins 11 games with 6 quarterbacks this time instead of 4 or whatever it is. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday here. Good to have you with us. Shohei Ohtani met with the media yesterday. There are still a lot of unanswered questions, mostly because he didn't take any questions. Are we buying Shohei's story? If you haven't gotten through, we'll take you through what he had to say yesterday and the least believable and relatable things from Shohei's side. Are we buying Shohei Ohtani's story? That is next.
If you are looking to buy a custom
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Shohei Ohtani met with the media yesterday, and he basically backed up what the story was, which was that the $4.5 million that disappeared from his accounts to pay an illegal bookie for Ipe Mizuhara's gambling debts, that's his former interpreter, Shohei's former interpreter, that money was stolen from him. That Ipe Mizuhara gambled that money without Shohei's knowledge and took the money from Shohei without Shohei's knowledge and then paid off his gambling debts with that. And that Shohei Ohtani said yesterday he's never bet on sports. He's never asked someone to bet on his behalf. He's never bet with an illegal bookie. He's saddened and shocked by Ipe Mizuhara's shenanigans, taking money from him to cover gambling debts. Didn't know about Shohei, did not know that Ipe Mizuhara had a gambling addiction until Ipe Mizuhara told the Dodgers clubhouse about this whole escapade after the season opener in Korea last week. Ipe Mizuhara stood up in front of the Dodgers clubhouse and said that this story was coming out, and that was the first that Shohei had found out that Ipe Mizuhara was even a gambler, let alone a problem gambler, and let alone that he'd taken allegedly $4.5 million from him. And even then, Shohei was kind of sort of finding it out because Ipe was telling the story in English to the entire Dodger clubhouse.
Yeah.
And Shohei's, of course, Shohei, he needs an interpreter for a reason. He does not speak English. So anyways, we've not really learned much other than Shohei's stance on all this, which is I am a victim.
Right. So Ipe Mitsuhara is either like the worst person ever, or he's been incredibly influenced and had pressure put on him to change his story and lie about it. Like if maybe Shohei Ohtani, the original version of the story was that Shohei Ohtani was helping him pay off his gambling debts. I mean, So Mitsuhara sat down and told this to an ESPN camera crew, which couldn't be more public than that. And then 24 hours later changes his story after it all becomes public. And the hard part about this is the fact that he's a translator, because everything yesterday about Ohtani claiming ignorance of any of this hinges on the translator lying to Shohei Ohtani about transactions, what was going on, everything else, and including maybe just even in talking between Dodgers reps and Ohtani spokespeople and the interpreter himself. The interpreter just basically lying about what Ohtani did and did not know, and then being brazen enough to actually say that to an ESPN camera crew.
Yeah.
So I'm conflicted because I can find Shohei Ohtani's side of it completely and totally understandable. I think it all makes sense. I know to some people it seems implausible. It makes sense except for the fact that the translator had gone out 24 hours earlier and told a completely different story.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, like the things that I look at and see as like the degree of plausibility, and that you look at and see as degree of plausibility. You and I differ on a few of the things with this story. Ipe Mizuhara going out and telling one story to an ESPN camera crew that he may himself know it's a lie, just to kind of keep the can kicked down the road, to me is to me that's more plausible than Shohei Ohtani not knowing that there's $500,000 withdrawals coming out of his account rapid fire style.
It's just you think that Ipe Mitsuhara may have just been in panic mode, and just trying to get through the next 12 hours, no matter what.
I think that to me is very, very plausible. Because I think people in his position don't think. I think they're just trying to survive, and they're not thinking about what's going to happen 2 steps ahead. They're thinking about, okay, good, I'm safe for the next 12 hours. I'm safe for the next 24 hours. And what's going to happen 24 hours from now? I'll figure that out when I get there. I think that's – look, I think there's degrees of plausibility with all this. The two things that I think that the sense I get that not just me, but the people generally are having a hard time believing that if they're not going to believe Shohei, Seth, because I think you believe Shohei. I think the favorite is that Shohei is telling.
To be clear, I don't 100% believe him. I just see that it's very plausible. I need to wait and see that Ipe actually gets prosecuted.
Okay.
Like they need to press charges against Ipe.
I think the favorite is that Shohei is telling the truth. I think that's the favorite. But I think it's questions. This whole thing is still super sketchy. And I think the two things that really pick away at the believability of all this in the eyes of just the regular average Joe public is, okay, this Ipe Mizuhara, you guys were inseparable for 6 years. He's had a gambling problem. He's had a gambling problem for at least 3 of those 6 years because he started gambling with this illegal guy in California in 2021. So let's pretend for a second. At a minimum, he took up gambling in 2021. His debts were up to $1 million in 2022 with this bookie. Yeah, he gambles a lot. He's not good at it. So you're around this guy for years, and there's never one inkling. There's never one time this guy slipped up and said, "Oh, I'm betting. Why are you so upset about this game? Well, I have $100 on it, or that." Like Shohei is using extremes here. He's saying I didn't know he gambled, and I didn't know anything about this money. So that's an extreme. So if he knew about one of the withdrawals, he's lying. If he knew that Ipe Mizuhara gambled on a single soccer game in 2022, he's lying right now. Yeah. And that's the hardest part. I think I know it is for me. And I think it is for a lot of people that this thing just like you were that either negligent or just completely out to lunch or hyper focused on baseball or a combination of all those things to where you knew zero about any of this. Like it's hard to believe.
I guess I don't know more duplicitous people than you. There's just no shortage of people who have hidden like vast amounts of vice in their personal life from other people in their personal life for years and years and years, including especially Shohei Ohtani, who's a singularly focused human being who Ohtani might be the kind of person that misses obvious stuff around him all the time because he's so focused in on baseball and barely spends any money elsewhere or anything. And I just there's various athletes. Fred Taylor, his rookie year, had millions stolen. Basically, his whole signing bonus is stolen from him by his agent because he trusted his agent. Yeah. And so depending on how Ipe was framing a lot of this stuff or where money was going, since he was the only guy talking many times to anybody who speaks English, I just see it as I think once somebody trusts you completely, it's very easy to violate that trust without them finding out about it until it slaps them in the face in the form of an ESPN interview or something like that.
Yeah. And I think if you've obviously interacted with a lot more, I think, millionaires like Shohei Ohtani than I have. Like athletes.
Yeah.
I mean, you were in an NFL locker room for 10 years. The Ipe thing, I'm 100% because I've seen it happen. Like the whole thing about how he's handling things. I'm not saying that this. I'm from personal experience. I've never been in a spot with like Ipe where I'm just figuring out what the next 12 hours look like. But I've seen people that are like that. Like I've been around people that have been that. I know people. That part to me, like when people are going like, why would he tell this story and then flip over to that story? I completely know why. The same way you're saying, how could $500,000 disappear? You've seen it happen before, like you said with Fred Taylor.
Yeah. Well, no, and also I think that you got to remember the scale of things. I see a lot of people saying like, well, how does $500,000 get wired and nobody, how come there are not alarms going off everywhere? Because $500,000 is not that big a deal. When you're dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars in accounts, it gets moved around all the time. So it's not like it's a red alert when $500,000 perhaps gets transferred to somebody else, and and you tell them it's just another investment or it's just some matter of like that. As long as, like, if Ohtani just trusts people too much. And there's a lot of cases of guys that just, they've got their money people, they trust their money guy, they trust what their translator is saying, and they just assume everything's gone well. Like, how many stories does there need to be about, like, Mike Tyson losing all of his money to his promoter, or various musical artists, to where people believe that this actually happens?
No,
it happens all the time.
No, I get it. I get it. I guess I'm curious what you would ask Shohei if you had a chance. Because if I had a chance to ask him one question, that texter earlier to me that we read in the last hour about who's your financial manager and all this, like, do you have an investment advisor? That would be mine to him. Like, do you have somebody in your inner circle who watches your finances who would tell you something? I think that's a logical question to ask Shohei Ohtani. That'd be the one thing. If he were to take questions, that's what I would ask him.
Honestly, and the thing that I wonder is how much was Ipe dependent upon to be that guy? Like, it's you. Like, whenever anybody, this always happens when the person. Like Elvis, the Colonel Parker there, that was Elvis's guy.
Yeah.
He was stealing from him year after year after year right in front of him because Elvis trusted him. You know? It just, like, that's, if you put yourself in the position of the guy who's trusted, you can do really, really evil stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't, like, if Ipe Mitsuhara had a gambling issue, like, that's an actual disease and a problem. But screwing over his best friend is still screwing over his best friend, if that's indeed what happens.
Someone said, dude's trying to survive the next 11 hours like Adam Sandler in Uncut Gems. Yeah, like that was Adam Sandler was Ipe Mizuhara. Like, you're just trying to figure out what's the next thing I'm going to pawn. You know, like there's a high scale bougie version of that. But you know, but like the degenerate gambler and the chase for the degenerate gambler is a real thing.
I guess the biggest question would be, if Ohtani is lying, why? Like, why? Because if he's lying, it doesn't make any sense. The federal investigation wasn't going after him. If he wasn't, if there's no evidence at all from any sides that they were ever betting on baseball. So, like, why would Ohtani lie about something? Why would his legal team tell him to lie about something? If, in fact, this is something that in the past, the precedent has been you might get fined but not suspended in baseball.
I would say because even something like that damages your image public relations-wise.
Yeah.
And I would say, too, that maybe he did bet on baseball and it just didn't surface with this particular bookie yet.
That would
we
be
don't know everything, right?
Right. If he's denying everything and he's lying, then it might make me really think, oh, wow, like there's way more to this.
I got to distance myself as much as possible. It's a really interesting story. All right, NFL owners meeting going on this week. Let's go a version of kind of around the league here with some of the coaches and quarterback talk. Jim Harbaugh is talking big about one particular quarterback, and I wonder if he would be doing this if his team that he's coaching now actually needed a quarterback. We'll discuss that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you guys about Soda Weight Loss. If you're heavy right now and take a look at the weather, the temperatures are starting to go up again next week. You're going to be back in the high 80s again next week. Heavy.
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, NFL owners meeting ongoing right now. We'll get to headlines top of the hour. If you missed it, Texans going to be playing in the Hall of Fame game against the Chicago Bears. We'll talk about that at the top of the hour. Little coach speak for you here. We had a lot of the coaches meeting with the media yesterday. A lot of them talking about their quarterback situations or the quarterback situations of guys that have played for them in college. That's the case of Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh yesterday met with the media, and among the things that he said was that J.J. McCarthy is the best quarterback in this draft. He talked about his pro day, J.J. McCarthy's Michigan pro day, which took place last week. Here was Jim Harbaugh saying, best pro day I've ever seen.
The workout JJ had, I've been to a lot of pro day workouts and watched quarterbacks throw. That was the best I've ever seen a quarterback do at a pro day. I mean, not only was feet great and the individual drills, but then he started throwing, and it was like every throw was right there. I thought our receivers did a great job too. They all had a great day. But that was the best throwing day I've ever seen.
Okay, a couple things here, Seth. One, that if I was a Chargers fan, that would scare me a little bit that he's buying into a pro day that much. If we're taking him at surface level, if we're taking him for face value. Here's my thing. I wish that Jim Harbaugh had taken the Chicago Bears job. Eberflus, and he was the coach of the Bears, as had been discussed during the season at times, because Harbaugh played for the Bears, was drafted by the Bears back in the day. I wish Harbaugh was in a position where he had to stand on these J.J. McCarthy hyperbolic statements that he's making. Instead, he has Justin Herbert. He's not looking for a quarterback, so he doesn't have to back any of this up. He doesn't have to walk the walk when it comes to saying J.J. McCarthy is the most amazing thing since sliced bread.
Yeah, that's how would he handle that when it came to now? If they have the number 1 overall pick, then it doesn't really matter.
He said he's the best quarterback in the draft. We didn't have that cut, but he said he's the best quarterback in the draft.
He'd have to change it somewhat.
Yes.
Now he could say it was the best pro day ever and still take Caleb Williams, especially since Caleb Williams is hardly doing anything at all.
Right.
I think that. He would probably I'm looking for anybody else that's called this the best pro day ever, and I'm not finding anybody. I don't think Daniel Jeremiah said it was the best pro day ever. I've seen 0 people gush about this. I wonder if J.J. McCarthy himself is kind of like, all right, that's just
he settled down.
Next time he gets up in front of a microphone, he might say that's just coach being coach. I had a pretty good pro day.
Yeah,
and he wasn't even trying a lot of what he talked about afterwards, and the way people described it was. He was trying to show some of the touch throws, layering the ball, some of the things that people have questioned him about, and pointed out maybe even like the shorter and intermediate area accuracy. He was more worried about doing some of that more so than the super impressive circus reel type stuff.
Yeah.
So this is 100% the same way when any college coach. Can't understand why his favorite college quarterback isn't making it in the NFL.
Yeah.
Various people said that about Urban Meyer had said that about Tim Tebow.
Right.
Didn't understand why they couldn't figure out how to take this awesome quarterback and turn him into something in the NFL.
His stock does seem to be going up. I know it's rumor season and it's lying season and things like that, but there are. For the longest, it had been Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels. Some permutation of those three. J.J. McCarthy's odds to be the number 2 pick in the draft yesterday went from 25-1 all the way down to 5-1. So take that for what it's worth.
There was an article in CBS Sports by Jordan Dejani who said, in speaking with team executives at the NFL Annual League meeting, Tom Pelissaro says the most popular answer for where the Commanders might go at number 2 overall is Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy.
Interesting. Okay.
So it was Tom Pelissaro originally who reported that, a lot of these anonymous insiders are saying that they expect J.J. McCarthy to go to Washington, which wouldn't be as big a surprise just because Washington has a new, very analytically driven owner who, for whatever reason, might see things a little bit different maybe. Maybe they've got their own. The fact that they played in 40 college games has maybe there's been this trend back towards actually caring about QB wins again. And J.J. McCarthy's a winner. He's 27-1.
Nobody wins more than J.J. McCarthy.
Third best record by any quarterback in FBS history.
Yep.
And maybe they just say, look, hey, let's not overly complicate these things. Let's just take success and experience on the field. Who knows?
Here's Kevin O'Connell, Minnesota Vikings head coach. He's the next in a long line that have tried to talk themselves into Sam Darnold.
I think Sam's at that point in his career. I think his best football is ahead of him because how he's handled the last couple years, and whether it's going 4-2 down the stretch in Carolina in 22, or when you turn on the tape of his work in San Francisco, you can tell Kyle, Brian Greasy, these guys did a great job, in the next phase of his career, fundamentals, techniques, things that you look for to see growth. I'm excited to get going with Sam because I think we can pick up where he left off last year. Like I've talked about already, love the group of guys that we have around the quarterback position in our offense right now, and I think it's going to be a really, really positive situation for Sam.
Good luck and God bless, Kevin O'Connell.
Good luck and God bless. Yeah. I know the biggest thing that jumps out to me about Sam Darnold is that, man, he did have that nice stretch there at the end of the season in Carolina, where he started 6 games, went 4-2, and that was largely ignored because it was a loss too much attention. Yeah. That's the only season where he's been above 6.9 yards per attempt.
Yeah.
Like the yards per attempt with him, man, it's a whole bunch of, it just screams remedial work, like they're trying to do whatever they can get out of him without ruining everything altogether, averaging 6.9 yards per attempt, 6.1 yards per attempt. He was 8.2 yards per attempt that year in Carolina, goes to San Francisco, and the limited snaps that he had, 6.5 yards per attempt.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see any evidence that he's actually progressed or beyond what he used to be. I'm not buying this one bit.
It's incredible. You brought this up a couple weeks ago, like the number of chances that guys that got drafted high, like super high, get. Like, this is team number 4 for Sam Darnold, and listen, you heard that, like how excited the head coach is to have Sam Darnold 4.0. Like it's why the guy's the number 3 pick in the draft a few years ago.
I mean, he was that year in Carolina. He completed 58.6% of his passes.
That's horrible.
While throwing 7 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. It wasn't Sam Darnold leading them to a glorious garbage time in the season 4-2 record.
Yep.
It was just a guy who was latched on and hanging on. Yeah.
All right, more quarterback talk. Sean Payton, the Denver Broncos are picking 12th. They cut Russell Wilson. They let him go. Jarrett Stidham is probably first on the depth chart right now, but the Broncos are thought to be a team that could be looking quarterback in the draft. It's looking more and more like if you want to get one of these quarterbacks, like one of the top 4, get him. How realistic is it for the Broncos to move up in the draft?
I think that's realistic. I think it's realistic. I know your report suggested otherwise, but it's realistic.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
No, it did. I would. I think it's realistic. What's hard to predict, though, is like what's on the receiving end. I think it's good to be Monty today at Arizona, right? So it's hard to predict what that cost is, and yet I certainly wouldn't say it's unrealistic, and we'll pay close attention to it.
Here's what's interesting about this. Now, Monty is Monty Ossenfort, the GM for the Arizona Cardinals, who he's referring to there. They're picking 4th in the draft right now. This is where it gets interesting just to kind of watch if you're a Texans fan. It doesn't really affect the Texans, but I think it tells us 2 things. One is they've definitely talked to teams, and it doesn't look like anybody in the top 3 is ready to move out from taking a quarterback. If he's talking about Monty Ossenfort picking 4th, Seth, that tells me that that's the hot spot right now to move up to. That's number 1. What makes it interesting if you're a Texans fan is the Texans, like the Broncos this year, had the 12th pick last year, and they moved up from 12 to 3 to get Will Anderson. I would be curious to see what the package ends up being if the Broncos move up from 12 to 4 with the same GM on the other end to go get a quarterback. Like, how close does because you're moving up 8 spots versus 9, so it's about the same. a package to move up and get a quarterback look like to what the Texans gave up to the same GM, to the same team to get Will Anderson last year?
Yeah. And, Monty Ossenfort, kind of like Ryan Poles in Chicago, I feel like both these guys keep getting a lot of credit for just doing the best
trading
with
back
what bad teams get. Yeah, like, wow, you got these high picks and you're not using them, so we can't criticize you yet. Even though, look, the Cardinals last year drafted Paris Johnson, offensive tackle, with their first-round pick number 6 overall, who Will Anderson then went on to thoroughly dismantle when they played against each other in the regular season. Ryan Poles passed on C.J. Stroud, and later passed on C.J. Stroud to take another look at Justin Fields or what have you, or keep your eye on Caleb Williams, and then also didn't get anything for Justin Fields after they traded him away. But yet, because Caleb Williams is so highly regarded, Ryan Poles is still regarded as some kind of a genius just for sucking. As is Monty Ossenfort. Hey, good job sucking and then getting more picks out of the ones you've already had. I'm sick of it. I need both these franchises to crash and burn and spiral into nothingness.
Do you think that Payton, if he trades up, I don't know that Payton's in a mode where he's looking to buy 2 or 3 years or whatever. He's Sean Payton. He's going to get paid all his money one way or the other. He's won a Super Bowl. He's a made guy. How motivated do you think he is to go get a young quarterback that he can build around, as opposed to sitting at 12, kind of playing a year with Jarrett Stidham? I don't know.
I don't know if he's not excited about any of these guys. I mean, and we're very much in the mode now of it's not changing anytime soon. All these so many quarterbacks that in a previous lifetime would have been drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round are going in the top 10 now.
Yeah.
I don't know how excited Peyton didn't get for any of these guys, and I just wonder if, man, his biggest success in the NFL was with a veteran that they traded for. Not that he thinks that that's the only way to do it. I just don't know how excited he is to go with a rookie that he doesn't feel that genuinely excited about. So I'd be surprised if he traded up.
I think it might be hard to trade up. I think there's a lot of teams looking. I think the Raiders are looking to move up. I think the Broncos, obviously. I think there's a lot of teams looking at that number 4 pick or somewhere in the top 3. So we'll see. Mike Tomlin, we mentioned this cut a little bit earlier. Here it is. Mike Tomlin on the acquisition of Justin Fields. What do you think of Fields, Tomlin?
Oh my gosh, man! He oozes talent and potential. He's worn the responsibility of being a franchise quarterback, but still he gets an opportunity to come into a community-like situation and learn from a guy that's been doing it for over a decade. Man, there's a lot of meat left on that bone, man. I'm just excited about working to be a part of extracting it.
Okay. So now I may have mischaracterized that quote earlier. The oozes talent part, I brought that up earlier when we've had DeMeco's cut on Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson, the 2 cornerbacks that the Texans have acquired, hoping they can get something out of a guy or guys who've been highly. Do you think the oozes talent part holds up in both cases? I do think the mentality of the Steelers going and getting Justin Fields does mirror the Texans signing those 2 corners. From the standpoint of, look, these are all these guys are high first-round picks. I think it's similar to the Sam Darnold thing, too, with Kevin O'Connell. As long as a guy had enough talent to get drafted in the top 10 or 15, there's going to be coaches. It takes a long time before guys get weeded out of the league who get drafted that high. It's just
and I think with Justin Fields, too, when they've tried to use his legs and tried to incorporate that into the offense, it's worked. It's just flat out helped it. And I don't know if it's just a matter of Justin Fields. Sometimes the quarterback himself, wants things changed up. Sometimes the coordinator doesn't feel that that's right for what he is. But with Bears fans, there's a lot of frustration for a couple years that, man, it seems like you guys can figure out what works and then just move away from it. And I don't know if it's the offensive coordinator trying to be a Madden genius or a Madden all-star or what. But that's where Mike Tomlin probably looks at it and thinks, okay, our guy Arthur Smith can do better than Luke Getsy did in Chicago, and we'll get something out of him. Now, one thing that I feel because people never wanted to accept that Ryan Tannehill was a former receiver who was actually really athletic, and they would make use of designed runs in Tennessee. Arthur Smith has experience taking a quarterback who was substandard or subpar and including using his own legs and using Ryan Tannehill's legs. So I think that he's going to do the same thing with Justin Fields.
I think Fields is a better fit for what Arthur Smith likes to do than Russell Wilson is at this stage of his career. To your point just now, I think that running element to it, that threat. I know Russell Wilson has been mobile throughout his career, but 35 or whatever he is now.
The biggest thing is that Russell Wilson has never shown any eagerness at all to really learn how to be a rhythm passer. This wasn't there. I think with Justin Fields, what you have to hope is that you've gotten to a point, you catch him early enough to where if he's open to genuinely learning how to use his footwork to get to his reads and to get rid of the ball on time, not hold on to the ball forever, then there's still a lot of upside there. But it's going to have to come with him making that transition and hopefully with Arthur Smith getting the most out of him.
All right, you're listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Hope you enjoyed that spin around the owners' meetings yesterday. A lot of QB talk at the owners' meetings. This is the 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories for you. Start with the Texans. We got a few Texans stories here. This morning, 6:30 a.m., the Texans posted their Twitter account, Hall of Fame game. Texans, Bears, August 1st in Canton, Ohio. I think this is something that's been widely speculated to be the case. What with Andre Johnson going into the Hall of Fame, what with 3 players who have either been career Chicago Bears or at the very least have Bears years in their background. This felt like a logical fit for the Hall of Fame game. So the Texans will get an extra preseason game. They'll start the preseason a week earlier. We would assume they're allowed to. They're allowed to start the preseason. Do they have to? Okay, yeah. So they'll start the preseason a week earlier. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the Texans playing in the Hall of Fame game.
It's exciting playing in the Hall of Fame game, and I think the credit goes to Andre Johnson for him, getting selected, first Texan to be selected into the Hall of Fame. So for us to go up as a team, be able to support Andre in the Hall of Fame game, our first time as an organization playing in the Hall of Fame game, I think it's exciting to really kick off the 2024 season with our team being at the forefront.
So they turned into an entire weekend in Canton for fans, I guess, because the induction's usually on Saturday night, right?
Yes.
And then the Hall of Fame game is on Sunday.
No, the Hall of Fame game's Thursday now. It's Thursday.
Hall of Fame game's Thursday?
Yep, it's Thursday now. Yep, August 1st.
How long has it been that way? Like 8 years?
A few years. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't really care.
They do. No, they do the Hall of Fame game on Thursday, and then they have the induction that weekend.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. The whole
now
weekend.
You actually
It's August 1st through the 4th is like the whole weekend. Yeah.
So if you were planning on going up for Andre's induction, you just earned yourself an extra night or two in Canton. So
yes.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Get out there on that lake.
I think.
And get after it.
Dude, I think there's going to be a ton of Texan fans going to this. I think this is the first salvo in a year where there's going to be a lot of schedule quirks for the Houston Texans. This is the first of what's going to be, I think, a very it ain't last year. Again, last year was 3 preseason games, and then a bunch of noon Sunday starts, and then you got shifted into primetime in Week 18. Like, this is going to be Texans are getting pushed front and center, man.
Turns out Canton's not actually that close to Lake Erie, so I apologize if anybody got excited about your Lake Erie vacation. It's smack dab in the middle of Ohio.
How far is it from Cleveland? I think people are probably wondering, flying in, what the travel plan. We're getting we are getting a lot of texts from people how do you get tickets for this? How do we do this here?
I guess you'd fly into Akron instead of Cleveland. I'm guessing just by me. I'm guessing it's a half hour south of Akron, which is like an hour south of Cleveland itself. So,
So probably Cleveland for people coming from Houston, I would imagine, because you're probably connecting to Akron. Get that direct flight from Cleveland, just rent a car.
There's a nice direct flight to Cleveland.
Yep. So that'll be good. Hall of Fame.
You're close to Canton's almost as close to Pittsburgh as it is to Cleveland.
Okay, well then either one sounds good. You know what you do, real quick? Sorry, Ben. Check and see if there's any baseball going on in either Cleveland or Pittsburgh. Either of those weekends. It doesn't even have to be Astros. Pittsburgh's got a beautiful ballpark. Just check. That would be my recommendation. Just go check that out. All right, Ben, hit me again. Thank you. Owners meeting ongoing, and the next order of business that Texan fans are waiting for is for the league to vote on making Cal McNair the principal owner of the team. It's been Janice McNair on paper, Cal's been running the day-to-day for several years now, since Bob McNair passed away. But this would kind of make it official that he's the owner. Everybody calls him the owner anyways right now, Seth. This just kind of makes it official that he's the owner of the team.
I think the biggest distinction you got to make is that it has nothing to do with the actual ownership of the team. It's just a title that the NFL owners use to designate who speaks for that team. So as far as I can tell or understand, this is not tied to an actual change in how the ownership is structured or the trust that owns the team or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
So, but it's you can call Cal McNair the owner, and it jives with how the NFL looks at him and all that.
Yeah, I would think. Just given the legal situation late last year where Kerry McNair got involved, that there's probably a perception element involved to Cal being the owner of the team too.
Well, and for anything that comes up in the future, I think. Yeah. 5 years down the road, if there was a similar claim or something, then Cal's the guy making the decisions about the team, and you don't have to worry about the people claiming incompetence or anything like that.
3.
Rules being approved at the NFL owners meeting. The swivel hip drop tackle is now a 15-yard penalty.
A swivel to it.
Yeah.
It had been just called the hip drop. Now I think this is PR, where they anticipated that people were going to be upset with it, and they're talking. The classic, all the old classic jokes come out, and by that I mean the one joke about how you might as well put flags on them. Mm-hmm. It's flag football now. You call it the swivel hip. It sounds a little bit like something that's too fancy for football. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, let's get rid of it anyway.
Yep.
And this thing which barely existed in football until a few years ago, when players started trying to keep their head out of contact. It had raised to the amount last year. I was wrong earlier. I said there were 100 instances of it last year. That was in 2022. In 2023, there were about 200 instances.
Oh, okay.
So it was more common. Still less than once per game. The biggest question I keep getting is, Seth, well, how are people going to tackle? The answer is the exact same way almost every single tackle was in the NFL last year, except for the couple hundred instances where it's a swivel hip. Most of these swivel hips I'm watching, just keep driving your legs like an old school tackle instead of just trying to take the lazy way out and drop on your hiney, okay? Just try to destroy that person and put his kidneys into the turf. This isn't about quarterbacks. You're not going to get flagged for this hit or anything. Just tackle somebody.
I can't wait till a 15-yard swivel hip drop tackle penalty costs the Texans a game in September, and then you're going to come in on Monday afterwards, and people are going to be like, see, Seth?
You know whose fault it is? Whichever player it was. It's the dumbest and easiest thing to do. Nobody was doing this a few years ago. Just don't do it. Yeah. It's not coached. It's not a way that's like, the guys have been doing this since they were 10 years old. There's none of that. So that's on the players and DeMeco if they don't get it done. Look, this team already is horrendous tackling. They are god-awful tackling. So, yeah, I will blame them and them alone if they get any penalties for this hip drop. False start. Am I blaming some rule change for Laramie Tunsil false starting all the time? God, no.
I didn't mean to get you prematurely heated over a topic that doesn't exist yet.
The Texans' bad tackling exists.
No,
They're
that
atrocious.
exists. But the hip drop thing, I like that we've now workshopped it and we know exactly how to handle that on week 2 or whenever it is.
I don't think it's going to be an issue for the Texans because DeMeco, honestly, I don't think cares as much about missed tackles as long as everybody's swarming to the ball.
Yeah.
And there's nothing about swarming or the way Jimmy Ward plays the game or anything that includes, instead of hitting somebody, dropping to my butt. Yeah. Oh, I'll pull you down.
Yeah.
Please come down, big fellow. Yeah. It's a coward's way to tackle. You shouldn't be doing it anyway. The NFL did you a favor. You look like a coward. Yeah.
They're going to vote on the new kickoff rule today. I'm not going to go into all the deep dive details on that until it gets approved, because I'm tired of the kickoff. I'm tired of it. It's not a good radio topic, but they're going to vote on it today, so if it gets approved, we'll let you know.
4.
Quick one here, Cougs. The Cougs play Friday night against Duke. That's a fun regional. It's Cougs against Duke in the late game. The early game is Marquette and NC State. And I know if the Cougs win and NC State wins, there's going to be all sorts of talk over the next 2 days about PTSD from the 1983 title game where Jim Valvano. I'm just bringing this up because I know in talking to some people over at the University of Houston and around the Cougs, man, they're really hoping that people travel up to Arlington for this regional. It is sold out. So, which would stand to reason when Duke is involved. A lot of Duke fans. But it is sold out. If you're looking to travel, I just looked on SeatGeek, and Friday tickets start at $218. Now you get 2 games. You can get a package for $359 for the entire weekend, Friday and Sunday. But that's obviously then you're hoping that the Cougs make it there on spec. If you do go Friday, I would recommend buying the Friday tickets. I don't know if this is as easy to do now, Seth, as it used to be back in the day before everything was on our phones. But I can tell you, from someone who's been to multiple Final Fours back in the late 90s and in the 2000s before cell phones became a thing, you would just buy a ticket for Friday, and then you would do your best. If your team won, you just go find fans from the 2 teams that lost the Friday games, and then you buy their Sunday tickets, and you can kind of get them cheap that way. I don't know if that's as easy now with everything being done digitally and electronically. But I say all that to say, Cougs, if you want to go up there, that's the cost. $218 if you want to go for Friday.
It is the fun thing about the tournament is that kind of that all you can watch format.
Oh,
it's
dude.
like you're buying tickets to a buffet. It's really it's different than just about anything else. It feels like, to me, it always reminds me of like a wrestling tournament because you go in, you're watching everything. Obviously, I do like that format. It's even well, let's see. Okay, so it's some of the lower level ones are $3,500.
Yeah, you're just trying to get in the building.
Yeah.
You're just trying.
Oh yeah. I know. I'm curious. I'm looking for the.
Wow, though, $3,500, huh, for Friday?
Right at half court.
Okay.
3,500, 3,200. Yeah.
Oh.
And that's section 118, row D is 3,500.
Okay. Yikes.
5.
Row A, section 119, row A is 3,300.
Okay, huh. Yeah. Well, down sometimes up a little higher, you can see it's a better vantage point than being down court level. Rockets win last night. They've won 9 in a row. They beat the Trailblazers 110-92. They outscored the Blazers 63-41.
Oh, crap. Hold on. I'm
half.
buying. Sean, everybody stop. I'm accidentally buying this ticket now.
Oh.
Damn it. I'm not logged in. Oh. Okay, all right, we're good.
You
good.
Okay?
I just thought I bought damn near $8,000 for 2 tickets. Yes,
that would have been.
It made it look. There was a little twisty thing that made it look like I was buying the ticket.
Oh
damn
my
it!
God, yeah, dude, I would have had to. We would have had to go to break if that were me. I got to go figure this out. I can't do the Seth. You do the rest of the 8.
Dude, I would so quick be blaming Ippei Matsuhara. It was Ippei.
That's the thing to do. Save that. That's bullet point 6. Jalen Green went off in the second half last night, scored 27 points for the game. When he got hot, the Rockets got hot. They now sit a half game out of the play-in. I did not, I'll tell you what, I love this young Rockets team. I've loved them all year. I love the future for this team. Beginning of March, I did not anticipate us keeping an eye on the standings for the play-in for the Rockets and feeling really good about it, too. I feel pretty good. Now, they're entering a tougher patch of schedule now. They've got OKC on there. They've got Dallas on there. They've got Minnesota on there. They've got a head-to-head with Golden State on the 4th at home. That's a must-go, too, I think.
Yeah.
That'll be fun. Rockets win again, man. Half game out.
The Warriors play the Heat tonight. They play the Magic tomorrow.
Okay.
So they got back-to-backs on the road.
Okay, I like that.
Then they got another road game.
They're on a little East
on
Coast
Friday.
swing,
They got a big old road trip down to the Hornets on Friday.
Feeling good, man. Feeling good. Go Miami tonight.
6.
All right, Shohei Ohtani spoke, and this is what we know. He's shocked and saddened by the shenanigans of his now former translator, Ippei Mizuhara, who gambled away $4.5 million and allegedly stole $4.5 million from Shohei Ohtani to cover those gambling debts. Shohei contends that he himself has never bet on sports. He's never asked someone to bet for him. He's never bet with an illegal bookie. And he also says he did not know about Ippei Mizuhara's gambling problem until Ippei Mizuhara told the Dodgers clubhouse about it after the season opener in Korea against the Padres last Wednesday. So people were talking about this last Wednesday. During that opening game set, there was some shots of Shohei Ohtani and Mizuhara out. Shot of the two of them in the dugout during the 8th inning of that opener, just yucking it up with each other. And there were a lot of people going, man, Shohei knows that this guy had gambled away all this stuff, and stole his money, and he's still sitting, at the very least, he was gambling and frittered all this money away, and they're still sitting there all chummy like this. Like, no, the answer was probably 30 minutes later is when Mizuhara told everybody about this, because the story was about to come out via ESPN and other outlets.
I think the biggest question mark here is just how much control or just how much access did Ippei Mitsuhara have to all of Ohtani's stuff, and how much of Ohtani's communication with his financial advisors or anybody like that was done through Ippei Mitsuhara. Because I've got various people coming at me in my DMs telling me how stupid I am for finding a Shohei Ohtani's story plausible. I know that when you rely completely and totally upon your interpreter to handle all of the daily activities of your life, including setting up bank accounts and what have you, there's a potential for somebody to steal money out from underneath you when that person is the one who's also talking to the other checks and balances.
Yep.
So that's the trickiest part of this, is that somehow there were no other, as you've pointed out multiple times, how are there no red flags directly to Ohtani about this from anybody else? Like, how is it possible that he was only getting information about his high-level finance, from his interpreter?
Yep.
And presumably, I would guess, since he was a professional athlete before, his financial advisors are in Japan and speak Japanese.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep.
7.
Hey, real quick, I said Arlington on the regional for the Cougs. It's in Dallas. It's at the Mavs Arena, which makes it being sold out make far more sense to me than selling out Jerry World for the regionals. So it's at the Mavs Arena in Dallas. My apologies for that. But if you search it on SeatGeek or anywhere else, it'll pull it up automatically.
Somebody's going to show up to a tractor pull, Sean.
I know.
Fault.
Yeah, they're right. They're going to show up to like a rodeo or a concert or something.
Yeah.
This Jontae Porter story, a Toronto Raptors forward. Man, I'm going to try to get this one in here while we're doing the 8 at 8. But as long as we're talking about gambling, he's a forward for the Raptors. He's a reserve player. He's a guy who went undrafted a few years ago. Like, he is a bit player on this team, or a backup at the very least. They're investigating some gambling irregularities right now on a couple of his games in particular, Seth. January 26th against the Clippers, and then March the 20th against the Sacramento Kings, where there was super irregular betting patterns, like tens of thousands of dollars on individual prop bet statistics for Jontae Porter, who I didn't know existed until this story yesterday. And there were irregularities on the under for all these stats, okay? Heavy money bet on the under for all these stats. What you need to know is that Jontae Porter left the January 26th game against the Clippers after playing just his eyeball. And then he left the March 20th game after just 3 minutes against the Kings with what was reported as an illness and did not return. So the
unders on these were the irregular bets?
Yes, they all hit for tens of thousands of dollars, and it's the only 2 games where you saw any sort of real Jontae Porter action on prop bets. That's sketchy, okay?
That's sketchy, but it also goes to show you how we talked about this earlier. Like, Ippei Mitsuhara might have just been in extreme scramble mode when he told that story to ESPN. Like, let's say that the first story was a lie to ESPN. Like, when you're just in that mode of desperate, you do stupid things, and because you just need to get through the next 12 hours. So is there a chance that if you were to like, you're a player who nobody ever lays bets on.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Jontae Porter on prop bets, and you decide to either Jontae Porter himself in some cohorts or somebody that Jontae Porter owes money to comes up with this harebrained scheme to bet the under on Jontae Porter.
That's wild. That is wild.
8.
All right, last one here real quick.
It'd be better if Jontae Porter had bet the under on somebody else and then gone out and hatchet jobbed that dude's knee or something,
Yes.
If they're playing the Lakers and then just go out and just careen into LeBron on the first play of the game.
Last one here real quick. Oregon State and Washington State reach a settlement with the other Pac-12 members, which is basically several $1 million. It's the equivalent of Paulie Cicero handing $3,000 to Henry to tell him to kind of go away, and Henry's like, not even enough for the casket. Not even enough for the casket. He knew he was going to get whacked if he stuck around. That's Oregon State and Washington State. Now they're like a stepbrother in the Mountain West, and all their other sports are in the WCC, the West Coast Conference. It's a mess for those two schools, man.
That's like, yeah.
Not good.
Somebody gets divorced and like they're left with a house, but the house sucks. Like, oh great, I got the house and the decrepit dog that I've always hated anyway.
Yes.
All right, great.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Up next, is the AFC South going to be a lot better than people think it's going to be this year based on what's happened in free agency? There's one particular model that suggests, by all means, it will be. But first, I want to tell you, soda weight loss.
SportsRadio610.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the NFL owners have approved the revamped kickoff format. And I'm not sure how much detail to go into on this without it turning into a not very radio-friendly thing. But just know that the intent of the new kickoff format is to get more kickoff returns. I think the powers that be in the league and the competition committee are tired of pretty much the kickers all just blasting the ball out the back of the end zone and the ball starting at the 25. They like kickoff returns, but they need to make them safer because the injury rate's very high on those. Essentially what they're doing, Seth, is the kickoff is still taking place from the same spot. So Kaimi Fairbairn will still be kicking off from his own 35 or whatever it is, but they're taking the other 10 guys and they're putting them in enemy territory lined up about 5 yards away from the blockers for what could be 2 return guys. 9 blockers, 2 return. You can do 10 and 1, whatever. But the collisions between the coverage guys and the blockers are going to be taking place in a much closer proximity. There'll be much, I won't say low-speed collisions. They'll still be, it's football, but they're not going to, these guys aren't going to have a 40-yard head start before they either tackle a return guy or hurl their bodies into a blocker or something like that.
Theoretically, it should create more returns just because you're getting the coverage guys don't have as much momentum built up or as much opportunity to get down there quite so quick.
Yep.
Right?
A touchback will be going to the 30-yard line now, not the 25-yard line. So there's a little bit more of an incentive for the kicking team to put it in a spin the other team deep. So a touchback is a little more punitive. There's no fair catches anymore. They did that for a couple years where you allowed that college rule where you're allowed to fair catch it anywhere inside the 25-yard line and it comes out to the 25. No more fair catches on kickoffs. And the other thing I think that's interesting is that there's no more surprise onside kicks because of how the coverage guys and the blockers, the coverage guys are they're 40 yards in front of the kicker,
And the coverage guys are not allowed to move until the ball lands in the landing zone.
That's right.
That's the big thing that makes it super difficult to do anything like the old normal kickoff.
Yeah, so the onside kick still exists, but you basically have to declare that you're doing it. You line up and you try an onside kick, which is how 99% of them are done right now anyways. But that Sean Payton flipped a Super Bowl back in 2010 or whatever it was with a surprise onside kick. That doesn't exist anymore. So that is something that's not, that club is no longer in the bag of a riverboat gambler type head coach. I think the thing for me, Seth, if we're just going to kind of localize here, any change to how kickoffs are done, I'm really not in favor of right now because the Texans have one of the best special teams in all of football. Like to me, as a Texan fan, I have it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. I'm like, they've already got the best special teams in football across the board. Why would I want anything to change? Kaimi Fairbairn routinely just blasts the ball out the back of the end zone like the league hates right now. So I am, as a Texan fan, I feel like, okay, I'm very much in a wait-and-see mode because the Texans were one of the best special teams in the league last year with the old rules,
I'm just this is going to have me watching kickoffs for the first time in a long time just to figure it all out. And there's going to be some team that's better at exploiting it. So I think that's where I would say, Sean, maybe the Texans will be better exploiting this and figuring out exactly where the edges are.
That's the hope.
And like what the opportunities are. Just go back and dig through XFL film and figure out what works best. So there's an opportunity until things settle down.
Ball has to land in the kickoff zone. You cannot kick it through the back of the end zone. Also, the kicker cannot run up and tackle. He has to stay back. These are all things that are trickling in now. So
yeah, they got to kick it into this landing zone.
Yeah.
It's a very specific area from the 20-yard line in, right? And then there's a lot of complexity here that I just don't get.
Yeah. It's not. Just know that they've approved this. It's going to look super different, and it will result in more kickoff returns. If you're a fan of kickoff returns, today's a good day for you, I would guess. But this is
there's so many different touch. I feel like they made this too complex.
Well,
let's see. 3 different types of touchbacks.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's see how it plays out. This is another example though. The first league to do something similar to this was the XFL. The XFL is the one that was experimenting with all these new rules. And that's the XFL actually had a relationship with the NFL to do stuff exactly like this, to be sort of
as a way to experiment.
Petri dish. Yeah. And so this is to me, there's probably been other ones, but like this is the first in my mind, like really significant one that I can think of where they tried out a rule. The XFL tried out a new way to do things, and the NFL is largely adopting it. I think there's elements to it that are slightly different.
I think they banned the hip drop tackle specifically to take attention away from how convoluted and weird this rule is, this kickoff change. Because it's not I'm cool with changing the rules and what have you and make it a little funkier. But just like it is with the overtime rules, why do they have to do it where it's so hard to explain? Sean, there's 3 different types of touchbacks.
Oh,
at some point, okay, there's a touchback at the 40-yard line.
Okay.
That's if the kickoff, no big deal. Don't worry, it's not complicated. If the kickoff doesn't make it past the return team's 20-yard line, then the ball is considered out of bounds, and the return team will get possession at its own 40 or 25 yards from the spot of the kick. If the ball is kicked out of bounds, the receiving team will get the ball at its own 40 or the spot where the ball went out of bounds. There's also a touchback at the 30-yard line.
Yeah.
If the ball is kicked into the end zone on the fly, then the receiving team gets a touchback at its own 30-yard line.
Okay.
Touchback at the 20-yard line. If the ball hits the ground in the landing zone and then this is we're playing shuffleboard here. If the ball hits the ground in the landing zone and then rolls into the end zone and doesn't get returned, then the touchback will only go out to the 20.
Dude, it's going to be so funny. We need to go around at training camp with the players to recite the new kickoff rules. See how good they do, especially the guys on special teams. Hell, we need to get Frank Ross to recite it. Actually, Frank Ross can probably already recite it. What am I saying? He can probably.
So the key is that there is this landing zones from the 20 to the goal line. So if the ball doesn't make it, it puts a lot on the kickers to be somewhat accurate.
Yeah. If
it doesn't make it past that 20-yard line into the landing zone, then it's considered out of bounds, and the kicking team, or the receiving team, gets it at the 40. So the key is the touchback rules change a little bit, but the kicking team, you want to get it into the landing zone at the very least, and then you're not going to have the 40-yard touchback, but you might have the 30 or the 20.
We're getting some texts, and I knew we would get this, and this is how I feel about it too. This feels like one of those rules that on day one of it getting disseminated on Twitter while you and I are doing a live radio show feels a whole lot more complicated than it'll actually be in practicality, because we're getting texts. Wait until you see it, though, Sean. The XFL kickoff was a hit, and it was said it needed to be put into the NFL ASAP. Another text, Seth, I watched this in the XFL religiously, and it plays out much more simple than it sounds.
Okay, good. All right, good.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys got to remember, though, I'm kind of a dullard when it comes to stuff like this.
You'll
I
pick
get
it up
confused very easily.
You'll pick it up quick. I'm confident in you. This is an interesting text. I kind of thought this, too. I kind of hope they add the XFL three-point conversion at some point. Yeah. Let's do the different, that's shuffleboard. The 1-point conversion, the 2-point conversion, and the 3-point conversion from different.
Are you a fan of the 4-point shot and back?
Of course, we're starting to run out of room. Yeah.
It does, obviously it can't go all the way. It's not a complete arc. It goes.
I'm not. I'm not, and because I think we're. Although it'd be fun to see Steph pull up for 4. I think the only time it would get used, Seth, would be at on Hail Marys at the end of games.
Yeah.
And that's already a shot that you don't really truly deserve the 3 points for.
The 4-point line?
Yeah.
No, they've got it about the mock-ups I've seen. It's 3 feet past the original one.
Okay.
Steph Curry could make it pretty routinely.
Okay.
The 4-point line.
Yeah. No, I'm not in favor.
I don't need to see more reasons for games to be just. I used to like a blowout being a blowout. Yeah, I don't like some of these fake comebacks that you see from teams where all of a sudden, 15 point. Yes, it's on the team that has a lead to defend the threes and what have you, but there's a little bit of luck involved when somebody just nails 6 threes in a row.
Yeah.
So I don't need a 4-point added to the mix now.
No, I don't need it. This is like the equivalent of the flag football answer. Why don't you just make it pop a shot at this point, huh? Why don't you just make it the celebrity all-star game where you got little fire zones where it's 8 points if you put the ball in, huh?
I'll tell you what, I'll admit, honestly, I actively avoided watching anything on the XFL kickoff for a long time until the listeners told me to this morning. without getting into the nuances of the rules and everything, it is intriguing. There's something about it where it just you kind of build up anticipation as everybody waits for the ball to land. Part of it's almost like you're playing Kill the Carrier or something. You know, when the ball's way up in the air and you're just waiting for it to land, and then there's about to be mayhem. That's a little bit what it looks like.
I think your counterpoint to my concern now has me excited. Because my initial concern was, well, the Texans are awesome in this format. Why would I want the format to change? Well, I think it's a logical way to look at it, but it is kind of fun to think of Frank Ross twisting his non-existent mustache in a laboratory somewhere, thinking of how he can exploit. Frank Ross, noted special teams savant, figuring out how he can exploit these new rules.
Wears his watch facing inside on the wrist, which gives him a little bit of a military vibe to him, even though he's not.
Man.
Yeah.
I like it.
When I first brought up that he wears his watch facing in, a bunch of people were like, Seth, that's a military thing, duh. I'm like, all right, now I got to go to Wikipedia. I'm pretty sure he's not a military guy. Did he go to West Point or something? Like, no.
John Carroll.
I'm cool with it. I'll allow him wearing the watch on the inside, which is what people do, so they can see their watches. They're about to snipe somebody. But I'm fine with it. Just don't try to steal glory on Frank Ross's behalf. He's not claiming he's a military guy. Okay.
All right. The NFL dropped the new kickoff rule in this segment here, so we went a little deep on that. So let's get back to what we were talking about before. Is it possible that the AFC South, that people are sleeping on the AFC South? Is it possible all four teams got better this offseason? We will discuss that coming up next. But Prize Picks is what I want to start.
covered.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so The Athletic has an article. Austin Mock has he is a writer for The Athletic, and he's got a projection model that projects the impact of different personnel on NFL teams. And this is a good time of year for him to run that model, because we've just had a bunch of significant players change teams, including Kirk Cousins going from Minnesota to Atlanta. The Texans have made a bunch of pickups. So he measures the impact in the winners and losers of the NFL offseason by plugging the new guys into their new teams and calculating the value that teams have added and lost, measured in points. Points. Since the end of the 2023 season, the projection includes free agents and trades. So Joe Mixon is mixed into the Texans numbers here. And I don't think it's a big surprise that the Texans are one of the 14 teams that have a green bar next to their name for having improved their team. And then there's 18 teams that have regressed, at least in terms of their personnel in the eyes of Austin Mock. But the Texans, as I count, Seth, are 14, 13, 12, 11. They're 10th on this list. They've improved their team by 2.7 points this year.
They haven't. Honestly, it was a little bit of a letdown for me. I wanted to be able to have statistical evidence to say, take that, haters. That the Texans were appropriately aggressive and added all this value to their team when they're about the same level as Tampa, Miami. Miami is a winner in this. Jacksonville and Indianapolis. Mm-hmm. But that is where I did note that of all the teams, the AFC South is the only division where all four teams are in the green on this.
Yes.
That all of them are perceived to have improved during free agency.
All four out of just 14
Tennessee
teams.
being the most.
Yeah, all four out of only 14 teams that have improved. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Jacksonville, Indy, and Houston are all lumped together there in that 10 through 12 range. Tennessee is fifth, which now my takeaway from this is, okay, this favors teams that have done two things. One, added a quarterback. And two, some names, like added some big names. Like, because I don't know that I think Tennessee is going to be a bad football team this year. But they did add Calvin Ridley and L'Jarius Sneed. When you plug into some sort of personnel projection model, probably plays pretty damn well, I would imagine. Yeah,
I think the thing with the Titans is you've got a young quarterback. And I think the reason that people approved of it was that you're trying to figure out how good your young quarterback is and giving him every reason to have an opportunity to prove himself. So I'm a little torn over bringing in Tony Pollard and how that was like. Oh yeah, I feel like Pollard. That might have been graded as more of an improvement over Derrick Henry based on age and age alone. Whereas I think Derrick Henry is the better running back. But they bring in Cushenberry, the center. They bring in Calvin Ridley, who they had to overpay, but is an improvement for a young wide receiver. And then I think in this draft, where now you've got Will Levis thrown to DeAndre Hopkins and Calvin Ridley, and this draft is just loaded with offensive linemen, offensive tackles at the top, and then interior offensive linemen in the later rounds. So I think people are looking forward to them picking up an offensive lineman in the draft, perhaps, in solidifying things, and that's why they're, aside from like whatever the analytics show here, the subjective opinion has gotten steadily stronger in favor of the Titans.
Do you think the AFC South is going to be better than people have generally thought it is the last few years this year?
I think it will, as long as Anthony Richardson ends up being good.
Yeah.
I think it all hinges on that.
Yeah.
If C.J. Stroud continues to be himself, if the Jaguars get the best version of Trevor Lawrence, I think that's a huge wild card. And what Anthony Richardson does, and if he stays healthy, I think that the Colts, with Shane Steichen as their coach, with a healthy Anthony Richardson, are going to be a real pain in the neck. Mm-hmm. And I don't think they're necessarily built to be a contender just yet. But on any given Sunday, they're going to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
That they could beat the best team in the league on one Sunday and then lose to the worst team in the league the next week.
I've had to check myself on Tennessee because my opinion of Tennessee all along, even with the signings of Ridley and Sneed, is I think it's going to be one of the worst teams in football. And yet they make these signings of Ridley and Sneed, and they get these plaudits for doing so because they're signing big names to huge deals. And maybe there's people that think there's something to Will Levis. I don't know. But then I go back to my old standby, Seth, the futures board for the Super Bowl, and I looked, and Tennessee was second to last at 150 to 1. And I said, okay, good. Well, at least my people are with me on Tennessee.
They made improvements on a bad roster, so they get credit for that, but yet the improvements don't look like anything to write home about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all of it really just does come down to Will Levis and what you think of him.
I think so, too.
I admire Will Levis's courage. Sometimes courage is simply, stupidity wearing a cape. Yeah. And yet, I don't know if that's a recipe for long-term success for Will Levis.
Right. I would say if you're a Texan fan, one other thing Austin Mock does, the team that by far has improved the team that regressed the most by far, 41.7 points, was the Minnesota Vikings, who stole their best defensive player, and the Vikings picked up two of your better defensive players last year. And yet, even with picking up Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman, Minnesota is still thought to be a team that's going to regress massively this year.
I think, honestly, the quarterback might have way more to do with that with anything else. Okay,
because the Falcons. Don't harsh my narrative.
Sorry, because the Falcons improved like fivefold over the fourth place team. Like it gets a little screwy. The Falcons improved by 52.4 points. Where the next highest was Chicago at 26.2. Pittsburgh brings in two quarterbacks. They improve by 20.5. Then everybody else is like 13 and below.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the team that got worse was Minnesota, who lost a starting quarterback.
Whose quarterback is Sam Darnold now? Like, I don't have a big problem with this. Like, this is reflective of what the NFL is nowadays. It's actually pretty accurate.
The one, honestly, that was maybe the most intimidating to me was when you look at right smack dab in the middle at the teams that got worse, but by the smallest amount, like they were right on the brink of actually getting better on this model, were Baltimore and San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
So Baltimore and San Francisco, like Baltimore notoriously had to say goodbye to a lot of good players. They're going to get their compensatory picks back that they'd make were enough, I guess.
That's so
just
true.
Even bringing Derrick Henry in, that they're hovering right where they were at the end of the season.
Yes, every article, big losers, Baltimore Ravens. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably like every other year they're a big loser in free agency,
The whole thing with the Ravens is, and I still wonder about this, it's going to be really interesting to watch Patrick Queen. Like, Patrick Queen had not been a slam dunk awesome draft pick for them, really, until
Roquan got there.
Until Roquan Smith showed up, and then all of a sudden it unlocked the best in him. And I'm curious to see how some of the Clowney played really, really well for the Ravens. If he goes elsewhere or doesn't re-sign back up with them, is he just as good as he was in Baltimore? So I feel like the Ravens think that they can replace some of those guys without it being as big a headache as perhaps the name brand appeal.
Yep.
The only guy they brought in was Derrick Henry. That's the part that's a little curious about this whole model, is that they lost some notable free agents, brought in Derrick Henry, and that was enough to just keep them hovering.
Man. So Baltimore, San Francisco, it's a quarterback driven thing, but the AFC South did pretty good. In this little model right here. Sean and Seth, text page here. When the Dodgers play the Astros in July of 2024, we, the fans, should serenade Ohtani by singing Kenny Rogers the Gambler. Let's start this movement right now.
The only problem with that is that he's not going to get the significance of it.
True. Well, he won't understand the lyrics, at least. I mean, to him, he goes back to the dugout, I would think.
Somebody, maybe this new. Did you trust this interpreter yesterday? Do you feel like he was under a lot of extra pressure, given that he was up there filling in for a guy that may have tried to destroy Shohei Ohtani's reputation?
He was for sure under extra pressure. He seemed trustworthy to me. He made the smart move of pulling out a pen and writing down everything he thought Shohei was saying.
I wondered about that because they were very prepared for that. So I'm guessing that there was a prepared statement, and when he was writing down the words, I felt like maybe he was just noting where Ohtani had gone off it a little bit.
Yeah. That's a good call. It's a good call. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 9 o'clock hour.
Like, should we play sound of the interpreter?
I thought about that. I've heard shows playing. I heard one of the national shows playing sound on the way in. My thought was, to me, the power of sound is you're hearing the voice of the person whose take it is,
I felt like this guy's voice actually was closer to Ohtani's than the previous interpreter.
Okay. Well, Ben, go chop up the whole press conference.
Moving forward, I would prefer it if the interpreter would stand behind Shohei, and Shohei would mouth the words as the interpreter is speaking.
Okay.
Just give myself the illusion, and at least then we can play. If I see a video clip, I can imagine that it's Shohei saying that directly.
Or do the thing that they used to do. What was it? Cooper was a mouth on a
shot.
Yeah,
like a little.
Yeah. That would be
Shohei
good.
just sit up there completely still
staring.
while the interpreter's mouth is
That would be good. And then, and only then, will we use the audio, because then it'll feel like it's from Shohei at least. All right, let's head into the 9 o'clock hour here. Speaking of baseball, let's hit the Astros, man. The Astros, I made a mistake. I said they open up tomorrow. They open up Thursday. But I, in the spirit of Shohei Ohtani, I made my 5 Astro prop bets for the season, Seth. I want to run these by you, and you tell me if I picked any winners here. All right? So I've got my Astro proppers.
I'll be your interpreter on this one.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll get to that coming up next. Dr. Ben Salento, we don't need any translator for that. That's snoring. In any language, it's hideous. And that was me.
exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Ooh, real quick, courtesy of Jimmy Shapiro. This plays into what we were just talking about in the previous segment. We'll get to my Astro prop bets in just a second here. Just got an email with some season win totals for the NFL as of right now. And once again, I feel fortified in my contention that the Tennessee Titans are going to suck. But first, Seth, take a stab at it. What do you think the season win total is for the Houston Texans in Vegas for the 2024 season?
Let's see. Given the strength of schedule, given what happened in free agency, given the fact they don't have a first-round pick, I'm going to say that the win total for the Houston Texans as of right now is 10.5.
9.5.
Oh, this bastard.
Yeah, 9.5.
He's lying. The fix is in. This is some Ipe Mitsuhara BS.
Ipe would take the over.
Yeah.
8.5 for the Jags, 8.5 for the Colts, 5.5 for the Tennessee Titans. 5.5 context and just, okay, 5.5 we know is not good. The Houston Texans were 5.5 wins going into last season. At this time last year, pre-draft last year, the Texans were 5.5 wins. They drafted C.J. Stroud. They bumped up to 6 or 6.5 by the time the season rolled around. But, yeah, 9.5 wins, the Houston Texans this year. So, there you go.
It's always who's the favorite for total wins?
For total wins, I'd have to skim it here to see who is the Baltimore. Baltimore, okay. The tie. Baltimore, Kansas City, San Francisco, all are 11.5.
I feel like Kansas City at this point, I feel like you have to look at them and say, all right, they've lost their starting cornerback, who is awesome. They do have young cornerbacks that they've drafted, and they feel good about taking over. That's one of the reasons they could let L'Jarius Sneed go for as little as they did. They still have issues with their offensive tackles. Travis Kelce is going to spend several months here basically carrying Taylor Swift's handbag around various continents. And they were not a great regular season team last year, at least what we'd come accustomed to. So I feel better about the Ravens on the regular season win total than I do on the Chiefs in their regular season win total.
That makes sense. Yeah, no, the Ravens are built for the regular season right now.
Playoffs are a whole different deal.
That's right.
Now, the Ravens could have tied it up with the Chiefs if L'Jarius Sneed hadn't poked the ball out of what's-his-face's hands.
Yeah.
So,
Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers. Okay, Atlanta 10.5. I'm starting to get a little tired. Atlanta 10.5 wins this year. Are you buying Atlanta with Kirk Cousins right now?
I'm buying them with perhaps Kirk Cousins and the complementary pieces they've put around him. So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
And they're in the NFC South, Sean.
Yeah,
just remember, don't look at it that way. Don't look at it as the Falcons getting a whole lot of love. It's that they've got a bona fide NFL quarterback in the NFC South.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Like, do you think that Baker Mayfield had been playing in 4 or 5 other divisions this year that he would have, gotten the contract with that team? I don't think so.
Probably not. Well, he wouldn't have made the playoffs probably in a bunch of other divisions. So, yeah, he got that contract because he took the Buccaneers to the postseason. So you're spot on. All right, speaking of betting, all right, Seth, I'm going to rapid fire these at you. You tell me if you think I'm going to win these, all right? The Astros start their season on Thursday this week against the Yankees. I took Yordan Alvarez over 38.5 home runs and over 109.5 RBIs this year. And I guess just for a little bit of context, he went 31 home runs and 97 RBIs last year in 112 games.
Right. Now, I guess the biggest question is just how many games do you get out of him?
Yeah.
In the last 3 years, that was the fewest number of games he'd played in the last 3 seasons.
Yep.
He's never had 38 home runs in a season before, so that would be his career best if he were to go over 38.5. But I feel like given last year's pace, if he just played games, then I feel good about him getting that number. So
That's
I'll go
the bet.
over.
Yeah, that's the bet. Your bet. It's really not a bet on Yordan over home runs and over RBIs because he's gonna, when he plays, he's gonna hit home runs and drive in runs. it's really a bet on Yordan Alvarez, like over 132.5 games or something like that.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know?
in 2022, he played 135 games. He hit 37 home runs.
Right.
So are you banking on him being, just as good and better with his power, but also staying durable? And I feel good about it this year.
I do too, and I think also he's batting second, so he's going to get more at-bats this year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many more, but he's higher up in the order by a spot or two.
I'll say also his RBIs, his career high in RBIs is 104.
Mm-hmm.
He had 97 last year.
Yeah.
The Astros, Espada wants these guys being more aggressive on the base paths this year. So are there more steals of second base, which puts more guys in position to get home off of a Yordan hit? I'd like to think I'm optimistic that it will mean more RBIs. Over on everything for Yordan.
Over on everything for
except strikeouts.
These are all
take the under on
yeah.
that.
These are all the 5 bets I did are all overs because I don't like betting against the Astros. God, is Yordan the scariest human being whose season high in RBIs is 104? Like 104 is nice. It's really good.
Yeah.
He's frightening. I bet on Kyle Tucker to join the 30-30 club. 30 home runs, 30 stolen bases. He missed by 1 home run last year. I'm getting almost 4. They're going to be more aggressive.
Really?
Yeah, if they're going to be. I think Tucker is super consistent in hitting, so I think he's going to flirt with 30 home runs. I think, again, if he's healthy, and he's healthy, he's the one guy you can count on being healthy. And then I think the 30 stolen bases, if Joe Espada is espousing a more aggressive team, I feel good about Tucker getting to 30 stolen bases. 4-1, 4-3 plus 380. So I get $380 back on a $100 wager. I like that. I'm going to take it.
Yeah, I'd tell you that's my favorite bet so far.
Okay. Of the
and
3.
Tucker, for the most part, I have fewer concerns about Tucker's health than I do with Yordan.
Oh, yeah. Tucker's an Iron Man. Jose Altuve, over 150.5 hits. And I guess just to contextualize, he's hit, batting average-wise, he's been at or above 300 the last 2 years. So he started to hit for average again. He had that period where he was kind of become like a 280-ish type hitter for a while, except the COVID year, where he was like 219 or something like that. But he had 112 hits in 90 games last year. He hit 311. So I think, again, this is just a bet on health with Jose Altuve. Like, if Altuve gets to 130 games, 135 games, I think he's going to get 150 hits in his sleep.
I mean, and the crazy thing about the last couple of years was that his OPS has been as good as it's ever been for the most part.
Yeah.
Other than that 2017 season was the best that it ever been. But these last couple of years, he's been hitting for average and power. Like that was his goal, was the hitting 300 and having a 900 OPS.
Yeah.
So over 100 last season.
He had 112, but it was only 90 games.
Injury-riddled games.
Yeah.
I would go the over on that one, too.
Okay, so you agree with me on these so far.
Yeah.
Last one, Christian Javier, over 10.5 wins for Javi. So if Javi gets to 11 wins, I'm a winner chicken dinner on this one.
So these are the ones you hand-selected because you felt good about them.
I have actual money on all these. Yes.
Yeah. By the way, with Altuve, I'm just trying to look the last time he had a full season where he had fewer than 150 hits. It was 2019, and he had 149 hits.
Okay.
I mean, so that's like where he's had a healthy season before last year, and it was non-COVID. He hasn't been. He's been at 149 or higher since his rookie year.
Right.
So, I would definitely go on the over on that.
Yeah, and I think people are going to go, but Sean, he's 34 years old now, and look, he only played 90 games last year. And I know some of the injuries he had were of the kind of soft tissue variety. He had the oblique. Altuve himself has said that what set him in the wrong direction was that damn World Baseball Classic where he got beamed on the hand. That was a fluke. He got beamed on the hand, and then he didn't have a normal ramp-up to the season. So I think he's attributing a lot of what kind of truncated his season last year to the irregularity of what that broken hand caused him. You know?
All right, so with Javier, 10.5 wins.
Yeah.
The most wins he's ever had is 11 in 2022.
Yep.
He had 10 last year.
Yep.
I feel in his second year as a genuine full-time starter, he's bound to improve. I don't think that he takes a step backwards. He weighs 15 pounds less. Yeah, I feel good about that over.
He had 10. This is my rationale behind this one, Seth. He had 10 last year, and he stunk for like 2.5 months out of the year.
Yeah,
You know? Like, he was terrible.
It's really almost like it's either the over or he goes back to being a reliever.
Yeah.
It's almost like this is the measuring stick by which, okay, he should be a full-time starter or he shouldn't.
Yeah, and look, he's going to have one of the best offenses in baseball backing him. Like, the offense is going to win a couple games for him this year. You know, where he only goes 5 innings, he gives up 4 runs or 5 runs, but they win 11-8. And so, you know, like you're doing the over on a pitcher that plays on a bad offensive team. You can't count on wins like that. It was interesting. Hunter Brown's total was 10.5 wins too. You know, I was tempted about that one just because, you know, strikeouts, bro.
Strikeouts. You love the strikeouts.
I love the strikeout. I love the strikeouts, man. Yeah. So, okay, good. So you're with me on these.
I'm with you. I feel was I pessimistic about any of those?
No.
I think maybe just Jordan based on health would be the biggest one.
No. Okay, good. I'm feeling good.
I like this propaganda Tuesday.
Yeah.
You only went with the good news,
right?
Or the good predictions. Everything is fine. Don't look behind the curtain. These guys are all going to be great. Don't ask why I didn't put Framber on any of these. Just take the bets that I gave you and run with them.
That's it. Hey, we only hit it as long as we're talking about prop bets. We only hit it in the 8 at 8 for like a minute because that's all the time we had. Story, it's crazy. And for those who missed it, he's a player for the Toronto Raptors where he's not played the last couple games, and I don't know if there's a cause and effect here. He's been out the last few games. News surfaced yesterday that there's multiple investigations into betting irregularities in 2 particular games on under prop bets for stats for those games for him, like under 4.5 points, under 1.5 steals, blah, blah, blah. And in each of those 2 games, one took place in January, one took place in March. In each of those 2 games where there was literally 5-figure bets coming in on unders for Jontae Porter, he left one of the games after 4 minutes with a, quote, eye problem, and then he left the March game after 3 minutes with an illness. So the totals all wound up going under for him in both of those games.
The crazy thing about this is that, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, they tend to have limits on prop bets. So like if you're trying to get rich off of a prop bet, you're going to have to lay bets with many different casinos or books, and that means many potential paper trails, or many potential digital footprints or whatever. If he was indeed in on this, I'm guessing that they did it. This is in the dumbest way possible. And was on it. I don't think this is going to be a case where, wow, circumstantial evidence looks like he did it, but we don't have anything to go on to prove it.
Right.
I don't know.
There's 8 casinos with like even honestly, even someone betting to the limit on a Jontae Porter, even if the limit's low, say the limit's 1,000, which I know is a lot of money, but in a casino, in a sports book, that's a fairly low limit for
to
the myriad of
sacrifice your legitimacy as an athlete, especially.
Yeah.
You know, like how many $1,000 bets do you have to place to make it worth it that you might get banned for life from the sport?
Banned for life, and you could go to prison too. You know, like if that, I mean, that's that's.
I'd rather go to prison than be banned from the sport. I can work out in prison. Where am I going to work out if I'm banned from the sport?
That's true.
I'm not even. I'm not banned out. Not banned from the sport. I'm banned from sport in general.
Oh, you are? Okay. Yes. I was going to say you're not banned from Lifetime Fitness.
Yes.
It's funny because when a story like this comes out, the gut reaction by people who are anti-gambling legalization is see, look at all the fixing that's going on now that gambling is legal in all these places.
Right,
I tells you, and the fact of the matter is that type of fixing was going on anyways. Jontae Porter, if he wanted to make money badly enough off of going under on a bunch of prop bets, would have found plenty of illegal outlets to bet with to do this. This story is actually a feather in the cap of legalization of gambling because the massive oversight of Jontae Porter's bets from all these different analytical outlets that watch all these watchdogs that watch this.
I think that a lot of times people think that there'd be more avenues for
Fix.
corruption when in fact, like the casinos themselves are the last ones who want games fixed because that throws a wrench into their whole system. They know if people are out there fixing games and they don't know how to handicap them properly and everything, so they're pretty attuned to this kind of stuff and they have data on everybody and every individual gambler of any import, so they can figure stuff out like this. What's the jail time like for fixing a game?
It depends. It depends. It can go anywhere from there's people who've gone away for years to just a couple of months, depending on what your role is in the whole thing.
What are people athletes who fixed games when they go to prison? How are they perceived by other prisoners? Is that like a status symbol, or is that like, oh, you son of a, I've lost money on fixed games before and I hate you for this?
I think they're pretty safe. I think they're on the scale on the spectrum. I think they're pretty safe. From what I know,
nobody's ever said like, well, you don't want to go to jail as a convicted game fixer.
I don't think it's not one where you normally wind up in a maximum security. Let's just put it that way.
That's true. Yeah, you end up one of those cushy places where you can play tennis and fix it.
Yeah. Or you can go ahead and fix tennis matches between convict 90365 versus convict 86527.
Classic case of, man, you dabbled in tanking on your own personal prop bet stats in an NBA game. Then you go to jail and become a professional gambler.
There you go.
He's got runner-up appearances in the intramural finals in that prison.
Bingo. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Man, gambling's become this Shohei thing, man. Between Shohei and Jontae Porter and me throwing my prop bets out there. Let's circle back to something we know. The Houston Texans. Seth, I've got a possible mock draft cancellation I need to run through you, judge and jury of mock draft cancellations. So we're going to do that in the next segment. Nice little 4-round mockaroo as well. How the Texans doing how the Texans going to do with this 42nd pick? We'll apply some names to it coming up next.
Ability trees, that's a name you need to know if your trees are not looking like they're doing so hot because of last summer's hot.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Here's DeMeco Ryans from earlier this week, from yesterday at the NFL owners meeting. Here's DeMeco on the thought process of moving back to pick number 42.
Yeah, the thought process behind, moving back, in the draft is just, we feel like in this draft there's a really large amount set to third, fourth round. It's a lot of guys right there that can come in and help our team, right? We feel like that's where as I said, the sweet spot of the draft is this year. And so we're excited about that move, and we feel like we can add some really quality players to our team.
He's right, man. Like all when mock drafters decide to dip a little further than the first round and go into the second round, there's still some really good names on the board for the Texans at 42.
Well, I think, the biggest indicator to me that things had really changed for the Texans in terms of the perception of the league was I was listening to a podcast with, it was The Athletic. Oh, it was Dane Brugler. And Dane Brugler, their draft guy, was talking about where the drop-off in talent was in the first round this year. Because usually there's a bunch of guys that you look at as like, okay, these are definite first-rounders, and then after that it drops off. And I think he said, somewhere around probably 17 to 20 this year, there's a big drop-off. Mm-hmm. And then he pointed to Nick Caserio trading out of the first round as evidence of that being the case.
Oh!
As opposed to 2 years ago, it would have, if the Texans trade out of the first round, it would have been like, what are they thinking? These idiots. Why on earth are the Texans trading out? This year, it becomes confirmation of what this so-called draft expert believes already. Even the great Nick Caserio is trading out right around, because he was at 23, just behind where everything starts to drop off, you see.
Yeah.
So he's smart like I am.
He knows.
Yes.
Yeah. What would Rich Eisen have been saying 2 years ago when Nick first round?
2 years ago, what are you thinking, Texans? This year, it's like, why isn't anybody else trading out of the first round?
Dude, it's funny. They quoted Kevin O'Connell. I couldn't find this audio anywhere, but they asked O'Connell, the Minnesota head coach, about it because they're the ones moving. They're the ones moving into the first round from 42, and he's doing everything he can to avoid saying that they're doing it to get a quarterback. He's like, we just, the way the same draft that everybody is saying, like, no, it's a good move to move out because there's a drop-off here. He's trying to portray it as, on our board, we look at it, and there's actually going to be a lot of really, right at that spot, right at 23 is going to be this crop of players right there. Okay.
It would be a strange trade to make this far ahead of the draft if you weren't thinking about leapfrogging further up.
Yeah.
Although I also think that I could see where Minnesota might be thinking, look, we never know what's going to happen. There's starting to be more and more people speculating the top 4 picks will all be quarterbacks. Are we actually going to get a shot at a McCarthy or anything, even by getting up? Can we even get up that high? I think they're probably hoping that they have a crack at a quarterback, but it's going to have to come with somebody falling. But right now, you don't want to let it out of the bag, obviously, that you're going for a quarterback for multiple reasons. But even so, if you whiff and it doesn't work out, you really don't want to look like you traded up into the first round just to get a guy at 23 that nobody is all that excited about and maybe would have just been available at back at 40 anyway.
Yep. Let's get to this. Chad Reuter has his we'll rapid fire these because it's a 4-round mock. We need multi-round mocks now to get the Texans involved. But at 42, Ben, thank you. Houston Texans with the 42nd overall pick select Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback, Alabama, who, man, like during the season, it was hard to find a big board during the regular season where you would get Kool-Aid outside of the top 20. Like 42, like he's a player who was very well thought of throughout the season. And his name is Kool-Aid, which is kind of like that's...
It's not his given name, obviously.
No.
He did already get he got some kind of an NIL deal with Kool-Aid, the company. I don't know if it's just free product or more than that. But he is like he's very mature. Like he's looked at as a guy that just loves football.
Yeah.
He's very serious about it, and yet at the same time, not always just like 100% plugged in. I don't like. There's I'd be fine with this. It's tricky when you take a cornerback outside the first round to feel like he's going to slip in and start on day one or anything. I would, at this point, you point out that on the board you've still got McConkey, Leggett, Tavondre Sweat, Cooper, the linebacker from A&M. There's multiple guys that I would rather have before Kool-Aid McKinstry at that spot.
Yep, I'm with you.
Especially either a wide receiver or a defensive tackle.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm with you on that. All right, we'll do a couple more of these. The Houston Texans select Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State. I don't know, man. I watch a lot of Keon Coleman highlights, and he does not fit the description of what DeMeco Ryans is looking for in his wide receivers.
Right.
Not a separator at all.
Right. He's a 50-50 guy.
Yeah.
And
good player.
When DeMeco, there's one thing we know, when DeMeco has talked pre-draft before or pre-free agency, he's been pretty honest about it. Last year he said, we're going to take a quarterback. Nobody believed him. They took a quarterback. This year he said, hey, at the very end of the season, he said, we're going to build up the defensive line in the offseason. That's what we're going to do. They added 2 defensive linemen. They were trying to get Eric Armstead as well. They were pretty aggressive going after defensive linemen.
Yeah.
So there's that. So when he says that they like receivers who can separate, yeah, I'll go ahead and wipe off the board the one guy who's most notoriously not a separator.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be Keon Coleman. And that's not a knock against Keon Coleman. It's just that's not the type of guy that DeMeco had pointed out that they might go for.
Is some of that a function of CJ, having CJ as your quarterback, where I feel like if I'm drafting a guy like Keon Coleman, it's because I've got a quarterback who isn't all that accurate. I'm going to need this guy to be able to go up and get it or go over guys or muscle guys out. Whereas CJ, ball placement specialist that he is, maybe that type of receiver is not as valuable on a team.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know, because likewise for a guy that's a 50-50 guy, if you've got a really accurate quarterback, it gets that much more. You're turning that
730,
anyway.
yeah.
So I think it's more just a matter of personal preference and taste.
Getting guys on the run, Slowick offense kind of thing.
Well, yeah, with Slowick especially, they want the timing and rhythm to be there. So, you don't want a guy to be going through his footwork, going through his reads, and then also be making the decision on exactly where to throw to the ball because the guy's covered already. You'd rather have the guy just being able to throw right out in front of him because he's open, and those are guys you can separate.
Okay, let's do one more here. The 3rd round pick. We'll finish up day 2. The 86th pick in the Chad Reuter NFL.com mock draft. Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Yeah.
He's on that short list of defensive tackles on day 2 that would fit the bill, right?
It would be that's at 86?
86, yeah, 3rd round.
He's going a lot higher than that in general, isn't he?
Not in Chad Reuter's world. Yes, he is, to answer your question.
He's like a 2nd round. That would be a pretty good bargain pickup at that point.
Yeah.
I think both Chris Jenkins and the kid out of Florida State.
Fisk.
Fisk,
Brandon Fisk, yeah.
Brandon Fisk. I think both those guys, I like both of them a lot, but I also just have that question as to whether are they good enough to overcome the fact that they're not ideal size-wise.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only my hesitation with both of those guys. I like both of them a lot. But that's the reason they're not going to go in the 1st round.
That's right.
So I have zero. It's not anything that would keep me from wanting to draft them in the 2nd round. So if Jenkins goes in the 3rd, then yeah, I'd be super happy with that. That's right now.
All right, so Seth, there's The Athletic. There's one other mock draft I need to run through the cancellation filter. Ben Standig of The Athletic has a mock draft where he goes through the whole 1st round, and then the small handful of teams that don't have a 1st round pick, he makes a pick for them in the 2nd round. You know my stance. If the mock drafter takes an offensive lineman, then yes. I am very skeptical. We've canceled a few already, including Mel Kiper, but I like that you're more even-keeled about it than I am. You think there are scenarios in which the Texans, and maybe the 2nd round, even more scenarios because you're further down the board, not at 23 anymore, where drafting an offensive lineman makes sense. I'm still of the feeling at 42 you need something other than a position that you're kind of full at right now.
My only exception is if they actually acknowledge that that there are 2 starting offensive tackles.
Right.
So I'll excuse the mock drafter as long as he acknowledges that there are already 2 starting offensive tackles. It's when they act like that Titus Howard is still a guard that I get upset with them.
Okay, so when they draft, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this, because then we won't have to cancel anybody anymore. Because on this particular one, the 42nd pick, I don't want them to take an offensive lineman at all, but they've got him taking Cooper Beebe, guard from Kansas State. You're okay with them taking an interior
100%.
offensive? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, take a guard. The guards sucked last year, including Titus Howard.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
He's a tackle.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no. This has always been, if they draft a tackle and they don't acknowledge that you're drafting a position where you already have 2 starters, then I'll cancel them. Because they might have tackle in moving Titus Howard inside.
Sure.
Like, I wouldn't agree with it, but at least they understand. It's the most egregious malpractice is when they act like the Texans need a right tackle because they have no right tackle at all.
Got you. Okay. That helps me in the future looking at. I thought that was the case, but I thought I'd bring it on just to confirm that that's the case. All right. So, Ben, cancel me, Ben, for a day. For me putting a guard mock draft on there. Cancel me for the next 3 days. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday at the owners' meetings. What's he think about the expectations for the Texans? And I love this answer when he was asked, is Houston a destination for free agents now? What did the Texans head coach have to say about that? You will hear it next.
If you're on the way to your destination and you get hit by a vehicle and it's not your
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A lot of distractions from videos off air today. Boy, this Vince Young TMZ video, Seth and I were just zaprootering that thing during the break.
It's Dov Kleeman first came on my timeline. He says, awful. Former NFL QB Vince Young was sucker punched in a bar fight and appeared to be knocked unconscious in a video obtained by TMZ.
Yeah. It's a nasty punch.
There was about a scrum. When we're watching the video, there's a scrum where Vince Young is exchanging words with somebody. Turns into a bit of a shoving match, and it looked like maybe some of Vince Young's guys were trying to keep him away from whoever he was angry at. And then there was just like a moving swarm of people just kind of locked up with each other, pushing and shoving and yelling at each other through the bar. And then all of a sudden, one dude wearing a muscle shirt or a tank top just hauls off and clocks.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd call it a sucker punch, and that it was a guy. You're standing right in front of him. Now, Vince Young wasn't looking at him, but they'd been like, everybody had been locked up for like a full minute or so. So it's not like Vince wouldn't have anticipated getting punched, but it was a punch nonetheless. And it was a pretty good one that he landed. Then the guy took his shirt off. It's always a sign that guy's guilty, and then took off out the back of the bar.
He did. He left. The guy just vacated the premises. I think there's degrees of sucker punching. There's sucker punches where on video you can tell they're sucker punches because the dude just comes up from behind.
Like out of nowhere.
And they're not expecting it. You don't even need any nuance for that. This one, I could see where this would be called a sucker punch if the skirmish, had died down to a point where it had gone from shoving and pushing and maybe a little bit of punching to everybody talking to one another, or to where Vince and the guy who he's locked up with here, who eventually blasts him in the face, if they were sort of like those hockey players during a hockey brawl that are kind of standing off to the side, sort of just kind of like pirouetting and dancing and talking to each other and not really fighting, and then just the dude hauls off and punches him, that's a sucker punch.
You know what, though? Vince is, at the moment that this guy punches Vince is locked up with one other individual, and Vince is looking at that guy. So, yeah, this is a sucker punch because this guy, even though Vince also was holding this guy off with one hand.
That's how big Vince is.
Vince isn't looking at the dude. The dude just clocks him in the side of the face without Vince expecting or looking at it. So I would call it a sucker punch.
He goes down like a ton of bricks, man. That was wild. I
don't know whether it's clear that he's knocked out or not, but he was down.
He hit the floor pretty hard. Yeah. He went down quick. If he wasn't knocked out, that's one tough dude. I'll say that. DeMeco Ryans, owners meeting yesterday, asked about new expectations. We just talked about it. Texans were a 5.5 win forecast this time last year. Today, season win totals come out. 9.5 win forecast for the Texans. What about expectations, DeMeco?
We don't discuss those expectations. For us, it's about getting better every single day, and that my process doesn't change, my mindset, our expectation doesn't change. If each guy is focused on themselves, they're focused on getting a little bit better each and every day, each and every week, and we'll be exactly where we need to be. The expectation from the outside really doesn't matter because of the expectations we put on ourselves. That's what matters the most, and no one is more critical of us than we are. And I want our players to feel that same thing, our coaches to feel the same thing. Are you striving to be the best in the NFL? If you're striving to be the best, then we'll be where we need to be.
Yeah, I think as far as expectations go, I don't like what other answer was DeMeco going to give there. We were, honestly, the expectations feels a little bit heavy, man. I miss just being, I miss not having high expectations.
It's a good question. Like, okay, what are we, what's the different answer? I guess maybe excitement over the expectations from the outside, maybe. It does feel different this year. We know we play a hard schedule. We know that we're going to get everybody's best shot this year, that kind of thing. So I think the way to answer it without feeling like you're kowtowing to what other people think about you,
Yeah. I don't think that, I think the whole exterior expectations part of it is one where DeMeco, I believe, definitely doesn't read too much about what people are saying.
For sure.
He said that before. He doesn't try to beat his chest about it or anything, but he just genuinely doesn't worry about that stuff as much, partly because he just doesn't see a lot of it. I remember last year somebody asked, like, how do you deal with all the criticism from the outside and people questioning what you're doing? And it was in like August where nobody was questioning DeMeco about anything at that point. And I felt like, that's kind of a messed up question to ask of somebody that I don't think genuinely reads the paper. So, because all of a sudden in his mind, DeMeco might think like, oh, wow, they're really crushing us out there.
I suck. Wow.
Yeah, when in fact, nobody was crushing you, DeMeco.
No.
It was all cool. I know you're not going to hear this, but if, in the off chance that you did, nobody was crushing you last year. It was very, very smooth sailing for the most part.
What was the biggest criticisms of DeMeco even during the season? I guess the slow start for sure, right? Going 0-2 out of the chute.
Yeah.
Maybe some tactical things along the way. Like I didn't like the two quarterback system against Cleveland, little things like that.
The biggest thing was that, despite going 1-1 when the starting quarterback was out, he was getting criticism for the way he handled the quarterback situation. That one, I feel like that's going to happen no matter what.
Yeah.
Unless you go 2-0 in that situation, people are going to second guess what you did.
Mm-hmm.
The two quarterback part of it, at the time, I was critical of it. I don't think they executed it well. Like you come in Davis Mills come in because for his athleticism, apparently, or what, I don't know what the hell they were doing. So I wasn't opposed to the concept of it, other than that when they tried to execute it, it didn't do a damn thing.
Yep. DeMeco was asked about the Texans, given their robust free agency class they've just signed. Is Houston becoming a destination now for NFL players?
For us, it's about adding the right guys. So if guys want to play for us, that's great. But it's about adding the right guys to our team. It's cool to hear that guys would like to come and play for us, but you also have to understand we're going to work here, right? It's going to be tough working out in the Houston heat. Guys understand that, but I think the excitement from guys wanting to come to Houston, it comes from our young players.
Texans are this fun young team.
Creepy Peter Schrager.
I was just thinking about that yesterday because Dan Orlovsky had a post yesterday where he thanked Peter Schrager for helping get his broadcasting career started, because Schrager was watching. Remember Orlovsky's first foray into doing anything remotely resembling broadcasting was when he was doing those Twitter videos, breaking down film like with his computer, almost like Brian Baldinger does, but for quarterbacks. Schrager saw it, DM'd Orlovsky, and then Orlovsky came down to the studios in New York to go on Good Morning Football. I'm thinking you had Peter Schrager slipping into your DMs.
Texans are this fun.
You become the next big broadcaster.
You're a fun guy. You like fun, don't you? How about you come into this studio?
Dan Orlovsky is a fun journeyman quarterback. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You
have to make some sacrifices if you want to make it in this business, Dan. Okay.
Ben, thanks for distracting us from the meat of what DeMeco Ryans was talking about in there, which is he doesn't care if it's a destination for you, random NFL free agent. You got a Texans credo you got to live up to.
The proper answer there, because was that Cody Suits had asked that question of DeMeco Ryans, and DeMeco should have said, Cody, listen, I know you've read all these articles about Gen Z being more about experiences than material goods. Hogwash. That's what I say. Hogwash. Yeah. They like the cold hard cash just as much as any other generation of football players.
They do.
As long as our money don't stink and still works in your cash register, they're going to come play for the Houston Texans.
That's right. They just moved the trade deadline back. That's the latest thing to come out of the owners' meeting. I've heard nothing yet about them voting on Cal McNair becoming the official owner of the Texans.
But they moved the trade deadline back from Week 8 until Week 9.
To Week 9. Huge changes right there. Yeah, Week 8 to Week 9. So, which is good. It always did feel a little bit early in the NFL. It was always like first week in November. Like you still got a lot of football left to play. In a sport where attrition is way more rampant than it is in other sports, I wouldn't stop at Week 9. My guess is they're not stopping at 17 games, and that's part of it. They're going to go to 18 games probably the next CBA. So 9 makes sense. But the baseball trade deadline is 2/3 of the way into the season.
Mm-hmm.
This is the halfway point in the season. I'd move it back.
Used to be even later than that.
Yeah.
Back when they had that.
They had the non-waiver one. The one that I call it the Verlander trade deadline.
Yeah, I think they should back it up even further.
Yep.
That makes it more fun for everybody, especially those teams that maybe are marginal playoff teams, but then they can ramp it up going into the end there. That's a good opportunity too for the teams that want to sell.
Yep. And hopefully that's not the case here for a long, long time.
Well, it's been. I mean, because that's a part of the problem is with the expanded playoffs. There's so many teams that are viable contenders
in it, yeah.
at that early date that there's just less of a market than there really needs to be if you want movement. There's just too many teams that are potentially in the playoffs.
Yep. So of the things that we've seen announced today, either at the owners' meeting or in conjunction or in tandem with the owners' meeting, Texans are going to the Hall of Fame game. We're very excited about that. So they'll be playing, if you missed it, Texans-Bears, August 1st. That's a Thursday night. And then Andre Johnson goes into the Hall of Fame a couple nights later. So I would imagine there's going to be a whole lot of Texan fans making their way. This might be the most Texan fans hitting a road trip, like more than any regular season game over the last few years at least.
That would be more so than a regular season game. The Cowboys game is probably the biggest one.
Yeah.
When the Cowboys had to go to a silent count. I wonder how many were there. Texans fans who were there, estimate how many fans went to that Cowboys game.
Give us a number.
The infamous J.J. Watt Tony Romo game. And yet also, but that was also the DeAndre Hopkins Spinderella game too, wasn't it?
His catch, I think that was against the Giants the next week or earlier in that season. His catch that didn't count?
No. Where he hit
that was
spin moves.
No, that was 2018. That was here. That was here. That was 2018.
But versus the Cowboys?
Yes, it was versus the Cowboys. Yep, it was versus the Cowboys. So, trade deadline move back, Hall of Fame game, a kickoff rule that almost made Seth's head explode while we were talking about it about an hour ago.
But now I'm into it.
You're
I
into
like
it
the
now,
kickoff rule yeah.
I think it'll be one of those things that is way more tedious to explain and understand on paper than it is to watch in practicality.
Which is dumb because there's multiple examples of it from the XFL. That was the whole, I knew I was being lazy by not just going and watching some XFL kickoffs. As soon as I did, I was like, oh yeah, I was being lazy and stupid. This is fun.
You liked it?
I liked
the video
it, yeah.
you watched? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to achieve its goal of getting more? I mean, obviously you're going to get more returns because there's hardly any touchbacks now. There's all sorts of no fair catches. Like there's all sorts of rules to make sure there are returns. Do you think we're going to see the return game have a bigger impact on field position in the game itself now?
I think you're going to get more returns, but actually also more injuries than you anticipate too. I'm just thinking to myself as like being a kickoff coverage guy, and meanwhile those returners get like a pretty nice big head of steam for what turns into. It's almost like you end up running like a zone running play, except where the running back is 20 yards deep in the backfield.
Because my first thought was, okay, I love Dameon Pierce, and the niche that Dameon Pierce was able to find at the end of the year was as a kickoff returner. Because under the old rules, you just you catch it. He said it himself. He said it's just it's like the running plays that I like. Like you find a hole, you identify it, and you run your ass off through that hole. This change in rules probably actually makes Dameon Pierce a less likely kickoff returner now because of there's actually probably more of a real blocking scheme going on.
Yeah, it turns into more of it looks like a zone running play.
Yeah,
in some regards.
Yeah, poor Dameon, he can't win. It sucks.
I don't know, man. I gotta go back and see how many XFL kickoffs I can find cut together into a montage somewhere. I don't want to go back and spend 2 hours doing this.
No,
but it feels like there's,
dude. You just put out a hip drop video that got 8 jillion hits. You need a kickoff video now.
I'm not happy about it. That's going to be a pain in my ass.
Well, you getting more hits on your YouTube channel?
Yes. It's too many. I can't go through the comments anymore now.
Oh, I got you.
Too many. It's too hot button of a topic about the leading to the ruination of America.
Right.
People are convinced it is that the hip drop tackle has been banned. That something that they've never heard of before has been banned. It's now a violation of the American way.
That's right. That's how I feel about it. Yep. John Lopez is here. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I am, as usual, fantastic.
Yeah. So, Hall of Fame game.
How about that?
It's a real thing. You going?
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely on the top of the mind.
Well, I'm going. We're going either way. I'm guessing this former fashion. I don't know if they're sending all of us or not, but Amy and I were when Andre got in. We were already planning on going up to Andre. Yeah, I'm starting to get to that phase now. Like the one recently Hall of Fame induction I was mad I didn't go to was Jeff Bagwell. Really wanted to go to because I watched Bagwell grew up in my part of the country, and so I was mad at myself I didn't go to that one. So I said from now on, anybody that's a surefire Hall of Famer, I'm going. So Andre Johnson, I'll be there. J.J. Watt, I'll be there. Jose Altuve, good Lord willing, I'll be there. That's a long way away.
Yeah.
Those are the only three I can think of, right? Like Verlander's going to go in, but I don't know if I feel like I got to go to Verlander.
Right.
Dusty will go in. I don't know if I got to go to Dusty, but those three.
I get it.
Yeah.
No, I was like, I don't know if it's irrational is the right word, but really excited.
About the Hall of Fame
about them playing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's more practice. It's more time on the field.
Earlier training camp gets here soon.
That's what I'm saying. Earlier training camp, more reps for all these new guys.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the highlight. I mean, the Texans are the highlight, as is Andre.
You know what? As well, it's Davis Mills trade season. If we look at Davis Mills maybe through the preseason, if I'm Nick Caserio, I'm talking to DeMeco about like, hey, I know it's preseason, but let's be sure we get some nice, sweet Davis Mills packages.
Little showcase.
Yeah. And they just pushed the trade deadline back an extra week. There's a chance that now that half the teams in the league are running a Kubiak-Shanahan system of some sort, you never know. There might be an in-season Davis Mills.
That'd be sweet. I'm here for more draft capital. All right, we are done. We are out of time. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and safe travels to you, Sean.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I'll be back on Monday. So looking forward to that. Have a great week. John Lopez, Landry Locker, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
All right, so we have some news. The Texans Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, man.
Might just seem like a ho-hum preseason game. I feel like the Texans are going to be targeted here, though.
Targeted?
Yeah, I think they're going to be targeted, and they're going to be in the center of controversy.
What?
This is going to be the first time the NFL is enforcing these rules. This is where they're gonna call all these hip tackles and kickoff stuff, and they're gonna have to explain it. It's gonna be. I know it's just a Hall of Fame game, but this is gonna be a little interesting experience for the Texans.
Yeah, and they're gonna really make an example in the Hall of Fame game because they're gonna send a message to the entire league. Everybody watches it. At least the teams do, and a lot of fans. Yeah, you could be right there. I was excited though, man. New uniforms unveiled at the Hall of Fame game.
That's when they're doing it?
There's that aspect as well. And Andre, Kubiak will be there, the entire team. The Texans will be on center stage. You get more workout in.
Against the Bears.
You get more work in, earlier preseason camp. Adjust your – oh, man, I'm going to have to do this. I think I took some time off in July. Adjust your vacations accordingly as you – as you move. I'm excited. I was almost irrationally excited about them being in that game.
Yeah, it's gonna be a nice little thing. You're gonna get the Andre Johnson halftime interview where he's talking about what it means to be in the Hall of Fame. Cal McNair will officially be the owner. They're gonna vote on that today. So good for the Texans, man.
Yeah, they're being
you got a
showcased.
Hall of Famer and you got expectations.
Yep, and they'll show C.J. Stroud on the sideline. By the way, it's just going to be maybe not even too many second-teamers. It's going to be a lot of third-teamers and fourth-teamers in that game, but who cares? Who cares? They'll get more work in. C.J. with his new surroundings, the new defensive players working a little longer with each other. It's all good, man. It's all good with the Hall of Fame game.
We're going, dude.
I want to go. Now I definitely want to go. I hope we go as a station. I think that'd be really cool in the days leading up to it. You know the last Hall of Fame game I went to? Earl Campbell was inducted. What year was that? 90? 91?
The years just go by so quick.
They go by, yeah. The days are long, but the years are fast.
The years just go by.
Yeah. Earl Campbell was the last Hall of Fame game, NFL Hall of Fame.
So that was the 90s, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's quite a while, man.
1991.
We're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans at 11. We got some really good audio from DeMeco. A little bit of a scrum. We'll hear from DeMeco throughout the show. Actually, there's a lot of things that DeMeco said yesterday. Cal McNair. We'll get into that tomorrow. March Madness Thursday. I guess we're going to be doing some road work.
Yeah, where are we going?
We're going downtown. I guess the Astros got their thing going on.
Nice.
The opening day, kind of under the radar a little
Yes.
bit. I would say.
I can Uber.
You sure about that?
I mean, they got a little under the radar thing going, man. MLB season, they have other stuff going on. They got scandals. They got translators.
Mm-hmm. Well, come see us.
I felt bad for that dude yesterday.
What dude?
Shohei Ohtani's translator.
Oh man,
that's your first performance.
But at least he was meticulous about it. He wanted to make sure.
He was writing it down.
Yeah, he was make sure, and he asked him a couple of questions to clarify. So he made sure he got it exactly right.
Does it bother you when the waiter doesn't write stuff down?
No, I think that's impressive. Like, I think that's
some
incredible.
people
they get it right.
Some people get really stressed out about that.
Like,
though.
they'll have 6 people and they say, okay, and they're like, you're not going to write this down?
Some people get stressed out by that. Though.
Yeah, and then they're okay. Oh, I get it.
They want them to write it down.
Yeah, I get it. And you're like, okay, got that. And I'm like, there's no way this guy's going to get it all right. But they do. I've never had a bad experience that way.
You're a picky order?
No, God, no. Very, very rarely I'll say, but can you do this instead of that? But that's about the extent of my picky ordering. I'm easy, man. I'm an easy restaurant guest, restaurant patron.
So there's a new kickoff rule that has passed. What is your takeaway from this kickoff rule that I feel like in the XFL it was pretty highly regarded?
It was. My opinion, very, very strange at first. I think fans' instincts are going to be, oh, what is this, the XFL? Once you get used to it and you start watching it, you're going to love it. I think it's going to be hard to get used to. That's going to be in the Hall of Fame game as well. But after like about maybe a game or two, I think people are going to love it. It's going to lead to much better excitement. It's not going to be an automatic bathroom break. Frank Ross is going to have to get to work. He's going to have some things up his sleeve on that.
Kind of worried about him.
Yeah, I know. He's going to have to get to work. Can't wait to talk to him about it because he was not happy with last year on some of the rules changes.
I kind of disagree with Sean about Dameon Pierce. I actually think this makes Dameon Pierce more of a kickoff return option because they have less of a head start. Speed is a little less of a concern, them getting to you. And also, it's kind of like a traditional just hit the hole hard type of thing. I actually think this makes Dameon Pierce a little bit more valuable as a kick returner.
I agree with you.
Because I think power matters as much as speed now.
Yeah.
You're not avoiding the guys getting down there quickly. I actually think this makes Dameon Pierce a really, really good kickoff return option.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar during cross, but they didn't really bring that up because, well, let's explain the kickoff rule for those, as best we can, for those who haven't seen it in play. Basically, the offensive and defensive players, the vast majority of them, I think 10, line up on the receiving team side of the ball. I think the 35 and 45, something like that. You can't move. They can't move until the ball hits the ground, is caught, or goes into the end zone. So you got a lot of room. You got a lot of room to start going. And that's why I think Dameon Pierce might be pretty good at this, because it's not like he doesn't have any moves. Like, it's not like I'm running straight, and just tries to power through. He does have some moves. It was more the offense and reading the blocking that was an issue for him. But like on a kickoff in an open field, I think he's going to be pretty good. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think Dameon Pierce has a spot on this team now.
Yeah, it could well be.
I think he's going to be a good kickoff returner.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to be real good kickoff returner in this.
Yeah,
like real good.
It's not like he just doesn't have anything. He does. It's just
we saw him take one to the house.
Yeah,
and I think he's going to be very valuable. Now, I actually think he benefited significantly from this.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to the new kickoff rule. Shout out to everything else going on. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We got to get to when we go to lunchtime confessions. I got to get into this Bajani gate last week.
Oh, what happens? Is there an update?
There's not an update. Just actually went to the tape, man.
And
man,
some
liars.
He did you wrong.
I just did a little bit of dishonesty, I would say. I think he might need a little bit of sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Timelines are a little bit off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
As in days or hours?
I don't know. I don't know. We got to investigate that at 12:20.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm here for it. I'm excited. Absolutely. Did you see the bridge fall in Baltimore?
Yeah, it didn't interest me.
Figgy, did you see this?
I saw it, and then I I saw it and then I just.
Isn't that the most terrifying
That's my
thing?
worst nightmare.
That's the most
Every time I cross a bridge, I always
But didn't
think
the boat
about
hit
that.
it or something?
Yeah, they lost power and
Yeah, it's not like they were just driving over. The boat hit it.
the whole bridge fell down, dude.
Yeah, not good.
The whole bridge fell down. That is I think that's a phobia, fear of bridges. And I don't know what it's
There's
called.
a fear of elevators too.
Yeah, there is a fear of bridges. I'll have to look it up. Are you looking it up?
There's a fear of everything.
There is a fear of everything. But that is like your worst nightmare. Absolutely your worst.
I think about that every time I'm going across that bridge going to Baytown.
Yeah.
What's that yellow bridge?
Yeah, the Fred Hartman.
Man, man.
Yeah, I don't even think about that.
Geophobia. Fear of bridges.
Yeah, it doesn't do it for me.
That was terrifying, and there's.
It's amazing how that stuff happens. You just scroll through it now when you wake up. It's just like, oh, okay, bridge fell.
It's a national disaster.
Yeah, bridge fell.
Big deal.
I'm moving on.
Yeah, exactly.
Back to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares?
That's just I mean, I don't know about who cares. It just doesn't do it for me. Just move on. A lot of people probably care. I don't even know where you start when that happens. What do you do?
I can just put yourself.
I mean, there's probably someone who can't go to work now.
Well, yeah.
I mean, what's the
but
alternative?
That's the least of your worries. You can find another way to get to work. There's bound to be another bridge over there. My thing is put yourself in the position of the guy who's driving onto the bridge and it completely collapses in front of you.
How many cars were on there?
I think they said 20 because it was in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I ain't see how many cars.
20-something. There were 2 official deaths, and they're still looking for some. I think 7 or 9 people. Yeah, something like that.
But they found some?
Mm-hmm. They found 2. Like
They found 2 dead people, and they found any live people?
They rescued a couple. They found a couple. And last report I saw anyway, and they're still searching for 7 or 9 people. You're just minding your own business, working the overnight shift, going across the bridge, and boom, it's gone. It collapses right in front of you. That Fred Hartman bridge is a little scary. You're talking about one with the yellow pilings and all that stuff? Yeah, that thing is a little scary.
Yeah, I just don't really know what's going on like that.
Yeah.
And on the 281, a bunch of people being killed doesn't move the needle. No, I just saw the bridge fall, and it's just you see so much crazy stuff on the internet. You go there, but yeah, let's be dramatic about it. Obviously, that's terrible. But I just saw the bridge falling. I was like, oh wow! Like, is it not weird how you just scroll through stuff and there's so much stuff that goes on, like whether it's past stuff or anything like that, and it's just that
it kind of show you that
world.
A lot of stuff been happening in this world where it don't even faze you as much as it would.
You get immune to it.
Yeah.
Because it's so available now. Like back in the day, you would hear about this and you're like, oh my God, and it would resonate.
It'd be on the news right now.
Yeah, it would be on the news. You'd be glued to it. Now it's in the palm of your hands, and you're just kind of immune to all that stuff.
Well, a lot of it's not even recent or anything, or they're just showing stuff from around the world. So you're just scrolling through,
and you're also skeptical. I am. I know a lot of people are of like what's real, what's not. That's where we are, man.
Texans opening the preseason Hall of Fame game against the Chicago Bears. Astros, they begin their season on Thursday. Cougs going up 45 to Dallas, already sold out. Wonder how many Duke fans there will be. But you got U of H versus Duke already sold out. I guess I think I saw the lowest price on Ticketmaster was around $250, which you get to go to both games at the AAC. Got to think there's going to be a little bit of traffic up 45 this week when the Cougs take on Duke.
Duke travels well. Well, I shouldn't say they travel well.
Duke travels well, and they also have a lot of fans.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
they're like the Yankees. Oh, I'm a Duke fan. Yeah. Really? When did you go there?
You had to pick between Duke and UNC, though.
Yeah.
Like growing up, you had to pick one.
Yeah.
You had to pick which one.
T-shirt fans.
Which one were you?
I was Carolina.
It was originally UNC, and then I kind of got tired of them, and then it was just back and forth. I mean, I wasn't like a fan, but who I would root for in the actual game. At first, it was UNC, and then I think post Dean Smith, Roy Williams kind of bugged me.
I've always leaned Carolina, but not so much because of Carolina, but because I just hate the arrogance of Duke.
Yeah, I don't really like Coach K either.
That's what I mean.
Really, I'm not huge on either, but you always had to choose which one.
Yeah.
You go back to the Dean Smith, the Michigan days, all that. There's just some interesting stuff going on.
And Jamal Shed front row at the Rockets.
Yeah.
How about that?
Oh,
that's what you get.
I need to focus, man.
Why is he? He watching film.
What's he doing out at night?
Should be watching film.
Did they have him take the shot?
I don't think so. I think
The
it was
first
just,
shot?
I think it was just courtside. Yeah, I think it was just courtside.
Speaking of the Rockets are one game over 500.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? I picked them to win 42.
Well, you're
What if I picked the exact
Astros and Rockets?
Yeah, I picked the exact Astros total and the Rockets 42.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's baby steps right now with the Rockets.
I never really panicked. There was, I mean, I didn't think they were gonna finish this strong, but I never thought it was like a lost cause season, no matter what.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Baby steps.
And they're getting some good ball from Jalen Green.
They're getting good ball from
Playing
him.
very well.
They're playing good ball in general. They're in the hunt, and you know what? Who cares if it's just play in? That's a progress.
No, that'd be a big accomplishment for them. They got OKC tomorrow, though. That's going to be a tough one. Right now, this win streak they're on right now at 9. You know, you've had 2 games versus 19-win Portland, 2 games versus the 14-win Wizards. I'm not trying to minimize it. 16-win Spurs sprinkled in. I mean, two teams with winning records, and now you're going to play a team that's really, really good in the West.
Well, they're doing what they need to do, and that's important. You know, they're proving they're better than those teams. It's not exactly a murderer's row, but they are taking care of business and they're in the hunt. So good for them.
Yeah, and I just some people kind of just roll their eyes at the play-in thing.
Mm-hmm.
The whole play-in thing is kind of a beat down to a lot of folks.
Well, frankly, I would normally minimize it or roll my eyes or whatever. But for the Rockets, it would be a pretty good step. It'd be a big step for them to do that.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, so Houston, you have a new owner. Now, we've looked at him as the owner for a while now, but Cal McNair is officially the owner of the Houston Texans. It was voted on unanimous, so he takes over for Janice. Cal McNair is going to be the owner of the Houston Texans.
We obviously knew this was coming. It was going to be a rubber stamp kind of thing, but it is significant, and it's really, really good for he and Janice. He and Hannah now to have it officially in their hands. They've earned it. I think there's a lot more confidence in them from the fan base, and they're making things happen. With the hire they made, they were a big part of that. With DeMeco Ryans, as we all know, with the uniforms, with all these things, just the entire kind of turnaround of the organization. Good for them.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, does this eliminate any future family drama? How does that work?
Probably not.
I mean, how do you figure it out though? Now it
helps them
because I think it seems like as you see more stuff happen since get ahead of us.
Yes, I think it was part of it.
It was to get ahead of this vote.
Definitely part of it. And I think I don't think it'll ever eliminate it because there are lawyers involved. There will be anyway. But I think it definitely helps them.
So there you go, Cal McNair, officially official. He is the owner. Texans have put out a statement continuing the legacy in H-Town. There's a statement from Janice McNair as well as a statement from Cal McNair. We'll get into that. We'll also hear from DeMeco Ryans. In the Loop continues next.
The Cougs survive. episode of your favorite shows here in H-Town. Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Cal McNair officially the owner. To remember when Cal McNair was Tommy Boy. Sell the team,
Let's
Cal
go.
was one of the main rally cries. Now, a new general manager in Nick Caserio threw the sticks for a couple of years. DeMeco Ryans, the chosen one, returns. You seem to have found a quarterback, and now Cal McNair, with all this momentum, is officially the owner of the Houston Texans. But what does it really mean? We'll get into that in a sec, but let's hear the statements.
Yeah.
Sweet Janice has a statement, as does Cal himself. Let's start. Ladies first.
Ladies first.
Janice McNair, the one who John McClain questioned for sitting in air conditioning. Janice, take it away for us. Let's hear Janice's statement.
Janice McNair's statement. The Houston Texans mean so much to our family, and I'm extremely proud that Cal will continue to lead the franchise moving forward. He's done such a terrific job as our CEO, and we believe this move is what's best for everyone involved with the organization to secure our future under Cal's leadership. I know how pleased Bob would be to see this, and our fans should be incredibly excited about the direction we're headed. I will continue to support Cal and the team in every way that I can, and, of course, be rooting for us each and every week.
There you go. There's Janice.
We have Cal.
What about Cal? What has Cal got to say about this?
I first want to acknowledge. I first
tell me a story, OG.
Okay. I first want to acknowledge the incredible work my mom has done over the last 5 years since taking over. She has been an inspirational leader for our family, our team, and our community. I can't thank her enough for the foundation she's helped build on and off the fields. And it's an exciting time to be a Houston Texan, and I'm honored to lead this franchise. This move ensures the long-term stability of our franchise.
There you go.
And we will continue to operate the way we have been over the last couple of years, pursuing a championship for the city of Houston while doing great things in the community and for our fans.
See, I think this ends potential family drama, or at least limits it.
That's definitely
it's his squad.
A part of it. It's his squad.
It's his squad, and it actually starts to make a little bit of sense as to why, perhaps, in my uneducated, legal yet educated-ish legal opinion, that maybe they were trying to get out in front of this to where before this could become official, maybe you could kind of put a stop to it.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I don't think that's the whole thing. Let me ask you this, though, because he and Hannah have clearly been sort of running things as CEO and obviously his partner.
Yeah.
Does anything change? Is there any stamp as owner that he wants that can happen?
I think one thing could change.
Really?
I think one thing could change. Do you think anything changes?
I think there's a real possibility.
Okay, what do you think changes?
No, I don't know. I'm asking because it's a legitimate question. I wasn't being like just rhetorical.
Like what possibility?
I think there's possibilities of like everybody who takes over a team, like your owner or you're the boss. Let's put it that way. You always have that one thing you've always wanted to do.
Yeah.
You know, that one stamp you want to make.
Yeah.
Impression, whatever. I honestly, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I think there's probably something.
Maybe I just don't know the guy as well. And I don't think that any of us would be able to relate to this. Really have an ego, which is weird. Like I don't know that Cal has like a massive ego to where there's going to be something that he wants to do. I don't think he wants to like. If anything, I think that Hannah sticks her chest out a little bit more. Even.
You think that's it?
I think Hannah perhaps sticks her chest out a little bit more, and she should. She's his. She's the yin to his yang, the zig to his zag, all that type of stuff.
We joke about riding together, ride or die.
I don't think Cal gets this done, and Cal just wants to stick it to anyone. I don't know. I just don't feel like he has the ego that a lot of people have.
I don't think it's necessarily sticking it to anyone. It's like that old line, well, if I were in charge, I would fill in the blank. You know?
But he's been kind of in charge, right?
He has been, but he's still kind of, I'm sure, running everything by Janice. Official stamp of approval, if you have to be official. And now I'm wondering if there's anything. 713-572-4610. I really can't think of
What
anything.
would you do?
I was asking a legitimate question.
What would you do?
If I were Cal?
Yeah. If you were Cal now and it's officially your squad, what are you doing? What's the deal?
That's me thinking, by the way. I know you're not supposed
Is
to.
it anything else to do?
I'm trying to tear down the Astrodome.
Oh, that's a good one.
Trying to tear down the Astrodome right away. Get rid of
You
that.
know what? You hit it. You
Get
hit
rid
it.
of that piece of crap.
You hit it square on the head.
That piece of junk.
I can tell you from conversations I had with his father.
Yeah.
Even though there wasn't a whole lot he could do because it's a county enterprise, it's a county establishment building. I wanted to do something with that. I think. Oh man, I think.
What do you mean do something?
Like tear it down first.
Yeah.
And then have something there, put something there that could enhance the Texans experience and the rodeos. To be honest, I always go back to like the Woodlands Waterway area. Stores, restaurants, a water feature. That whole thing right there is no bigger than where the footprint of the Astrodome is.
Yes.
You could lift it and put it right there.
Yeah.
That's just me. But something like that.
Make it pop.
Where people, it would be a destination.
Just make it a parking lot.
Or you could do that, but I could see something maybe a little more elaborate.
A little bar.
A little bit like the Woodlands Waterway area, you know?
I'm going to put a Pluckers there.
You could put a Pluckers there. What else do you want? What do you want there, Figgy?
Put a Quiznos.
I don't know about Quiznos.
I remember Quiznos there.
I don't know about Quiznos.
It's around the corner.
Yeah, it's right around the corner.
Yeah, it's too far, Maine. That traffic gets too hot.
Pluckers.
Yeah, put a Pluckers.
Nothing Landry's.
Put a no Tilly Petita. I'm gonna put a like a bar, like a outdoor bar area. Like you know what? I'm gonna put a Kirby Ice House there.
Have you ever been to the boardwalk in Orlando at Universal Studios?
Yes.
Something like that. Something like that would fit.
Could they support it?
Come on, absolutely. There's events there year round, and then with the rodeo and the Texans games, you know, imagine walking around the boardwalk for about an hour, get to the stadium early, walk around for a couple hours, then go into the game.
There was something pretty sad yesterday with the Cowboys.
What's that?
I mean, if you saw all of the media scrums and you saw just some of the attention that most of these coaches were getting and stuff, like you had Sean Payton, DeMeco Ryans, by the way, we'll hear from him at 11. Some audio that you haven't heard. We're going to hear him on why they traded Malik Collins. I think we can read between the lines there. Aaron Wilson asked him about the attempted trade of Keenan Allen.
All right.
We got a lot of good stuff from DeMeco Ryans coming up at 11 o'clock. Stuff you haven't heard right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But there was like 4 people around the Texans.
I would have best. I saw more than that in some.
It's just 4, man.
Really?
Not much. I mean, and we got to expand this media. That's my vision. I want the media to just expand. I want the Athletic to hire a beat writer, Brooks Cabina. Treat him the way he deserves to be treated, not the way the Chronicle treated him.
Yeah.
And then I want the Chronicle to start stepping their game up, man.
Yeah. Not only that, I mean, I think just in general, the Texans are going to be commanding more. That's why I would have thought they would have commanded more already, but not just from local, but definitely local.
Got to get it up, man.
Yeah, got to get it up.
They got to get that up. Does that happen or not?
What do you mean? Like if a team gets good?
I mean, yeah,
all the time.
Well, the Broncos stink. They just have the history.
Yeah, and that's Sean Payton.
Yeah,
you know, people want to get a part of that. But on Cal and Hannah, there's something, and I think you are onto something with the whole Astrodome partnership with the county out. There's something he wants to do, and maybe put his stamp on here and really elevate their presence because they're already very popular.
346 says like Globe Life Park in Arlington, no doubt. The Texans could use something like that.
Yeah,
I mean they could absolutely use something like that. Say what you want about them folks up in Arlington or whatever, but that is a very, very nice area that they got. 713 has a question. Would you really want to be the guy known for destroying the Astrodome?
Yes.
Do you take pride in that thing out there?
Yeah.
When you go out there? If you do, then I can promise you I know what your house looks like.
Yes.
It smells like cigarettes.
You're a
probably
hoarder?
have 26 cats.
Yeah.
You have probably the same clothes. You probably have like the clothes. You have every toy that your kid ever had, and the kid's been moved out for 20 years. If you like what the Astrodome looks like right now, you are a hoarder.
Yeah. little area like that, the Woodlands area, the boardwalk in Orlando at Universal Studios, anything like that. By the way, they're behind. Most stadiums and new stadiums and refurbishing that they're doing around the country has those things.
Yeah, and they don't have their old stadium just sitting there lurking.
Yes, and they're actually behind the curve on that. And why would the county not want to be a part of that?
Yeah, make it happen.
Yeah.
Be a hero, Cal.
Yeah.
Be a straight hero. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Controversy in two major sports, one of which can be connected to one of the bigger scandals that we've witnessed. That and a lot more as we localize it next on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But first, let's talk about Orchard.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Shohei Ohtani spoke yesterday, kind of. He did it through his new translator. How did you come away with your thoughts on Shohei Ohtani after hearing the translator?
I thought he came across believable, but there's always that, right? Because he didn't really read it. He had notes, but you could tell he was speaking from the heart. He was emphasizing some points. He was looking out at the audience and the cameras. Like, that was a very believable, and I don't mean this in a bad connotation, as a bad connotation. That was a very believable performance. I still can't get over some of the key elements here. Two key elements in particular. How did, what was his name? Pay, his translator. How did he get access to Shohei's account? Because Shohei said that, he stole from him, he took his money, he paid, whatever. How did he get access to Shohei's accounts? That's a very big question that he did not answer. I've seen a lot of people talking about this. You'd be surprised how many athletes don't really handle their money. Yes, I understand that a lot of athletes don't really handle their money. But two $500,000 wire transfers? If you don't see that, then the people handling your money should see it and alert you. So how did that happen? That's number one. And then the thing that I've been saying forever when this first broke, $4.5 million floated? Dude, doesn't happen. It just does not happen unless you have some assurance from the money guy.
They just got to let this go.
I
think move on from it.
I think they will let it go.
Yeah, just let it go.
Yeah, I think they will let it go. How did it hit you?
I don't want him to get in trouble. Like, I don't care what he did. I don't care if he was point shaving. I don't care if he was point shaving. I don't care if he was throwing games. I don't care what he was doing. I don't want baseball. Baseball cannot afford to have its main attraction go down like this. So I don't, and quite frankly, morally, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Baseball, it's a 162 game season. If I could find a way to point shave, I'd point shave. Run shave, whatever you want to call it, whatever the appropriate term is. I don't want Shohei Ohtani to get in trouble. I don't care if the Astros got done. If people believe that the Astros got done wrong, I don't care if people hate the Dodgers. I don't want Shohei Ohtani to get in trouble. That's all I care about. Just leave him alone, move on, let's go.
Well, I think there is a line. I don't agree with your I don't care about point shaving thing. I think there is a line.
So you morally offended if Shohei Ohtani bet?
No, it would be a different story.
Is it called run? I guess it'd be
run shaving, whatever it is. Yeah, but we know the term. Like if he gambled or knew about the gambling. First of all, I don't think he did. But if he did, as long as it wasn't that, because that really is sorry. But I'm with you. I don't want him to get in trouble, and I don't think he will get in trouble. I think the MLB is not. They're dumb, but they're not stupid. Yeah,
and I think the Astros were let's just be serious. I mean, if you think that they got some sort of intense treatment that no one else would get, that's just kind of the way it goes. Mm-hmm. Red Sox, Yankees, Dodgers, they get favorable treatment, I guess. I don't know, but I also don't necessarily think that the Astros didn't deserve the trouble they got in.
They don't deserve it to linger.
Yeah,
but at the time they did. They got they got less than what some people say they deserve. They got less than that.
So there's also controversy in the NFL. The Texans, by the way, they're going to get the first taste of these new NFL rules. The hip tackle, whatever the hell they're calling it, and the new kickoff rule, which seems to be it kind of seems to be exciting to a lot of people.
It is to me.
The new kickoff rule. They seem to like it. There's videos of what it looks like in the XFL if you want to take a look at it. I don't know if all of you watch XFL, but there's a video of it. Opening the season in the Hall of Fame game is going to be interesting because, first of all, I think they're going to be throwing more flags in preseason. I think this hip tackle thing is actually going to end up being like the review for pass interference.
Just to be a taste
They don't call
of
it.
Yeah, it'll be a little taste of it.
They say it's a roll,
yeah.
but they don't call it as much.
Yeah, it could be.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember when you could review pass interference and it was never
And they're
overturned
like,
no matter
nope.
what? You could kick him in the
We got it
balls
right.
and tackle him, and it wasn't called.
We got it right.
That's what I think this is going to end up being. Tom Pelissaro actually threw that theory out, and I could see that happening. But in preseason, they're going to be throwing it like crazy.
Yeah, they want it to be a deterrent. The threat of a penalty to be more of a deterrent. But if you do it, it's not necessarily going to be enforced. You know, I agree with that. I think the video you're talking about on the kickoffs, I've seen a couple of them. Every one I've seen, it looks like Dameon Pierce would thrive in that situation. Like a running start, very few people on, pick one side or the middle, one side or the other or the middle. There's fewer people that can tackle you. I think he's going to thrive in that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think he's a more valuable kickoff returner now.
Yeah, I really do.
I think he's got a spot.
Mm-hmm.
Dameon Pierce is going to be hanging around. DeMeco Ryans, we'll hear what DeMeco Ryans had to say about trading Malik Collins, the attempt to trade for Keenan Allen. We'll see if he bites the hook there, as well as some of the other things that the Texans are doing and his actual role in the draft. That's coming up at 11. We'll get a nice chunk of a conversation that DeMeco Ryans had with the media types meetings here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
But the Hall of Fame game to me is, I got really excited about it, and for several reasons. You've mentioned a couple of them, but one thing that I think is going to, first of all, it's going to be cool having Andre there, all the former Texans. A bunch of former players are going to come. Kubiak will be there. These Texans, Cal and Hannah. They'll be the focal point of all.
Kubiak's doing the intro, right?
I got to believe he is. It's not official yet, but I got to believe he is. All that. But I think playing in the Hall of Fame makes the Texans better in a very small way.
Yeah.
They're going to start training camp, I think, a week earlier or thereabouts than everybody else. You got a bunch of new faces coming in, especially on the defensive side of the ball. You got a brand new running back. I think they're not going to play in the game, but they're going to get that extra week. They're going to have a nice break in the preseason. They're going to be able to get more work done like that. I think it also gives you a better chance of evaluating peripheral players, because it's going to be second, third, and fourth teamers that actually play in the game, and you're going to have them longer. Yeah. It's like a spring training in college, so you're going to be able to, all the guys that ended up being the Derek Barnetts. Well, he got here late in the year, but like those types Khalil Davis, guys like that, you're going to have a better chance to evaluate them. I think it helps the Texans. In fact, me being a nerd when it comes to stuff like this, I'm not a nerd, but when it comes to stuff like this, teams that play in actually have a higher percentage chance of making the playoffs for the last 20 years.
Which is really?
Yeah, I looked it up.
Really?
It's like a 5.5%. That's not a lot, but it's 5.5%. 5.5% higher chance of making the playoffs.
I'm calling my shot right now.
Mm-hmm.
Xavier Hutchinson touchdown in that Hall of Fame game.
That's a good bet.
Xavier Hutchinson touchdown Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, that's probably
he's gonna be on the field 4 quarters,
and then we're gonna be talking about that's Xavier Hutchinson,
and then he might not make the team.
Camp Crush. Xavier Hutchinson.
Mechie's getting in the end zone, too.
Mechie will get there.
Mechie's going to have 9 catches.
Yes.
And Xavier Hutchinson's getting in the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
You heard it here first.
Yes.
Does it bother you that, not necessarily bother you, but is it kind of, how does it make you feel that Andre Johnson's most memorable moment as a Texan was the uppercut to that slime ball?
I don't mind it. But that's, for me personally, that's not the most memorable moment. But it is. Look, you're right. By and large, people across the country, him bearing down, throwing some haymakers.
Oh, I was talking about his tweet to Jack Easterby. What are you talking about? My bad. I was talking about the uppercut to the other slime ball, the tweet.
No.
Oh, you're talking about the fight. Okay.
Yeah, the actual for that. Okay. Nationally, that's it. That'll be shown for sure. Hell, that might even be a statue ultimately at some point. But for me, it's the Washington Redskins game.
Ooh, wow!
back in the day.
Dump that
last second catch for a touchdown, huge in that season. That's the most memorable game for me. And the Arizona Cardinals game when he boom. In fact, that week, I remember saying when Andre makes the Hall of Fame, that's going to be on his highlight reel. You know which one I'm talking about? He bounced off a linebacker and 2 DBs into the end zone against the Cardinals. That was another one for me, those two.
He might surprise some people with that speech, too.
In a good way?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we know that when he speaks, it doesn't dazzle you how he says it, but what he says is always
Last
good.
time he was on with us, it seemed like he was pretty.
He was really good.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
He was pretty good.
He was very, very good when he was on with us. His content is excellent.
It's going to be a lot of Miami too.
He's going to start, yeah.
Oh, he's going to. I bet you that whole like early 2000s Miami's there too.
Mm-hmm.
Miami's going to be rolling deep there.
Well, Chris Myers for sure.
Yeah.
He's going to be front and center.
It'd be a deep.
He was on that team with
you presence.
Yeah.
Kubiak's going to go up there. God, he's going to be 10.
He's going to be 10. He's going to be funny.
God. He'll be 10. He's got to try not to cuss, though. Once Kubiak gets in front of a crowd, he'd drop a few F-bombs.
Yeah, he will. Yes, he will.
I know people don't really think about it, but when he gets up there and he'll step it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. No, I think Kubiak will definitely introduce him. All you guys will be there. All the former Texans, including former Miami guys that played elsewhere.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, yeah. He's going to have a lot of guys with him. Coming up, DeMeco Ryans with the media. He talks about the commercial things that have happened with the Texans as well as the plan heading into the draft. In the Loop continues. You're going to hear from your head coach next.
Celebrate opening day with Sports Radio 610. Join In the Loop. WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. What do the Rams have in common with P. Diddy?
Oh, man. I don't think they want anything in common with P. Diddy.
They're both fleeing L.A. Rams and Texans are going to have joint practices. Hall of Fame game. The Rams will be practicing right there. Another interesting coach to talk to, Sean McVay.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be in town, so the Rams are coming to town. They're leaving L.A., just like Diddy.
Yeah,
or he left Miami, right?
Yeah, I think he was in Miami. Yeah. But
he was pacing around the airport. They showed his house getting raided, and then TMZ has a video of him just pacing up and down the airport. I guess he hopped on the plane.
Well,
he's out of the country, right?
There was a plane, but we're not sure if he was on it.
A plane left and landed in another country.
No, it's in another country, and it's a country that doesn't have a treaty with the U.S.
Well, it doesn't have the extradition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that what Russell Simmons is doing, too?
Yeah, he in Bali or Bali.
Russell Simmons is doing his thing. So P. Diddy got out.
Yeah.
Just let him.
Barbuda.
Let it get him out of here. It's fine.
Yeah,
he's gone.
He's in Barbuda,
He's
which
done.
They can't extradite. That's not a good sign. You start scanning the list of countries that don't have extradition. Where do I want to go?
Well, and you were that ready to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knew it was coming, too.
Yeah. So, P. Diddy, we hardly knew you. I'm old enough to remember when he was telling me if I didn't vote, I was going to die.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember vote or die.
Mm-hmm.
P. Diddy, I mean, look what you were doing. You're telling me to go vote. What the hell is going on with you, my man?
Best
slime ball
extradition countries that don't have it. Barbuda's definitely up there. I don't think you want to go to the Congo.
So he'll be chilling. So does he just chill and just hang out? Because isn't Joe Francis there too from Girls Gone Wild? I think Girls Gone Wild. Joe Francis is in another country too, and he had all his people that I know of that have fled the country have been Diddy, Joe Francis from Girls Gone Wild, and
Russell
Simmons. I feel like I don't even have a childhood. I feel like I can't trust Def Jam.
Yeah.
Okay. Never was an East Coast guy.
Yeah.
See, I'm onto something, Figgy. You like that creepy ass stuff. I stay down here in the South, bud. I stay down here in the South.
Deep in the South, man.
Yeah, my guys just
don't
have
go
seizures.
digging.
Hey, I'm not going to Atlanta. T.I., you can keep that. He should probably go with Diddy. He probably had something to do with it,
Yeah, I
honestly.
was about to say, don't go digging, man.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're
I'm
gonna
not
be
going
disappointed.
there. Yeah, but yeah, I can't trust Def Jam. Russell Simmons. What's Gamora up to now? Lee Simmons.
And she just living her life, man. The last time I seen her, she was, I guess she got into it with Russell or something, and she was on IG Live. It was a big mess.
Okay, so Gamora's still a thing now?
Yeah.
Okay, so can't trust Def Jam. Can't trust Bad Boy. Never really did, to be honest with you.
Boosie did.
Boosie what?
Boosie did. Remember he said he linked up with P. Diddy?
Yeah, but he changed that. That was
I bet
before
he
it
did
happened.
change that.
He definitely can't say that in what just left New York City hooked up with Pete. He's gonna have to edit that. He's gonna have to edit that and wipe me down. Can't have that no more.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can't trust the reason that you would stay up past your bedtime back in the day and watch those Girls Gone Wild infomercials. Who would have thought that there was something sleazy going on there? But Joe Francis is gone. So right now,
that's where we're
in
at.
society, just can't trust everything.
Where would you extradite to?
Me?
Got to be in the Caribbean somewhere for me, like Barbuda, like where he went.
Here
are some options for you. You can go to North Korea.
Next.
You can go to Uganda, China.
Next.
Cuba. I think he made a good Burundi. Finland. Hey, Finland would be good.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Finland's a beautiful country, man.
No, I need some sun.
Yeah, for me, it would be one of those Caribbean islands like they went to. By the way,
I would probably just go down the street.
Down the street?
I would just go on a joyride.
They would find you.
I know, but it's cool. Once they find me, they find me. But I would just go down the street.
Yeah, but if you were a multi-millionaire and wanted to get away and just live your life, you wouldn't just go down the street. Brazil's not bad. They don't have extradition.
Yeah,
that'd be a good one.
I don't know. I kind of feel like you're a mark too once you leave.
Well, yeah, but they can't extradite you.
Yeah, but like all the criminal activity, like what the hell are you gonna do?
Yeah,
like I'm gonna rob your ass. What are you gonna do about it? You got no rights here, sir.
That's why you have to get a new identity.
So does this mean they're gonna have to cancel Diddy music now?
Well, it depends on what they find.
Be quiet, man.
So are we gonna get to the point where now all of a sudden, whenever they play Notorious B.I.G., they have to beep out Diddy?
Yeah,
like he's saying the P word or something like that. Like P Diddy, like they're taking out all Diddy hype. Bad boy.
They're definitely going to take that out.
Yeah, bad boy.
They're definitely going to take that out.
They're going to take out all that.
Yeah.
Can't listen to R. Kelly.
No.
God knows. Goodness gracious. But we can trust DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco Ryans was at the owners' meetings. He caught up with the media types. By the way, props to the media types here. This was a very efficient back and forth with DeMeco Ryans. A bunch of people who had content to put out, asking good questions. Here is DeMeco Ryans live at the owners' meetings, answering everything from why they traded Malik Collins to trying to trade for Keenan Allen, among other things. Here's DeMeco Ryans for you.
Dropping down from 23 to 40. So what was the thought process behind that?
Yeah, the thought process behind, moving back, in the draft is just, we feel like in this draft there is a large amount of players right in that second to third, fourth round. It's a lot of guys right there that can come in and help our team, right? We feel like that's where as I said, the sweet spot of the draft is this year. And so we're excited about that move, and we feel like we can add some really quality players to our team.
You guys chased Aziz last year, ended up on the Titans, playing against you guys, ironically, and then this year you're able to snag him. What does he kind of bring to the table, and how nice is it to have that familiarity with him from San Francisco?
Yeah, Aziz is going to bring a physical style of play to our defense. He's going to bring leadership. He had a really great season last year with the Titans, so seeing him 2 times a year, it was you could see the growth that he made as a player. He snapped for them. Last year he was healthy, so we're looking for him to just bring the same thing, bring that intensity, bring his leadership to our team, and just be himself and help us to be better.
Same thing kind of with DeMeco Autry. You played against him a little bit. Yeah. Nick was pretty excited about Autry. He said, he's the type of guy you'd bring him into the back alley with you.
Yeah, no doubt. If you watch the tape, Autry is a great football player. He loves football. You can tell it just by watching his tape and the respect that he has around the league, not only from offensive linemen but also other defensive linemen. Understand his play style and how effective he is as a player, playing inside, playing outside. He gets it done. So excited to add, his relentless mindset to our team.
What makes Danielle Hunter unique? Obviously, he's an accomplished rusher. He's also a local guy, and people call him very athletic for his size.
Yeah, Danielle's definitely a big guy, but he has the length. I think that's what sets you apart as a pass rusher. Danielle's length and his ability to consistently, get after the quarterback. He's had double-digit sacks multiple times in his career, and we're looking for him to add constant pressure on the quarterback. And I know Danielle is excited to be back home in Houston. We're excited to have him here in Houston because, not too many times, not often, you get to play in front of your family, your old high school. Like, a lot of people will be rooting for Danielle, so we're happy to have a Houstonian back playing for the Texans.
What kind of went into, we got traded for Mixon, what kind of went into extending him? He wasn't in the last year, the thought process behind extending him.
Yeah, same there. I mean, adding a great player to our team and wanted to, we knew we had to fix the contract, and that was the same situation there in Cincinnati. So you can add a great player to your team. I think he's deserved what he's gotten, and that's all the guys in their contracts. They deserve what they've gotten. They've shown it on film, and that's the result of him being a consistent player in his league.
Why did y'all end up trading Malik Collins, and do you feel like y'all still need another defensive tackle?
Yeah, we'll continue to, look to add to our defensive line as much as we can. Not easy. Losing Malik. Malik was a good player for us, did a lot of good things for us last year. And I know he'll do a great job out in San Francisco.
At wide receiver, Keenan Allen, you guys saw an opportunity there. You kind of mauled in that, and then ultimately they did it with Bears. But just that thought about the receiver position, as far as wanting to always look for more weapons?
Yeah, with that, as I speak about our entire team, like I want to upgrade our entire team and continue to get better, and I think that's what you have to do each and every year. So every year we'll be trying to upgrade, we'll try to get better, and try to find guys that help our team. A lot of things are talked about that are discussed that may get reported, but we're looking to add to our team. Sometimes things work out, sometimes they don't. So we'll continue to do that.
With the two corners, so Kuda and Henderson, who same draft class, have been on a couple teams now, what's kind of the thought process there? Is that just, hey, we see something, we trust our staff, we're going to get it?
With two corners, I see young players, right? Young, talented guys who, for wherever they were picked, it really doesn't matter to me. I see young, talented guys on tape, long guys who can run, who can play sticky coverage. It just have to be more consistent. And sometimes guys just need a new scene, right? Hopefully change the scenery helps these guys out. But it's adding those guys we just talked about, man, you want to come in and compete. So it's competition, and that both guys understand that. And as much healthy competition as we can have on our roster, that means we're getting better. If our depth is getting better, we have guys actually competing for spots, and our team gets better.
The moves you guys have made have been well received publicly. Now people are talking to you guys kind of like in that Super Bowl window. How do you guys go about, handling those type of expectations going into 2024?
We don't discuss those expectations. For us, it's about getting better every single day, and that my process doesn't change. My mindset about our expectation doesn't change. If each guy is focused on themselves, they're focused on getting a little bit better each and every day, each and every week, and we'll be exactly where we need to be. The expectation from the outside really doesn't matter because of the expectations we put on ourselves. That's what matters the most, and no one is more critical of us than we are. Mm-hmm. And I want our players to feel that same thing, our coaches to feel the same thing. Are you striving to be the best in the NFL? If you're striving to be the best, then we'll be where we need to be.
You all ended up.
Have you kind of saw season the teams turned into a bit of a destination for players? Whereas maybe previous years it worked out financially, okay, but the success the team has had, have you kind of heard that from players? And I know there's players publicly talking about they love to play for the Texans. Like, have you kind of felt like you guys have turned into a destination for players?
For us, it's about adding the right guys. So if guys want to play for us, that's great. But it's about adding the right guys to our team. I guess it's cool to hear that guys would like to come and play for us, but we also have to understand we're going to work here, right? It's going to be tough working out in the Houston heat. Guys understand that, but I think the excitement from guys wanting to come to Houston, it comes from our young players, CJ, Will, Tank, what those guys were able to do last year. I think people see that from the outside, and they see the talent that these young guys have, and they want to be a part of it.
Do you have an update on how Tank and Titus Howard and some of the other guys are coming off of surgery type deals?
Yeah, Tank is doing really well. He's progressing well. He's on track. We should have Tank participating in our offseason program. Titus as well. Titus is recovering. He's doing well. Hopefully get him back in training camp.
From going into year two, what's your kind of like your thought process in evaluating how you did year one, schematically, CEO type? What's that thought process, and what's that process like when you reevaluate yourself as you try to improve going into year two?
Yeah, as the evaluation process goes, right, it's really great when you step away from it and we're able to go back and watch ourselves and just look at it with clean eyes. Right now you're looking at a lot of free agents, looking at a lot of drafts. So it's clean eyes as we watch our scheme and see where we can improve, where we can be better as coaches, and we can definitely improve in a lot of areas. Right? We can teach it better. We can make sure our players understand what we're asking them to do. We can continue to add the right talent, the right guys to our locker room that will be a part of us winning. But it all starts with just, not for me. I always tell our guys I don't have all the answers. So I always look at myself and I'm always trying to get better. Let's talk about expectations, all those things. It's all about, man, how can I improve as well? So I'm studying it and seeing where I can help our guys be better. And if we all make those adjustments, players, coaches, all our staff, like our team will be better this year.
You do a couple more. You briefly touched on this earlier, but you guys added obviously some great pieces with Aziz and Neil, but you also lost some good pieces. So I'm curious, what do adding these particular pieces that you add allow you to do better? Because you all seem to be a little bit more targeted on defense in particular and getting new guys. What does it allow you and your defense to do kind of going forward?
We're just looking to play better, sound football, trying to play dominant defense. I think if you want to win in this league, you want to be successful in the playoffs, right, you got to go and stop some pretty good quarterbacks. So that's where the defensive line comes into play. We ask who can get it done up front, and that was kind of our emphasis going into free agency.
What goes into your role in the draft process? Does the scouting department bring you guys? Or are you just pouring over guys that you like? Is there a list you work off of? Like, where do you fit in the scouting process and the draft pick?
Throughout the draft process, I'm combing through all the prospects, as many as I can. So I'm going through. I go by position, and I watch all the guys as I can in the position, try to rank guys and see target guys that I like as I watch them on tape and see who fits us schematically. So it's a lot. Sometimes coaches are bringing guys to me. Hey, check this guy out. Scouts. So a lot of different people are throwing players at me to put my eyes on, but it's a lot of great help. And to do well in the draft, it doesn't work without our scouting department. They do so much of the background work before we even have a chance to look at the college guys, where they set us up for success by all of the detailed work that they do, going to the schools, visits, like making sure they have all the information that we need to make sure we understand who we're bringing into our building. So the credit goes to Lipford, the scouting department, for what they do. Yes, they do an outstanding job.
Your second free agency with Nick, what's your collaboration like with him, and what is your role when it comes to saying, okay, this is a guy that I watch the tape on. If the money, he does that. If it works, I really like this player. How does that interaction go, and what did you think of how he did in free agency?
Yeah, me and Nick, we're talking every day, meet every morning. We're discussing players, so no decision is made without myself and Nick working together on that, on who we're bringing in. And it works out well, but we both kind of see the same players in the same light, and we know what we're looking for, and we see football the same way. So that makes it a lot easier when you're working with someone, of Nick's just experience and his background. He's done it for a long time. He's scouted a ton of players, and so having him to lean on has definitely been helpful to me throughout this process.
All right, that's DeMeco Ryans. A lot there. So the Keenan Allen thing was interesting. It seems like he is wanting to improve the wide receiver room. I don't think he liked Malik Collins as much as a lot of people did. I don't know if it's something defensive where maybe you're not staying in your lane as much. I don't know if he thought he was replaceable and that the contract that they were giving him didn't necessarily warrant what they were getting from him. But I read between the lines and I hear the way he speaks on him and what they actually did, and I do not think that DeMeco Ryans liked Malik Collins as much as a lot of people may think that he did as a football player.
Well, I think the best part, to your point, is the way he works in collaboration with Nick Caserio. I think it was as much a business decision as, like, can we get this guy? Can we get this type of player and not have to pay that? And they collaborate and they say, yes, we can. So I don't know if it's like we didn't like him, but we didn't like him at that price or in that role.
The NFL made significant rule changes. The Texans are going to be the guinea pigs for the icon. One of the funniest men in entertainment has a rule proposal that might take things a little bit too far in the NFL. Plus, there's a theory, much to do with nothing, about nothing. Ado of nothing. Lopez always helps me out here. Next.
How does Coach DeMeco come? There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy.
All right, so we have a new rule. I actually think the NFL has, for all the talk about hip tackles and stuff, I think the NFL has possibly made the most exciting sport with the most magnitude. I think they may have added one of the most exciting plays in sports with their decision on the kickoff.
Yes.
The more you look at it, I am wondering, did the NFL, because I think the best play in sports, and I'll give him credit, I think Colin Cowherd said this a long time ago. This was like 15 years ago. But I think the best play in sports, what do you think is the best, most consistent play in sports?
Consistent?
That happens often. What is the most exciting play in sports?
Probably like a punt return, a kick return.
Third down.
Well, yeah.
Third down is the most exciting, and I think that adds to the excitement of NFL because you're trying to move the chains and you're trying to keep the ball in your possession. It's third down.
Yeah.
It's not like in the NBA where you have the ball and there's, the possession, you figure it out. Baseball, but third down is the most exciting play in sports. And now the kickoff is going to be I wasn't like a big complainer of what was going on with the kickoff, but now we've seen what happens in the XFL. There's going to be a lot of strategy into this. So I'm actually really excited to see what this looks like. And I think the NFL might have hit yet another home run when they really didn't even need to. They're basically just running up the score now. But they're running up the score.
They're trying to always add on.
Because when they evolve the right way. The NBA is the opposite.
Yes. The NFL is greedy, and it's a good thing for us. And I was a big complainer of the kickoff. How many times do you hear me say it's a waste of time? It's a complete waste of time. Well, it's not anymore. It's not a waste of time, and this is what I wanted, and this is actually exactly what I wanted. I referenced the XFL often. I think it's going to it's going to go so far as to actually affect roster makeup. With guys that are maybe faster, little small kickoff turn. That kind of thing, coverage. You have to be able to cover some ground because you can't start running until the ball either is caught or touches the ground. And so I think it's going to affect roster makeup. I think it's going to be a very exciting play. I think we're probably, triple, quadruple the number of kickoff returns that go for a touchdown. It's no longer a waste of time. I like it.
I think it's going to be exciting, man.
Yeah.
And I wonder if this, does it? I think it helps Dameon Pierce. I think the way that this is laid out, it could help Dameon Pierce. It's a more physical situation, the kickoff, like at least from like a running back perspective. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. I think Frank Ross might actually be excited about this.
I think he should be. I think he is.
And I bet he's pretty giddy.
Yeah.
There's another rule proposal out there, and this one probably will not pass. This is from Larry David. He was on the Rich Eisen show. Larry David, he wants to impact special teams as well.
Yeah, he does.
He wants to just flat out eliminate goalposts. This is Larry David explaining why he thinks goalposts should be eliminated in America's game.
Okay. Doesn't anybody see what I see? I don't know. Is it me? There's no reason for them. Suppose there was a baseball game and there were two parallel bars in deep center field that were 12 feet apart, and you could get a guy off the bench to hit a fungo, and if he got through the bars, you'd get a run. I mean, what's the point? It has nothing to do with the game.
He went on about goalposts in the NFL. And the weird thing is, like, when you hear him explain it, you're like, you know what? Yeah, he's right.
Nah, hell no.
Yeah, he's right.
Hell no.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Kickers matter too.
Yeah.
There's a theory. The other rule that passed was the hip tackle, which has led to a lot of football players questioning. Apparently, you just can't lift your legs up when you grab a guy.
I'd like to see this thing in practice.
So I guess you just can't lift, like when you're sliding on him, you can't lift your legs off the ground. But if your legs are on the ground, then you're okay. You just can't like lift your legs up and like put your whole body weight on him.
Or the videos I've seen doesn't look like they're lifting their legs.
Yeah, I don't know about the videos. I think the Mark Andrews one would be the one to watch.
Yeah.
But Tom Pelissero was on McAfee on ESPN. He actually has a theory that I think is the right theory. I think we could be seeing another version of when they made pass interference a challengeable call.
Mm-hmm.
This is Tom Pelissero's theory that he threw at McAfee on ESPN.
Here's what's going to happen. This is my prediction. They know that the officials, it's really hard to see, right? They've never been trained to look for this before. On top of that, they have no way to practice it. Like any new rule, you're normally looking at in camp, right? And you're okay, we're looking for holding, this type of a grab, whatever. Nobody's hip drop tackling their teammate. There's basically no tackling in training camp. So the first time you're going to be seeing this is in the game. So what I would predict is going to happen is you will see some flags in the preseason. You will see a ton of fines, a lot of which may end up being overturned, but you'll get a flood of like 15 guys got taxed, and what they'll hope is that sends the message, it scares everybody, and they eradicate some of the technique before the regular season.
But the technique is not taught. You talk about them not being able to watch. Like, that's not a
like
technique
horse
that's
collar. It's
taught.
not like you're grabbing the collar.
Well, I would say this. So I had one head coach tell me yesterday, they think that the real motivation here by the league, besides obviously wanting fewer injuries, is they think there are some teams that do teach it, that do suggest leaving your feet to use that and the unweighting, as they call it, onto the back of the ball carrier's knee or ankle.
I don't think so.
And so
That guy needs to be out of the league.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing is.
Let's punish the coach, not the the technique.
Well, remember when, in the early days trying to eliminate helmet contact, like launching was kind of the standard, like you couldn't leave your feet. And then they realized this is stupid because sometimes the worst hits, the guy's clearly still on the ground and just delivers the contact. And you shouldn't be going, there's one toe on the ground. I think it's similar to that, where they're going to look for the most flagrant stuff. Again, you'll see a ton of fines. Everybody's going to lose their minds in August. We actually get into the games in September. I would bet you will see this called almost never.
There you go.
Yeah, I could see that.
That's his theory.
I could absolutely see that. I think that, and obviously the Texans are going to be one of the guinea pigs with the Hall of Fame game. But I think the NFL is so good at sending messages and then kind of backtracking. You mentioned the pass interference earlier. I think that was a great point. That they're going to legislate it just as a deterrent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it adds an element, man. Like if your product's good enough, controversy's not bad. Now, if your product sucks, as far as like magnitude, and you do see MLB have done in different ways, you can't overcome it.
Yeah.
But a controversy among a really good product, a really meaningful product, it's not the worst thing. Speaking of controversy, I cannot wait to hear what you have to say about this.
About what?
I don't know. Sometimes you lose your you lose your coconuts whenever you
never ever
whenever you
ever
talk about certain things.
What are you setting me up for here?
I'm just asking you about Taylor Swift because there's been a couple of things that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce have done this offseason that
Did you see my tweet?
I just really want to get – I did not. I just want to get your take on this.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 3 things, and I want you to just break these down. First one is they've gone on vacation to I think it's the Cayman Islands or something like that.
Yeah,
Barbados.
It's
I don't know
something
where the hell they went.
It is. It's Barbados. Yeah, it's Barbados.
All right, so they've gone to Barbados and they hung out. They spent some time together, and now there's photos of them kissing in the water and all this. And those exact photos are with you can see Taylor Swift with her former exes in those exact same situations at the exact same place.
Okay,
is this fair or foul? She's just taking Travis Kelce where she takes all the other exes.
This is my place.
Fair or foul?
I think it's fair because I think she's probably comfortable with the seclusion and the, I guess, security.
I don't know,
of some of these places.
She can mix it up, though. It's not like she can't mix it up. They're in the same water, the same towel, 2 different exes.
Yeah. No, I saw that. This is the tweet that I sent this morning, and I was very much tongue in cheek because there's a
picture of her that looks like she's yelling.
She
doesn't look like she's yelling. She looks like she's chilling.
People are using that as like she's yelling.
Trav had it and if she is, who cares? They're dating.
Yeah,
she's gonna yell at him.
Well, but she's not. Like I saw the video that this was screenshot from.
Yeah,
that she was just like trying to make a point. Yeah. And she was like talking, and animated
about that.
Maybe she's saying the new rules suck.
Maybe she's saying that.
Something.
So people are gonna, but this is where, and I'm gonna bring this up again when the internet goes nuts because they have the internet going nuts. I meant confessions, not internet going nuts. You might be right on something here, with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Okay.
There is paparazzi.
Yeah.
All over.
It's a lot, man.
All over them.
Now, here's something else they did.
It's going to be interesting.
Here's something else they did.
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted to get a workout in.
Mm-hmm.
So they decided to go to the gym. They went to LA Fitness. Common folk, right? LA Fitness.
Yeah,
How about
man.
that?
Regularly. That's where I used to be a member.
They kicked out all the members, and they took over the gym for 2 hours so they could have their own personal workout.
Yeah.
And normal members couldn't work out.
I have no problem with that.
Y'all are absolute slime balls for that.
No. Look at this slime ball.
That's pathetic.
I have no problem.
That's pathetic.
I have no problem with that.
Normal folks are trying to go get their workout in. They're trying to figure some stuff out. You can afford personal gyms and stuff like that. Y'all want to sit there and try to be common folks.
Not
you
when
want to
they're
sit
traveling.
There, okay. But let me sit there and fake chug a drink that's 1/8 full and act like I'm some sort of common folk. And then I'm going to go shut down a whole damn gym. And when people come in America and people are trying to lose weight and you're throwing them off their routine.
You're putting way too much thought into this.
They can go to hell.
How many times have you seen a sign on the door? Lifetime Fitness.
They go to hell.
Lifetime Fitness will be closed from 2 to 4 p.m. today. And you're like, okay, I'll go earlier or I'll go later.
That's a joke.
Huh?
That's a joke of them.
No.
Common folk.
No, because then they made it well worth that Lifetime Fitness's while. They probably paid enough to get there. No, I have no problem with this at all. They got to work out. They got to get a workout in. And in a gym, people are going to be taking pictures of them either working out, heaven forbid, in the dressing room, stuff like that. No, this is all perfectly fine. They made it worth their while. People can adjust their workout schedule.
It's terrible.
No,
it's awful.
Fine.
Then don't try to be a common folk. That's all I'm saying.
They're not
No,
common
okay,
folk.
well then don't sit there and try to act like you're chugging a drink when it's 1/8 full.
People who aren't common folk chug drinks. Like everybody does that.
Let's go hang out with Ice Spice, you weirdo.
No.
Like they're friends too.
You're reading way too much into
Taking
this.
Ice Spice in the suite. You got a Super Bowl suite, you're taking Ice Spice. That's not a plant. Get your ass out of here.
You were reading
fakest duo in the world.
No, they're
shutting down a damn gym.
That's fine. That's all good.
Ought to be ashamed of themselves. Coming up, the hits are lit. The Texans, they have a new boss. Kinda. They have a big game. Kinda. And the Cougs have a big game. Definitely. Next.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, a new owner, or the same one, depends how you look at it. Cal McNair has been voted unanimously by the other NFL owners to be the majority owner of the Houston Texans. He replaces his mother, Janice McNair. So now it's officially official. Cal McNair has the title that I guess he's wanted for a long time, but now I think the mama, and who knows what it means for the future. I saw Hannah yesterday said something like, yeah, and his mom wants him to be in charge or whatever. She said she threw a little something in there. But, yeah, Cal McNair officially the boss.
And I think he's going to be a little more active.
He's going to be the same damn dude.
No. Well, hold on. We were talking earlier. I asked you the question, does anything change? You brought up a really good point. I think you always want to put your stamp on it. I don't think he's going to do anything outrageous. But you start legacies. You start, this is the Cal McNair officially official Cal and Hannah, if we're being honest, legacy that's starting here. Maybe they can really embrace the whole Astrodome thing and really start
tear it down.
And really tear it down.
We talked about that at 10:20. Tear it down.
Yeah, build something really cool there. I think and officially official, he's in the club. He's always been respected as the CEO and gone to the meetings because Janice doesn't. But now he's in the club. There's 32 of these, and it's a very elite club, and I think they're going to put their stamp on it, and it's really good. They are, as you said, certainly kind of, getting out ahead of maybe some future strife within the family, but all those things are true.
He's going to be the same dude.
I don't think he's going to change as a guy, but I think he's going to want to put his stamp on things.
But what else could he have done though? Like I feel like they changing the uniforms. I feel like he pretty much did everything.
It's not his personality either. I don't think to.
It's a team, ride or die.
Well, then Hannah can be the personality.
Yeah, and she will be. Yeah, I think she absolutely will.
She can be the personality.
But now they're there. They're in the group. They're in the club. I think it's just human nature. If you become boss of radio, there's going to be some things you want to do and leave as a legacy.
John, see me in my office, please. Seth, give me a call when you can.
Oh God,
Radio Lord,
the Lord of Radio. No, but you will. It's his human nature. Maybe the dome, maybe something else. Things are happening, though. Got the joint practices coming by the way, Puka Nacua against Derek Stingley.
But that's in the slot, right?
Doesn't matter.
They're going to travel him?
He goes everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you admit something to me about Cal McNair?
Sure.
You and Sean took it a little too far with the burger flipping.
No.
Y'all made a little bit too much of that.
No.
Can we be just a little bit honest?
Y'all
were way too high on the burger flip.
I'm being completely honest. He asked me to go over there.
Yeah, y'all went over there, but then y'all acted like he I don't know, was...
I never did that. In fact, I did a video about this is burgers. Tell me about brisket and all this other stuff because he does like to
cook.
cook.
Y'all acted like he was basically, I don't know, like saving the community or something like that.
Never did.
The burgers.
Find the audio.
Y'all are pretty hyped up about the burgers.
Find the audio where I did that.
Figgy, were they not pretty...
In the audio. Find the audio.
I feel like a lot of people was gassed up about
I said it was a good gesture. Is that being gassed up?
No.
Yeah.
But, remembering the burgers, the one thing I do remember about the burgers? Dude. Sean's face was effed up. What happened?
He was red.
What happened?
It was hot in there, man.
But dang.
It was hot.
Have you never been by a grill and outside? And
I don't know.
I don't
think he's done a whole lot of that.
Because that's like
maybe steaks.
But at the call, that's every Saturday that type of guest. He came in, I was concerned.
Yeah, he had a red face.
I thought he might have had a lawsuit with Cal. Texans will face the Bears in the Hall of Fame game this year. It's going to be the first game of the season. It's going to be the first game with the new rules. Yesterday, the hip drop tackle was banned. Today, they adopted the XFL kickoff rules. So I think the Texans are kind of going to be the guinea pigs. It's going to be the first look that we get of the Houston Texans and the NFL with the new rules. I think they're going to be flag happy.
I think they're going to be flag happy. I think they're going to be talking about it a lot because the league's going to be watching. And you know what? It doesn't really matter. It's just a preseason game, but we're going to get a good glimpse of that. We're going to get our first glimpse of the new uniforms of this defense. It's all good, but I think they're definitely going to be flagged a lot or whistled a lot for those types of things.
Should it be a live flag if someone walks into the restroom in hand and stands by you at the urinal and unzips with their other hand and then just starts spraying a little bit? I'm asking like a real life flag.
Are they looking at their phone?
It happened during the break.
Like looking at their phone.
Yeah, I'd never seen the fellow before. I don't know what department he worked in, but I walked out. He was like deeply like pissed. So I just kind of let him have his space. I don't know. He's frustrated, like
yeah,
and had like a box. I go in the restroom. I stand at the urinal. Dude comes in. He's holding his phone in his left hand.
Yeah,
I think it's playing something. He stands at the urinal, unzips with his one hand, and then he's using the restroom. It's getting on. I think it's kind of getting on his shoe a little bit.
All over the place, yeah.
And I'm just like, what's going on?
If you can't put down your phone or put it in your pocket for 2 minutes.
I mean, it's one thing if you're in the stall.
Yeah, that's the library.
That's like your newspaper. That's your newspaper.
Yeah, magazine, whatever.
But one hand and you're sitting by someone else right there.
Yeah, if you can't do that for 2 minutes, that you might have an issue.
What's going on?
Ain't even
here?
2 minutes.
Not even 2 minutes. Well, it's 2 minutes for me.
Also, at what point do you not put the volume on, man?
Huh?
At what point do you not put the volume on?
Always. If you're in a public place, you always have headphones or whatever.
I apologized to someone in the elevator today.
Because you had to play something?
No, hell no. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, I would put it on my ear at little volume if I was doing that.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Yeah.
And Figgy showed up with some guy who had First Take on full blast. And we happened to stop at 5 rows. Heard a whole damn First Take segment.
Yeah.
That man was chilling. But today, there were 2 guys on the elevator, and, it was closing. I just was going to let it close and, get on a different one. I didn't want to be the guy that held it up.
Yeah. I do that all the time.
One of the guys held it up.
For you. And then you have to get
And then I got on, and then 2 more.
Yeah.
He got off. I told the guy, "Hey, I apologize. I was going to let it go, man." So don't. Yeah, I was waiting for another one, sir. So
yeah,
I apologize to you, my friend.
I had a guy on the elevator today say, "Man, love your all show. I'm just sorry. I've been a lot busier from 10 to noon when I usually used to listen, and I just went full promo." I said, "Man, we got the Odyssey app. You can just go do whatever you want. Go back and listen to everything."
Yeah.
He's like, "Really?" Yes, really.
Yeah, the Odyssey app.
Yeah, the Odyssey
app.
You
listen on the Odyssey app. What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, you got a problem.
100%.
I was all about it today, and it helps. So we got a new listener.
The Texans signed another corner, Miles Bryant. He was on the Patriots the last 4 years. I think he plays slot. He was in the 2020 draft. So they now have 3 corners from the 2020 draft. I don't know much about these corners. I just know they're guys.
We got
they
plenty.
have a lot of bodies.
We got plenty.
NFL draft theories are beginning. Last year, the Texans had the number 2 overall pick. We didn't know what the hell they would do. Apparently, Tom Pelissero says that the talk out of Washington may not be what you think it is.
Everybody's always trying to figure out, especially at the top of the draft, what the other teams are doing. When I've had conversations here, know Adam Peters well, know the situation well. The most popular answer for what they do at number 2 is J.J. McCarthy. So a lot of drama.
Odds have gone down on him, too.
J.J. McCarthy, yeah, the odds are way down. If they take J.J. McCarthy number 2, that would really set things off, and that would put the Arizona Cardinals in an interesting spot where the hell do? You going to trade back?
Yeah, I would trade back in a heartbeat.
You think they want Marvin Harrison Jr., though, man?
Yeah.
When you passing up on Marvin Harrison, you that down on him, Figgy, because he didn't speak to the media and didn't work out?
I mean, if you could get a couple first-round picks out of that for somebody that's thirsty for a quarterback.
So
and it would be a high price.
You passing on Marvin.
It'd be a high price.
Yeah.
Might get them at 5.
Rockets are officially above 500. They're 36-35, half game behind the Warriors for the play-in. They got Oklahoma City tomorrow. This will be the 3rd team that they've faced with a winning record in the last 10. So they've beat up on some pretty meh teams. The Jazz have 29 wins, Bulls have 34, Spurs have 16, and then Wizards have 14. They beat them twice. Blazers have 19. They beat them twice. Not trying to minimize it. I'm just saying tomorrow's the real test because this is one that you need to have. You give yourself a little bit of a cushion. Then you got the Warriors at the start of April. So it's a big one.
I think look, it's going to come across like you're minimizing it, but
it's icing.
But I get your point.
It's icing. Well, all I'm saying is I don't. There's a seesaw, right?
Yeah.
Before this win streak was going, there were some people that were a little bit disappointed. My thing was that they've accomplished a lot.
Yeah.
Like they're learning about their guys, and now they're learning that Jalen Green has try to balance that with everything going on. You wonder, is he better without Şengün? Can we get these two guys to gel? Mm-hmm. But even before then, I was saying it's been a good season. They've changed the culture. We'll see what happens, and that's what they need to do. Now I don't want to get to the point where if they get blown out by Oklahoma City, it's the sky's falling or anything like that. It's been a successful season no matter what for them.
I think what this streak proves is you're not the dregs of the league. You're not at the bottom. You are beating the 19 win, the 14 win, the 16 win teams. So I think you're proving that much. You're taking a step. That you're not at the bottom of the league. So I think it's even though it's that, you're proving that you're not that.
8-3-2. They beat the crap out of Cleveland, and Cleveland is good. That is true.
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell was hurt, but he was trying to play on one leg. Kind of happens. But yeah, I mean it's good. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow's going to be a tough test.
Yeah.
And I want them to beat them, and I want a flagrant foul on Chet Holmgren. Not an injure him, but he deserves a flagrant foul, as does Alexander for that dumbass commercial.
For the commercial?
Yeah, for the commercial. I don't want them hurt. So don't sit here and clip me and say I want them hurt. But I want them hammered to the ground for that dumbass commercial that they have.
Who's that again?
Going on. Who are these guys?
Yeah, that's what my wife
Who are these guys?
I saw the commercial. Who is that?
Disgracing Christina Aguilera as one of her greatest hits. Who are these guys?
Yes.
March Madness picks up Thursday. The Cougs are going to be in Dallas on Friday. Shout out to the Cougs. There's going to be a lot of people going up 45. I might try to drop into that game. It might be a last-minute thing.
Oh, really?
Ticketmaster. Right now you can get in for $200, but I wonder if once the first tip-off. I'm going to say what's up to my mom. I might cross over, go there.
Oh, you're going anyway?
Yeah, I'm going anyway.
Oh, well, hell yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to go to both games.
Yeah.
I just want to go to that one.
Yeah.
So maybe not. If you're there, it's going to be a fun time. Look on U of H website and all that for all the information. DJ Burns also going to be there.
Yes, he is.
NC State.
Yeah, they're going to have that clash of 1983 again.
Well, NC State's got their hands full.
Yeah, they do.
They're going to have to figure something out.
Yes, they do.
And DJ Burns, apparently, this was on Pardon My Take. I listened to him yesterday. I did not know this. He has a vending machine hustle.
Is a vending machine hustle.
He owns 2 vending machines. Here is DJ Burns talking about that side hustle.
You sell vending machines?
I don't sell them. I just own a few. I have 2 myself.
That's incredible. So how did you get into that?
That was just, there's a guy who played at Auburn named Josh Dollard. We were just talking about what are ways to make money outside of basketball so you're not like one-dimensional as a person. And that was one of the things he showed me, and I took after it.
You have 2 active right now, and it just makes money for you? What's in your vending machines, though? That's very important. I hope it's not...
To be honest, I can't eat what's in my vending machine.
Okay, all right, that's a good thing. Okay, all right.
Yeah, don't get high on your own supply.
Yeah, but it sells well for sure.
All right, what kind of vending machines are these? Is he just
That's
saying
a good hustle, man.
Is he just saying he's on a diet?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That's a great hustle.
I was actually looking into getting into that too.
Well, you remember when I used to hustle at basketball games with my boy Hart, we were at every game on the floor. Part of the reason that the people in the front office would hook us up.
How come?
Because he owned all of. You remember when they used to have basketball cards and you could pull out and you would get the cards?
Yeah.
We would give him our commons.
Oh, okay.
So he owned like 10 around the arena.
Yeah.
And we would just give him like 5,000 counts of boxes, so we would have like a pass to every game.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's pretty good.
He was breaking bread on that.
Yeah, I long time ago, I almost with my brother at the time. Well, he passed away. With my brother, bought a Red Box. Those were expensive, though, man. We backed out at the Red Box.
They still have those, bro.
They made some money, man.
They still have those.
Yeah, they made some money.
It used to be nice. Shout out to Redbox. Coming up, DeMeco Ryans talks about Cal McNair being voted as owner as well as Houston as a destination. We'll discuss next.
All right, guys, you've been feeling a little tired. You've been feeling a little
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here with you in the loop.
I was looking at Twitter. Figgy, did you see Sean's latest post?
No, I didn't.
Well, I'll send it to you here in a minute, but you may want to look at it. Got his earliest Christmas picture ever. Guess who he took a picture with today?
Oh, I see it now. C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud. That's what he does. That's what he does. I'm waiting
That's
for
a nice suit.
It's a real nice suit, but he does that every year. Landry, have you seen it?
With whose suit?
Here, I'll just show you, and I want to get your reaction.
Is it Sean's?
I want to get your reaction.
Is it Sean's suit?
Earliest Christmas picture ever. With CJ.
That doesn't even look real.
It looks like it's a cutout, doesn't it? Like it's been photoshopped.
Yeah, what are we doing there?
Yeah. Well, he's doing a luncheon or something, and got his picture with CJ.
Okay. That looks fake.
It does look fake.
Does that not look photoshopped?
It does.
This is fake. This is fake. This is fake. Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's fake. On my mama, that's fake. On my heart, on my life, my little brother's grave, I could die right now. That's fake.
In that.
Oh, wait a minute.
What does CJ look like in that picture? Does CJ look comfortable?
Well, comfortable might be a little bit.
I mean, but does he look like, hey, yeah.
Or
is he kind of like, yeah, you know?
There you go. It almost looks like it was cut out.
Yeah, that
he got to post the original picture, man.
Yeah, that doesn't look real at all.
Doesn't look real at all.
Yeah, it looks fake.
That's what Sean, he likes to do that every Christmas.
You like that? What are you saying?
He did one with JJ and Altuve, remember? And then Paul Wall.
He's a big Paul Wall fan.
Yeah, he's a huge Paul Wall fan.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Enormous.
Bigger than Landry Locker.
Yeah, he's big time, man.
big time.
I'm sure he was talking about the People's Champ. 2005.
That's right.
It's the People's Champ, Paul Wall and Michael Watts.
His favorite song is Still Tipping.
It's the People's Champ, August 2005. It's the People's Champ, Paul Wall and Michael Watts.
Yeah.
Sure, he was all over that. Get your mind correct. You think he knows what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. He's a huge fan.
All I'm saying is this, okay? Since you've taken me here, if I ended up getting a picture with Paul McCartney, I wouldn't use it as my Christmas card. I don't like Paul McCartney.
Yeah, you would have been like, okay, that's Paul McCartney.
What the hell are the Pendergast doing with Paul Wall as their Christmas card?
Sometimes I just...
I'm just asking.
I just bring these things up for my own amusement.
I'm just asking.
Exactly.
So were you dogging the suit?
No, I was like this.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't dogging the suit. The suit looks good. I was just saying, like, they are all about getting the celebrity...
What'd you say before that? The suit what?
Looks good. You don't think it looks good? It's a good suit. No, it's a nice suit. You don't like it?
No, I was just asking your take. I don't.
No, I like it.
I
think it's good. I've seen him in that suit before.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's good. All I'm saying
you like
is,
it, Fig?
I think it's good.
Yeah.
I think it look good on him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sean, his tradition is to take pictures with celebrities and make it his Christmas card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't like that tradition?
No, I think it's fine. It's just not me.
What would you do?
Not that.
What's your Christmas card look like there, Hot Shot?
Well,
since you're the Christmas card critic.
Full disclosure, we haven't sent Christmas cards in a few years.
Yeah, so this sounds like a personal problem that you don't send Christmas cards.
Oh, now you're turning it on me?
Besides my man's Christmas card. My only problem was Paul Wall. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You got to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, I get that you like Jose Altuve. That's cool. But Paul Wall, what are we doing?
You're the one that says that Sean and I, although it's mostly Sean in my view, but whatever, likes to rub elbows with rich and famous people. And he does that every year with his Christmas card, kind of announces it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he is. It's what they do. It's what they like to do. So.
Like even T. Mill. T. Mill will take pictures with athletes. But I think his Christmas card is always the dogs and the wife.
I think you're right.
Right?
Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's always the three dogs and the wife. You know how, like, T. Mill, as soon as C.J. Stroud throws a touchdown pass, you know what's coming from T. Mill.
What's that?
A picture of him and C.J. Proud of this guy.
See, like Sean does like to do that, and that's them, and that's fine. It's not me.
I feel like you're just scared to say what you really want to say here.
I'm telling you exactly what I
like the picture with CJ.
I'm saying that's not me. I'm not like, look who I'm with.
I want to see the original though.
Yeah.
Is that the original?
That's not the original.
Yeah.
Because CJ's shoes are like cut off.
Yeah, no, they took the background out.
Okay.
Why? Yeah,
I don't know. I want to see the original picture.
There must have been other people there because and they wanted just them.
I don't know if that's going to look good on a Christmas card.
Yeah,
did they crop somebody out?
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, but it's not. I don't think that's going to look.
Who's on his Christmas card list this year to take pictures with?
It's just CJ. That's the Christmas.
No, they usually do 2 or 3. Last year was
CJ's wearing a picture of Jesus. So
was last year JJ and Andre and somebody.
I thought last year was Paul Wall
and Altuve.
I thought last year was Paul.
Yes, no. Last year's was Have Yourself a Goat Christmas, and it was a picture of them with that's what it was with Altuve, JJ, and Andre, and it was like Have Yourself a Goat Christmas.
God, man, you know how CJ's just a freaking baller.
How's that?
By the way, I was on the elevator ride from hell.
Right now?
On the way back.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's why you was late? A little bit late?
You wasn't late.
Yeah. I was 30 seconds late.
Mm-hmm.
First time, I don't even know why.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what happens. I go to get on the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
Takes a while. All of a sudden, Leroy says, "Hey, I'm going to go with you." I say, "Okay." Leroy gets on the elevator. We go down. Leroy, knowing that I have to be back up here, he decides he's going to order before me when I'm just getting a soda to bring up here.
Oh,
so he's being extra friendly. Leroy's being extra friendly.
Oh,
hey,
no.
sweetie, how you doing? Oh, yeah, good. Oh, blah, blah, blah. And then he orders the chicken tender basket.
Oh, no. And you're
then
like, I got a thing
Then he
here.
orders the chicken tender basket. I swipe real quick. I get out. I go on the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
This guy commits 2 penalties. 2 penalties.
Another
on the
guy
elevator.
or Leroy?
Leroy is waiting for his chicken tender basket, so he's down there, but he's already delayed the process. Commits 2 penalties.
Yeah.
He got a dirty look from me the whole way up.
Yeah.
First of all, you squeezed your ass in when the elevator was already shutting.
Okay.
That's
Don't do
penalty
that.
number 1.
Yeah, don't do that.
Then his dumb ass gets a false start and makes it even worse. You know what a false start is on an elevator?
He hit the wrong button.
No, it's where you step over the damn line when the elevator door is closing, and then it opens up, and then 3 more people walk in.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's offsides.
Yeah.
You got to tighten up, buddy.
Yeah.
Suck that gut in.
Yeah, you just gave him a dirty look.
You've already run through here like damn Tom Cruise from Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
And then you're going to sit there with your fat gut out across the line to where the elevator door goes like a...
He pulled the Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, he goes like that.
Accordion.
Boom, boom.
Yeah,
and then it goes back out. And then 3 more people coming in.
Yeah. And you're sitting there saying, man, all I want is my Coke Zero.
And then there's a whole conversation going on the elevator, and you know what's worse? So this guy committed 2 penalties.
Mm-hmm.
The person by me committed 2 more penalties. You know what they did?
What's that?
Oh yeah. Oh, that house?
Oh no.
Yeah. That's
closing the deal.
Wait for it. Oh, that's kind of a neighborhood where you have like a $3 million house in one area, and then it's going to be that. You should see the house that so-and-so lives in, blah, blah, blah. So that's penalty number 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad enough to be on the phone on the elevator.
Yeah.
You know where it gets worse?
What's that?
When all of a sudden, what? I can't hear you. I'm on an elevator.
God.
So then the volume goes up. You're already yelling. You're on an elevator, and then the volume goes up. So I had 2 people on the elevator ride committing multiple penalties.
Yeah. And you just want
and not to mention Leroy with no etiquette.
What was Leroy thing? He knows what we do.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if he do.
Why don't you just get in front of me, Landry?
Yeah, hey, go ahead. You got to go back up.
Yeah.
I don't think he know you do a show.
Yeah, I mean, he goes in there and talks to Figgy and hands him his weekend itinerary during the show.
He asked me why I ain't go to the Halloween party.
Yeah, that's right. Does Leroy know what we do?
He don't.
I'm telling you, man.
I'm surprised he ain't tell you to sit down there and have lunch with him.
I'm telling you. But I mean, you can't. If you're going to commit one elevator, you're allowed 1 penalty. We all make mistakes.
Yeah, that happens.
Sometimes you're on the phone. You can't commit 2 penalties in an elevator ride. That can't happen.
No.
Buddy, if you like this is here like if you're the last person, like, it's just common etiquette, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's common etiquette. If you're the last person, like, gets invited somewhere, let's say you're the courtesy invite.
Yeah, like
you
they
get
tried to
invited
give the tickets
party.
to somebody else.
Yeah.
They tried to invite,
Like Johnny's having a cook-off, he ordered steaks, and you get invited. You don't go get the steak first.
No. you don't even sometimes go.
You know,
'Cause
you're
you know, like if it's a Saturday night, hey, we're having steak night, ribeyes, and you get it Friday night, you may not, or Saturday morning, you may not even want to go.
Yeah, and
because you're the backup.
If you sneak into the elevator, don't have your gut over the line.
Yeah.
Bud, DeMeco Ryans, Cal McNair is the new principal owner of the Houston Texans. 0061 on the text line. God, he's always on it. He said, quote, "I'm surprised Tyler hasn't posted Hannah on his Twitter and said, proud of the new owner of the Texans."
Still got time.
Someone said, "Landry, chill out. That was me. I'm too fat for you. I'm sorry. I have a couple of medical problems I've been dealing with. Don't fat shame me. I'm trying."
Well, then don't rush your fat ass in the elevator.
I think he's just tweaking you. I don't think it was him.
No, I'm just saying, wait for the next one. Yeah, take your time. Don't sneak in and then do that.
Yeah.
Was he running late or something?
Obviously not, because he went off sides.
Mm-hmm.
He went off sides on the elevator. That's 2 penalties.
Yeah.
Can't do that. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about Cal McNair as an owner. This is the head coach talking about the new principal owner of the Texans.
Yeah, Cal has been outstanding to work with. Him and Hannah both. What I always loved about the organization is that family environment. And Cal has been great to work with. With him, working with myself and Nick, it's just awesome owners. And it's great to work for great owners, great people, right, who truly care about the players, they care about the people working in the organization, and that's what I think sets them apart. It's just their heart. They're really very genuine. They love football. They love to win. They're passionate about it, and we are as well. So it's easy to work together.
I think that's the ongoing theme with the Texans that we're experiencing. They're all on the same page in terms of like just how they are, like their priorities, and sometimes like especially Bob McNair was almost penalized for being like, I want good guys, I want this type of team.
Well, sometimes they took it too far.
Maybe, yeah, and not maybe, yeah. You're right, they did. Sometimes.
I mean, I don't know that Bob.
Yeah.
I don't know that Bob does even some of the stuff that the Texans have done at this point. He ain't bringing back Lonnie Johnson.
Yeah, no, you're right. But they were penalized for wanting the right type of people. I think they have all the right type of people, and they're all on the same page. So that's another good thing about this whole dynamic.
On the text line 713, Landry, bring a Coke Zero with you to work and put it in the break room fridge. Presidential plan. I want to go down and get a soda. I want to support the ladies down there.
We should.
It's never been a problem.
Whatever happened to our vending machines, though, man?
It's never been a problem.
The vending machines are gone, and we used to be able to go get one all the time.
2020 took it out, man.
Yeah, we had 2 vending machines.
Yeah, 2020.
We did.
Yeah.
Down the hall. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. Here we go. Here's the 832. Let me see this real quick. When do we go from sports to stupid elevator talk? I don't know, man.
What's wrong with that?
Switching the music.
Yeah, it's life. It's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, this guy here. Mm-hmm. Goodness gracious. What does he look like? 832. When do we go from sports to stupid elevator talk? I'll tell you right now what he looks like.
Okay.
A weasel.
Give me some stats.
All right.
I want to know some film breakdown.
All right, it must be a slow news dive. It's freaking Tuesday before March Madness and the Astros start.
Yeah.
And there's owners meetings going on.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to do here? 281, if you can't stand people breathing or blinking in an elevator, maybe you should just avoid people and use the stairs. I don't mind you blinking, breathing, talking, anything like that. All I'm saying is you can't commit 2 penalties. Is it that big of a deal? I'm accepting of 1 penalty.
Why?
If you rush in and you're the last person to rush in, cool.
Yeah.
But don't be the person that steps over the line and then opens it open for 3 more people. If you're on the phone, that's fine. Don't all of a sudden start screaming, I'm in an elevator when you're talking on the phone.
Yeah.
I'll accept 1 penalty.
But it's
you
not
can't
even
have
that.
2.
It is that, but it's not just that. Like, I'm always fascinated, and this is why our listeners, except for the 832, are enjoying this conversation. Like, this is something that we all can relate to, and I'm dumbfounded that just simple common courtesy is ignored by people. Simple. Easy to do. Hey, call you back, getting on an elevator. How hard is that? You know what? I'll wait for the next elevator. How hard is that? Just simple common courtesy. I can't believe that people are still just ignoring that.
It's just elevator, man.
Yeah.
We got places to be.
You dang right. You did. You certainly did.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need to buy me in.
By the way, those chicken strips downstairs,
They're good?
They look pretty solid.
Mm-hmm. John McClain used to pick up food there every week.
Yeah, then he lost some weight, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lost some weight. Sean Pendergast, I'm assuming they're going to have some audio from CJ for yesterday?
A private little function.
Yeah, he did like a one-on-one interview or something like that.
Christus Foundation.
Christus, yeah.
Christus?
Mm-hmm.
Christus, which is what?
It's a hospital group.
Oh, okay. Christus.
Yeah.
So it's not a Jesus thing?
No. It's a hospital group.
Okay. I see CJ's rocking the Jesus shirt.
Okay.
You know you're a badass when you can go to River Oaks Country Club dressed like CJ is.
That's true.
I'm being serious. Like
No, you're right.
I'm not even hating. I'm saying that's baller, bro.
Yeah.
He's got the kicks on, the pants, the jacket, and just the T-shirt. That's when you know you're the king of the city.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to CJ Stroud. Coming up, Lunchtime Confessions. A necessary investigation. I thought this was very necessary. We're going to check the tape. Plus, I think we might be sleeping on a specific squad, and I think we need to keep our eyes open for them. Lunchtime Confessions next.
Celebrate
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time. By the way, we got a big investigation here. Biggie, I don't know. I don't know if you're a very good teammate after this, quite honestly. We're going to have to look into this.
Oh, wow. Oh, word.
But it is time.
I learned from the best.
To confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So we'll start with sports first here. Hard Knocks needs to go away, doesn't it?
No. Why does it impact you?
It doesn't impact me.
Man, you don't watch it. It's cool.
No,
what do you care?
Just like any other show, but let me explain.
What do you care?
I don't, and that's a problem because it's supposed to be.
So it goes away because you don't care.
No, you're putting words in my mouth. It needs to go away because it's not delivering what it's supposed to deliver. It's a big sham, and I think it's putting one over on a lot of fans. It's already dying a long, slow death. So teams voting on changes to eligibility today. I think one thing is passed for sure. Like first-year head coach, you don't have to be it. That's the same. 8 years instead of 10 years. But this is the one. They're not going to have as much access to teams. Like they've agreed that they're not going to have as much access. Well, what are you doing? You're just doing a report, a whatever hour-long report on a team. Now, one thing that just passed less than an hour ago is they're now going to do the in-season Hard Knocks. Now, this one is a little more interesting.
They've already been doing that, though.
With a division, not a single team.
Oh, God.
That passed like less than 10 minutes
ago. So you're forced to do it.
Like they're going to have.
Are there rules with the division, or do they just get
I haven't
to
dug in that much on that. But what they're doing.
That's sick, though.
This one is good.
That's sick.
The preseason needs to go away.
Boy, if they do the AFC South in the middle,
they're gonna do a divisional in-season Hard Knocks.
Sign me up.
Now, clearly, during the season, understandably, you don't have as much access.
Yeah.
But it's going to be pretty cool to see.
Access. They get pretty good access.
But it's going to be great to see how they go back and forth with the division.
That'd be awesome.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of the division, I think people are sleeping on the Colts. And I'm not sitting here saying that I think the Colts are on paper a better team than the Texans. Mm-hmm. I think they have their biggest question is at the most important position of all, quarterback. And I think both of us lean towards not necessarily believing that Anthony Richardson is him.
Yeah.
But I don't think Shane Steichen got enough credit for what he did last year. And the fact that I don't even think he was top 5 in Coach of the Year voting, that's a disgrace. Mm-hmm. They were a drop pass away from their secondary was depleted, and they've just like filled some holes. They haven't necessarily swung for the fences, and we've seen Chris Ballard have good drafts. So am I sitting here saying that I think the Indianapolis Colts, like I'm going to pick them to win the AFC South? I'm not. But I tend to look at Jacksonville more than I do Indy, and I think that might be a mistake because I could easily see this being a 3-horse race in the AFC South. And my confession is, I think we're sleeping a little bit on the Colts.
I think you and I have been talking a lot about Steichen and the Colts.
He's awesome.
The only question being, what is Anthony Richardson? But I do agree with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think, Landry, you were right, and it always pains me to say that. But I think you were right. I'm not sure Travis Kelce had any idea what he was in for.
Yeah, this is hard. I mean, it's hard to date Taylor Swift.
If you look at any social media right now, there's a fake-ish picture. The picture is real. The snap of the screenshot of it is real, where Taylor Swift looks like she's yelling at Travis. But if you look at the video, she's just kind of being animated in a regular conversation, and they're holding hands and all this other stuff. But that happens. And then there's pictures of them in Barbados and like kissing and frolicking on the beach.
The same way she did all her exes.
Pictures.
Same place.
Yeah. Well, that's a different story. Pictures from like other balconies.
But he's having to see that.
Paparazzi. Yes.
But that's part of the paparazzi experience because now he's having to see him in the exact same situation as the exes.
He's been an NFL superstar, but he's never experienced what he's experiencing right now.
I mean, it's basically like I'm sure that some guys take girls to the same restaurant, but imagine if that girl got to see her sitting at the same table
Yes.
with your two previous exes. It's a rough life.
Yes, it is.
It's tough.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Happy Gilmore 2 coming out on Netflix. I got to tell you, got to confess, I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm intrigued to see what Adam Sandler can put together. There's going to be a senior tour angle, Shooter McGavin, all that. Sign me up for it.
Yeah, no, I'm intrigued. I don't know what expectations I have, but I'm intrigued.
Should be low.
They are low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
why not?
No, I'm definitely intrigued.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It's hard for me to admit this, but I'm in. I'm 100% in. For the first time in almost 2 years, I did a TikTok this morning.
Okay.
I know they're talking about closing down TikTok and all this other stuff.
Yeah, okay.
But it's so big and it's so so many people are into it. This morning I woke up, I was drinking my coffee, and I saw this TikTok. I've got like all these followers and I don't post anything. I've got like a bunch of followers. I don't know.
What do you mean a bunch of followers?
Like they just happen.
How much is a bunch?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't really look that closely, but what I'm saying is I always get notifications. These people follow you.
What are you doing, like dances?
No, haven't done anything in 2 years. So I said, you know what? I got to post. So I guess I'm a TikToker now. I'm going to try.
Do you be on there often?
Go on. The notifications. I haven't been on there in 2 years. I'm on everything else, and I'm very active in everything else. But I guess do y'all do TikTok?
I have one, but I don't really use it.
Yeah,
I
was
think
me.
I have like 1590 or something.
I don't even know what my number is. But Figgy, do you do TikTok?
Not really. I try to. I don't really like it.
We need
like
to,
that.
as a show, start doing more.
I think they need to just ban it.
Well, they're talking about that.
Yeah, just ban it.
They're talking about that.
I'd be good on that.
But it's enormous, and it's one of those things that you just absolutely can't ignore. Because I'm on everything else. Why not on TikTok? So I did one TikTok.
TikTok University.
Yeah, I need to learn.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I wanted to investigate this. It was brought to my attention on the Loopholes Facebook page. By the way, 610 Loopholes Facebook page if you want to join. Fun experience. We have the Slime Off on Fridays at 1:20.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently I won, and that's nothing new.
You and I were both off on
I think I'm
Friday.
the all-time champ.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I deserve it 99% of the time. Quite frankly, I should win Slime Off every week. So I'm not disputing winning the Slime Off, but what I am disputing is the manner in which I won it. I was at least intrigued, so I decided to go to the tape. So Sean Bajani was filling in with Brandon Scott.
Mm-hmm.
This was on Friday. Figgy was here. Didn't really help me out too much. But Figgy was here, I guess. His presence was here.
Yeah.
And this was how I ended up getting the slime. I want to start and pause through this just so that we can fully grasp
Let's
this.
dig in.
All right, this was Sean Bajani Friday with Brandon Scott giving your boy the Slime Off.
Here's my nominee. It's Landry. 2 reasons. Let's see. Today's Friday. I'm getting on the elevator yesterday around 3 o'clock to come up and do my show.
All right, let's stop there. Because Thursday, I rode with John Lopez.
You did.
Down the elevator.
Because I was going to be off the next day.
Yes. And I said goodbye.
Yes.
To John Lopez.
You should have a good time. I
on
did
Thursday.
that fishing trip for the charity and all that.
So I did not see Sean Bajani in the elevator or at the elevator on Thursday. So he's already got the day wrong.
Yeah.
He's getting off of the elevator. He's talking, with some other tall individual. Maybe they work up here, maybe they don't. Never seen the guy before in my life.
Well, he used to be the head of sales, and now he's one of the top sales guys in the buildings. His name is Bob Merrill.
Mm-hmm.
And Bob Merrill does work here.
know him.
Yeah, you might want to say hey to him, buddy, Mr. Area 45. So I was talking to Bob Merrill on the elevator. It was actually Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
It was after we'd spoken to the Texas A&M kids.
Yeah.
For a couple of hours. The Texas A&M kids.
The graduate students.
So it was actually Wednesday. So the day's wrong. The guy, the random tall guy, he's got an office right there. If you want to go say what's up to him. Yeah, he was telling me about his BA experience and some ideas that he had for us. And there
was?
Yeah, come on. Here we go.
life. We make eye contact. He's in the elevator.
Head nod.
I'm trying to get on. I say, "What's
Head
up,
nod.
Landry?" And he walks right past me, says nothing.
Having a conversation, head nod. Having a conversation, head nod. By the way,
Keeps on going, minds his business, just completely ghosts me. 2, let somebody know you're
By
not.
the way, he said it was 3 o'clock. That thing ended at 4:30.
4:30.
Yeah, that thing ended at 4:30. So don't try to act like you're getting here that early. It was 4:30. Okay.
As a side note.
Yeah, it was. It was 4:30. The sitter usually gets off.
Yeah.
At 3:30. So I'm rushing home and talking to Bob and going and giving you the head nod.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's continue.
Own show. Communicate at least. You didn't even know until late, Figgy.
He texted me like a few hours after the show.
I didn't know that he wasn't going to be here not until 7:30 this morning when you texted me like, "Hey, you got a Google Doc working?"
Yeah.
And I said, there you go. I know, because he's done it before. Let somebody know, bro. I nominate Landry Locker because he is.
I figured.
Hold on just a sec. I didn't know that I was off till I didn't know that I was off till Thursday at 4.
Well,
I texted you and Figgy.
No, I will say on the way out, I told you, you said have a good time or whatever, and you said, yeah, I'm kind of thinking.
You said, I'm pretty tired of my anniversaries tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to.
And I said you should.
Yeah,
but you didn't make it official till later.
Well, I didn't get the official word from the boss.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to text, I guess. Mm-hmm. That's the rule. Okay, let's continue here.
Or somebody else let you know because he hit me up and said, "Hey, I'm taking off with Lopez."
Thank you. My boss,
So I'm
our
like,
boss,
all right,
Parker, let me know a few days ago, said, "Hey, can you do Thursday's show since you're not doing your own show, Area
Hold on.
45 that night?"
So he let you know 3 days ago on Friday that you were filling in, and you didn't even think about touching base till 7:30 on the Friday the morning of. All right, continue.
Night because of college basketball. Can you work with Landry? I said, sure, let's do it. Little did I know it's B. Scott.
Yeah.
Which I have no problem with. Love B. Scott.
Now, he did text me later on, probably around 5.
Yeah,
Johnny
when
and
I
B.
got
Scott. I figured y'all knew that.
I knew morning came where I'm doing like my midnight, my middle of the night bathroom run or whatever it is, and I'm like, you know what, me and Bajani still haven't chopped it up about this show that we got going.
You know
on.
how OCD I am. I would have sent you a Google Doc like 3 days ago.
Hold on. You know how OCD I am. I would have sent you a Google Doc 3 days ago, but I figured out that I was filling in and working with Landry 3 days before Friday, and I hadn't even touched base with him on Friday morning at 7:30.
Yeah.
You know what I'm OCD is now? You know what the equivalent of OCD is? He doesn't even have the days right. He doesn't have the situation right. You can say a lot about me. Organizing a show is not like that is not something that is even remotely close to something happening. So you're so OCD. OCD is the new I just care so much, and that's why I'm single. Yes. It's the new like I'm a 50 reason it is I care too much.
Yes.
Like I'm so OCD that I knew 3 days before that I was going to fill in for you, but I waited till Friday morning at 7:30, and that's when I found out.
Yeah.
So which is it? That's my question. If you knew you were going to fill in 3 days before, like the credibility here is a little bit rough.
So are we going to have like a counter slime ball?
No, I'm not even going to. I'm not even. This is so slanderous.
Oh, slanderous.
And so out of control to say that I'm not organized and you're so OCD that you did not know till 7:30 that you were gonna fill in.
Yeah.
And that's my problem. Come on, brother. And let's get a taste because this was the last time before this that Shambajani, Mr. OCD organized. Mm-hmm. This was the last time that he filled in. He filled in with Adam Spillane. Let's hear how organized and ready he was.
Oh, wow.
Let's hear it, Mr. OCD.
In for Landry Locker, I'm John Lopez. John Lopez. In for Landry Locker and John Lopez.
Can we redo that last? I mean, my God.
Was that bad? That was really bad.
You had to do it 3 times.
Two times. One, I forgot to turn my mic on.
Right.
Oh wow! Okay, there you go. Hey, that's that 3 day. That's that 3 days ahead right there. Let's go a little bit later on in the show. Let's hear Mr. OCD can't even get the day right. Here's more from Bajani.
713-572-4610. I'm exploring all options. Coming up next, we'll play the hits, day's top stories. It's In the Loop. Stay there. In for Landry Locker and John Lopez. He's Adam Spillane. I'm Sean Bajani. I lied. We'll play the hits coming up next. Hey, first time I've been on the show in a while. But what?
You're having a rough day.
No, I'm not. Why are you making a mountain out of a peas? Oh. You know, you could have stepped in and helped. You are the co-host, right?
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, ass.
Screwed up the tease.
What an ass.
You talked without the microphone being on, and then you called yourself John Lopez.
All right.
That was last second.
Hey.
You're not saying, you're just saying.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Dang, that might be a counter slime ball, but you're not even want to mess with it.
No, I don't even want to mess with it because, quite frankly, I think the slime off is going good. We just got to keep it going, keep the momentum going.
Okay.
Speaking of slime.
Yeah.
Biggest scandals in sports, a bracket in the spirit of the Shohei Ohtani controversy next.
How does Coach DeMeco
that it was actually, in fact, Ipe who was in debt, and told my representatives that I was paying off those debts. All of this has been a complete lie. So Ipe obviously lied basically didn't tell me about the media inquiry. So Ipe has been telling everybody around that Ipe has been communicating with Shohei on all of this account to my representative, to the team, and that hasn't been true.
I feel like if you watched the whole thing, you Shohei come across as seeming very sincere. Like he had a prepared statement, didn't even really look at it. He was kind of speaking to the camera, speaking to the people in the room, very authentic sounding. And as much as he sounded authentic and it's believable, it's just it's not believable that what he said can be. Is that likely to have happened? Like, how did Ipe get access to his account without him knowing or his financial people knowing? How did 2 wire transfers? These are things that he didn't address.
He's rich.
Of $500,000. Look, and people have said all over.
He's loaded, man.
All over social media, over Twitter. Hey, you'd be surprised how many athletes don't really know what's going on with their money. They have financial people. I understand that, and I've heard that myself over the years. I get it. But 2 $500,000 wire transfers, that's the thing that just keep resonating. And I honestly don't believe Shohei himself bet. I just don't believe it. Doesn't need to, first of all, and I know it's an addiction, and rich people can have that addiction, but I just don't believe it. What I don't also believe, though, is that it was just completely, these are all lies, and it's just completely untrue that he had any knowledge.
It's an interesting scandal. We'll see where it goes. In the spirit of it, though, It is March Madness. The Elite Eight.
Okay.
The most entertaining scandals. And we're not going to do, Baylor scandal and Penn State and all that.
Yeah. Just pop culture scandals.
Just entertainment value. Not morals, not anything like that. Entertainment value scandals, starting with the O.J. Simpson trial versus the 90s steroid era.
Oh, wow. Well, O.J.'s got to be a number 1 seed here.
Hey, right? Twitter world.
Yes, he's the 1 seed.
He is clearly the number 1 seed. I can't imagine I can't believe the 90s roids things was fascinating and took up a lot of time and headspace, but not like the O.J. trial. Not like the O.J. trial.
I think the O.J. trial is the GOAT.
Yeah.
I have a fascination for the O.J. trial. I've watched it multiple times. It was the first, trial that was playing out on TV. It was the fall from grace. It was celebrity fascination. I actually think it also created, a rational support because there were people supporting O.J. Simpson for whatever reason.
Various reasons.
But I think this was the beginning of just intense media coverage, strange division in the country. I think, and just the overall case itself was fascinating, all the elements. So I think the O.J. trial, I don't know how the O.J. trial loses.
Well, we'll see, because there's some good ones on here. But it started this era. The era in which that has developed into what we are now. The O.J. trial started it.
Figgy?
Yeah, I got to go with the O.J. trial.
Got to go with it. My boy F. Lee Bailey, man, rest in peace. What a slimeball he was. I loved him, though.
Yeah.
Loved him, though.
You had him on a couple times.
I had 3-hour phone conversations with him. It was kind of funny because I guess he was living above some place because he got disbarred a couple times afterwards.
Yes, he did.
He was successful, and then he got disbarred. I was talking to him for a few hours. Dude, I basically gave him an assignment. I had him look at the Deontay Foreman case, which was nothing. He just got caught with a dime bag or something like that. And then we asked him about it. This is what F. Lee Bailey had to say. This was back in the day. This is what he had to say about the Deontay Foreman case.
Maybe every puff is a separate offense, but I would have to say if that is the rule, then Texas is far too, as the Texans would call it, chicken. That's very minor stuff.
You can't say that.
I don't know if we can quite say that.
Yeah, well, we did, and he did. So O.J. trial advances. Number 2. The Tiger Woods scandal versus the Astros cheating
All
scandal.
right, now we're getting somewhere.
The Tiger Woods scandal versus the Astros cheating scandal.
The only person who had as impeccable a reputation and was as well liked as O.J. Simpson before that scandal was Tiger Woods. Like, Mr. Clean, Mr. Perfect, everyone loves him, and then that happens.
What'd you think about him, Tiger slinging it around?
He was wild, man. I mean, he got like one on one floor of a hotel and one on the other floor of a hotel and golf clubs swinging and everything else. Yeah, for me, Tiger. Tiger beats the Astros.
And then there was the voice smell.
It's Tiger. I need you to do me a huge favor. Can you please take your name off your phone? My wife went through my phone and maybe calling you. So if you can, please take your name off that.
Right.
And what do you call it? Just have it as a number on the voicemail. Just have it as your telephone number. That's it. Okay, you gotta do this for me. Quickly.
All right, Tiger.
Quickly.
All right,
quickly.
bye.
Quickly,
All right,
please.
All right. Tiger's got to advance.
Best part.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Hey, it's Tiger.
My wife went through my phone. Can you change your name, please?
Now, this next one's good, too.
Mm-hmm.
We got the Tim Donaghy betting scandal, which I didn't think much of because I wasn't surprised, and I actually don't think that the officiating in the NBA is so bad that it wasn't even surprising.
Yeah.
Especially during this era. Versus Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan.
And we're going to have ourselves a Final Four.
Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan. Dude, she got hit in the leg by some random-ass dude with a pipe because she wanted to get her competition.
Take her out.
And then he takes off running.
Yeah.
And this was before social media.
Ah, you can hear it. I can still hear it. Screaming. That's the winner in my book.
Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan. That was crazy.
That was nuts.
Figgy, you have any pushback on that?
Nope.
Next one. The Lance Armstrong scandal.
Man, this is a good list.
Tour de France versus, I don't think this one gets enough credit. The Little League baseball scandal back in the day.
He was only 17.
Dude, and it was obvious.
He was only 17.
Dude was throwing like 140.
From 54 feet.
Yeah, from like right down there. And go figure, he ended up being illegal.
But here's the thing. Lance Armstrong was right up there with O.J. and Tiger Woods as far as like the pristine reputation. You know, overcame cancer.
Man, and he was a scumbag with all of it. Like the worst.
Total scumbag. Yeah, I'm going to go with Lance on this.
You go with Lance? You going with Lance?
Yeah, me too.
Danny
Yeah.
Almonte? All right, I was going to vote for Danny Almonte. How did you not know Randy Johnson's twin brother was over 11?
You know, he looks a little older. I don't know. His birth certificate says 12.
Yeah, that's a good mustache.
Yeah, his birth certificate says 12.
All right, so Final Four, OJ trial versus Tiger Woods, Tanya and Nancy versus Lance Armstrong. We'll do this at the end of the show. Coming up, let's go around the NFL. Some things have kind of changed for the Houston Texans as well as in the NFL. Let's talk about it next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing guy.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Cal McNair. He is officially the principal owner of Dover Janus. This announcement was made earlier today, as was the Texans participating in the Hall of Fame game against the Chicago Bears August 1st in Canton, Ohio.
I love it. I love it, and I love it for a number of reasons. First of all, the Cal McNair thing was expected. I think there's a little bit of strategy behind it, kind of getting in front of some strife that might be hitting the family again here, whenever it does. But on the Hall of Fame game, I think the Texans benefit from this, man. I'm not trying to read too much into this. I think they became it became a much better chance that they're a better team because they're playing in the Hall of Fame game. A lot of new faces. Still just the second year with C.J. Stroud. Still just the second year with DeMeco Ryans and everything else.
So you think they're a better squad because
they're going to have more time to work. You can integrate some of these new faces on defense especially, but certainly on offense as well. I think, historically, even though it's just 5%, teams that play in the Hall of Fame because of that extra work and who knows what other reasons stand a better chance statistically of making the playoffs. And you're one of only two, you're only one of only two teams to start camp early, so there's that. It's going to be hard on rookies, but this is a team that can get it done, with that kind of extra work. And then there's the kind of the aspect of them being featured. Like the Texans are going to be the featured team. New uniforms on display for the first time, I'm sure, in that game. And Andre Johnson coming back. It's just
that looks sick.
It's just
They're showing
good
the kickoff.
thing.
They're showing the new kickoff.
It's really cool. This is something that I've been really advocating for. I'm glad they're doing it. But Hall of Fame game is going to be it's important.
They're going to be guinea pigs, though.
For that, yeah.
They're going to be the first visual of the new kickoff rule on the NFL level, and they're going to be the first
the old hip drop
game in which the hip drop tackle is.
Yeah. That's cool though. No harm, no foul. They're just going to be an example set that the league is going to set for the other teams.
You also the new kickoff rule is. It seems like this one's actually getting a lot of approval. I haven't really heard. I mean, maybe there's someone who's against it.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really heard anyone Speak out on this one.
It
like
makes
the hip drop tackle.
I mean, it makes the game more exciting. How many times
it makes the play more exciting?
Makes the play.
Sure.
How many times you heard me say it's a waste of time? Kickoffs were a waste of time, and they're not anymore. Like they're it's not a bathroom break automatically. It's like, oh man, Dameon Pierce might snap this one and go all the way. You know?
Does college do this eventually?
They always do. They always follow suit.
I don't know, man. I kind of like the touchback in college football.
Why's that?
Because the cannon goes off. I like hearing the cannon go off, and then they just go back there, and then
it also goes off if they score.
The guys run down, and they're like pumping the crowd up.
But it also goes off if they score.
Yeah, but I like hearing the cannon go off, and then there's the touchback, then just the pump up factor. You run to the crowd, you pump them up.
Nah, I think college is just better by atmosphere anyway. But I think they're going to follow suit.
Yeah,
they always do.
This is going to be an interesting for them. The Commanders are signing your guy, former Texans guard / center Michael Dieter.
When did he become my guy?
You had him on your top 10 list of free agents
that I wanted to keep. Look at that. The Commanders are getting him.
Yeah, good for them. They know a lot.
I think he was number 10.
Put him at right tackle.
Yeah. Oh, God.
You can't
do that, Bobby.
you can't sit there and say that he didn't play a significant role.
He was fine. He filled in nicely.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
What's your favorite memory about him?
Playing a significant role. Couldn't even tell you. Trying to think if I ever met him. I don't think I ever met him even.
No.
Yeah.
The mic'd up with CJ where he was sweaty and CJ was blaming him for it.
Yeah.
That was funny. So the Lions, they just dropped this yesterday. This is the first I heard of it. They plan to release new uniforms before the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I had not heard about this, but I guess the Texans will not be the only team unveiling new uniforms. The Lions are doing the same.
You know what I thought about when I saw this?
Are they going to use the Texans models?
No. They should. That would be really cool.
Yeah, they should use the Texans models to unveil these.
No, but remember when I was kind of ripping the way the Texans, the leak happened and the way they did this and all that. This is how you're supposed to do it. Wait. You're still doing a lot of work. They did just as much work as the Texans for just as long on the new uniforms, but you didn't hear about it. You know? Like, because that's an NFL rule. Like, you have to go through this process of a year of their sort of checking everything out, seeing how you're doing, getting approvals on certain designs, colors, all that. They in the Texans.
Where you just tell a month out that it was going down?
By the way, we're getting new uniforms. Wait, what?
So you don't like this build-up?
I liked it because we were benefiting from it. We had something to talk about and think about. But if I were the Texans, I wouldn't have done it that way. That's a big difference. Like for our purposes, it was cool. But if I'm the Texans, there's a lot that could go bad and did, you know? Whereas the Lions were doing the exact same thing. If you think they did this any different and just decided this, you're wrong. The NFL has very strict rules on uniforms and how you get a new one, how you change them, how you get approval on colors and designs. And so they were doing this just as long as the Texans. But they popped it, you know, right before this, before things really start picking up for this season. And they did. I thought they did it the right way.
How long have the Lions had these uniforms?
I think this is like go back.
No, because they changed.
The
changed
70s uniforms look like this.
Yeah, but they're a lot more.
They're classic.
Metallic-y than like the Barry Sanders ones. They're a lot more metallic.
They look a lot like to me.
Yeah, they're different. Well, I can't wait till you see the Texans unveiled and then get your opinion on that.
They're basically the same.
I want to hear you on the home jersey.
I've seen it.
What do you think of the home jersey? Describe it.
I can't.
Describe it.
No.
Can't we describe it now? I've always wondered this now. Since they've leaked it, can we describe the uniforms?
The one that's been leaked?
Wait, so how is the contract not voided if it's already been leaked?
Because the other ones have not been leaked. The other ones have not been leaked.
Is this true?
Yeah. I'm not saying anything about it. You can say something about it. I ain't.
All right, I'll just say I don't like the home uniforms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the road ones were leaked.
Describe it.
We can talk about that.
Describe how it looked.
Describe what?
The uniforms.
Okay. I'm not going to do that. But what I will, I'll just ask you.
Let me protect you from you.
Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'll ask you to do something then.
Okay.
Because I just wanted to hear what a description sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Describe now's home uniforms.
Well, it's Battle Red, Deep Steel Blue, and what's the white called? Liberty White?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the new uniform.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, the new?
I mean, that's the old uniform.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
That's the old uniform.
Breaking news.
This is Tom Pelissaro. This is some of the conversations. Texans had the number 2 pick last year. This year, it's the Washington Commanders. Here's Tom Pelissaro talking about what he's hearing.
Everybody's always trying to figure out, especially at the top of the draft, what the other teams are doing. When I've had conversations here with executives for other teams who know Adam Peters well, know the situation well, the most popular answer for what they do at number 2 is J.J. McCarthy. So a lot of drama.
We don't have a dog in the fight, so I don't care, But if I did care, I'd be like, yeah, go for it. I think J.J. McCarthy, incredible record. What a great talent at Michigan. I don't know how much that transfers. I mean, I think they're seeing Tom Brady like intangible.
Really?
People who like him are seeing Tom Brady like intangible.
His current odds right now, they went from 25-1 to 5-1 to be number 2. Remember the betting odds crap last? God, I'm so glad we're not a part of this. God. Oh, that sucked.
Yeah.
What would you feel if the Texans were drafted number 2 and they were taking J.J. McCarthy over Daniels and Drake May? What would you be saying?
We'd be honest like we were last year.
What would your opinion be?
We
were wrong last year.
Fingers crossed.
It appears we were wrong with what we were hoping for.
Yeah, I'd be saying fingers crossed.
But this seems crazy.
Yeah.
Like McCarthy over Daniels and May, it could end up, chances are, if you just say every quarterback's going to suck, you're going to be right more times than you're not.
Yeah.
Like in the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have a hard time with this.
I don't know if I would go out on a limb and go off on it, but I would definitely say
I'd be scared.
Not my guy.
I'd be scared.
Not my guy.
I'd be scared.
Yeah.
Very much so. Amy Adams Stank, the stanky one, the owner of the Tennessee Titans. She spoke yesterday with Paul Kaharski.
Yep.
And here's what her and Paul Kaharski had to say to each other.
Well, there's been an exciting couple of weeks, I tell you. I'm just thrilled with what Rand and Chad and Brian were able to get done.
Do you imagine they bring that many people through the door this quickly?
I didn't know quite we were going to head that way, but you know what? I'm super thrilled, super pumped, super excited for our fans. I'll go down this next year.
And a couple of those guys said they felt the energy of the employees top to bottom as they walked in. I imagine that was exciting.
That definitely feels good to me. I'm glad that's the energy. I'm glad they're excited to be here, and I think it bodes well for our season.
Speaking of, I could be wrong. I definitely could be wrong, but I think they're in for a rude awakening in Tennessee. They're going to be they're going to not get what they're paying for. Put it that way.
Yeah, they don't have an identity.
Yeah.
And when she speaks, man, I would not be confident if I'm a Titans fan. I did watch the Titans fan podcast yesterday, and I very much enjoy it, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the Titans Coliseum Podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically just a bunch of Titans fans. There's this white dude that's bald with like a big ass beard. Morocco T is there. You know how he, mother trucker. He's on there, and then they have a couple other dudes. They're just diehard Titan fans that talk crap.
Yeah,
but I think I don't know if it's an accurate pulse. I don't know what the media there thinks, but I like as far as the ultimate optimistic outlook, basically what they were saying was. They said that one of them said that Snead was a top 5 corner because I watched the first 10 minutes. One of them said that Snead is a top 5 corner. The other one said he's a top 3 corner in the league. And then they said that none of the AFC South, because none of them are elite. They don't have an elite number 1. I can get down with that.
Yeah.
And basically they just think that Rand Carthon, someone said that Rand Carthon is like, man, he's playing chess and he's a step ahead of all the other GMs.
That's kind of what I was talking about. Like they're delusional a little bit.
A lot of happiness.
Yeah, they're delusional about what they're getting, and we've been there. I'm not saying the Texans have not been in that exact spot where you're like, okay, maybe. No, maybe.
We have a breakup. Kim Kardashian and Odell Beckham Jr. Have recently broken up per the Daily Mirror. They had a 6-month romance, and they have broken up.
I thought they already
6
were.
months?
I thought they already were.
Oh, you already knew this?
No, I just thought they were.
This is old news?
No, I hadn't heard anything, seen anything. I just figured they were. Yeah.
Yep. Broken up. The Kardashians are struggling right now.
I think they're doing all right.
No, they're struggling.
How?
With what they live off of fame. They're kind of irrelevant.
Fame-wise.
Yeah, they're irrelevant.
Oh.
They're not relevant.
The arrow is pointing down?
No, they're not relevant. Like, as far as, like, in the TMZ circles, Kanye and Bianca Censori, his wife, they're
taking over?
light years ahead of them when it comes to, like, popularity.
And Travis and Taylor.
And all that stuff.
Yeah.
She's always naked, pretty much. The other day they went to Cheesecake Factory. She had her nips out.
What?
Yeah. Look at Bianca Censori. Just do it.
I've seen some stuff.
No, just look at Bianca Censori. They like over about how fantastic she is. Bianca Censori.
And then also they have like the Travis and Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they have that. Like the other day, TMZ was talking and they were like, yeah, and if y'all remember that show, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, it's like, I think it's still on.
Yeah, I think I see a nipple.
And there's also I'm surprised is Tyler on Bianca Censori?
I don't know.
Or not?
He's pretty much on everyone.
Is Tyler down with Bianca Censori?
I don't know. Is she over 40?
Bianca Censori, Kanye's chick. You hip to her, Tyler? Bianca Censori, Kanye West's. Just Google it real quick. I want to get your reactions. This is right up your alley.
Because
she's the biggest thing going right now.
Is she over 40? Then Tyler's in.
Nah, I think she's a little under.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how she dresses everywhere.
Yeah.
Gotta get down with that.
Yeah. You think?
Bianca Censori.
He definitely would.
Oh yeah, look at him. He's in the other prep studio, doing his thing. But yeah, they're struggling, man.
Mm-hmm.
They're struggling as far as like fame. There was a theory because Kylie and Chris got in a fender bender the other day.
Yeah, that was on purpose.
That maybe they're going to sue each other so that they can get some publicity.
Well, they're going to do something. No. Like there are very few things.
I mean, it wasn't that big.
Rough if they do that.
Well, I mean, look at them. That's what they did. They're thirsty.
If there's very few
don't want to
things.
go chill.
What's wild is I feel like Kim.
Yeah, no, that's a conservative outfit for her. That's a conservative outfit for her. Her thing.
Yeah.
Her thing.
Man, there are children on these streets.
Yep, there are.
Yeah.
And she's chilling. Giselle, she did an interview with the New York Post. And there have been claims by Tom Brady's camp that perhaps she was cheating on him before they got divorced. She was
guy?
Yeah, with that trainer guy. She'd go to trips to Brazil for a couple weeks and all that. And this is her claim. This is Giselle's claim. She chalks it up to a sexist attitude toward women in breakups, claiming ladies always take the blame when they leave unhealthy relationships. So it seems like there's kind of some bad blood between Giselle and Tom Brady.
Do ladies? I don't even know if that part is true. People always talk about the guy.
Do they?
Or is it half and half?
I don't know.
Nah, I feel like the guy get the blame most of the time. No.
Yeah.
I don't know. She feels like it's unfair to her. Speaking of Odell Beckham Jr., this is Mike McDaniel. Apparently the Dolphins are in on Odell Beckham Jr. Mike McDaniel, he's not even trying to hide it. This is what he had to say about it.
You know, we did make him an offer, and business takes time, especially with players that, you know, such as Odell, who's had a phenomenal career, still has really good football in front of him, and has options. So I think those conversations will be ongoing. We'll see where they go. I don't live in the world of crystal balling. I do stay in my lane as a coach. Definitely ready to coach him if we can come to agreement, and I think both sides are trying to work towards that. We'll see what happens.
Well, they're definitely getting him, right? How much football he still has left and all that. And he pretty much.
Do they need him?
No, I don't know. I mean, I guess he could figure something out with him.
Do they need that?
I feel like they don't need that.
They probably don't, but I think he believes he can get a lot out of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can they win a championship with Tua? Do you think so?
I have a lot of confidence in McDaniel.
Okay. So can they win a championship with Tua?
I'm going to say yes.
Udonis Haslam from the OG podcast, super Miami Dolphins fan.
Yeah.
Let's hear what he thinks about it.
Can the Dolphins win a chip with Tua?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I feel like damn, I didn't know you was a guest.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I feel like they definitely
Listen,
win a
man.
chip. Don't you dare. The Ravens won with Dilfer. So you gonna ask, can we win with Tua? Tua 10 times better than Trent. No disrespect to Trent Dilfer. No disrespect, OG.
No, we gotta take a timeout. We gotta take a timeout.
All right, so he says yes. Mm-hmm. There you go. Shout out to Udonis Haslem.
What do you think? 'Cause that's a tough question.
No.
Absolute no.
No. I don't think you can win a Super Bowl with Tua.
Yeah.
I do not.
Figgy?
I'm gonna say yes. I think so.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
Pay the man.
I don't think he's like in the same class as others. I have a lot of confidence in McDaniel, what he can do offensively.
Yeah, I don't hate Tua.
Yeah.
It's not bad to not be able to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, no.
Doesn't mean you suck.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
is he better than Trevor Lawrence? I would say yes.
It's a great question. Yes, I agree.
I'd have to think about that.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably.
Right?
Yeah,
I
probably.
think so.
Yeah, for sure. Coming up, the internet local legend. He found himself face down at a bar. Say it ain't so. Next.
All right, let's talk about the Low T Center and Lotus.
nuts.
All right, Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Stuff that went viral and stuff that broke the Internet. Let's start with a local legend, Vince Young. There's a video on TMZ, little bar fight, little bar disagreement. Vince Young knocked out cold. Sucker punched.
Yes.
By a dude. But this whole thing it drug out for 2 minutes.
They were talking and yelling and all this. Yeah.
They were grabbing. The guy who I think ended up punching him, one of Vince's got him. But yeah, he got knocked out.
Looked like he got knocked out.
Looked like he got knocked out. Yeah. Cold cock. Vince Young going viral right now with the Internet going nuts.
I got the Internet going nuts.
You got any analysis of that?
I don't even know what to say to that other than it's so dumb. It happens.
You're in your 40s, man.
You're in your 40s.
Like, you're too old to be fighting.
Yeah.
I love Vince, and I know he wasn't throwing a punch or anything like that, but, man.
He was actually trying to, he was arguing.
Just get away from it, man.
It's
too old to be doing that,
man.
Y'all
just got to walk away at that point. You're in your 40s, man.
Yeah. It is concession food preview season at baseball stadiums all over the country.
Yes, it is.
And they've been filling my timeline, and I'm not going to get into too much of them.
Nachos, baby. Just give me those classic Nacho Supremes.
That's my biggest point here. Like some of these things, like the White Sox had this giant, it was like a s'more bowl or something. The Yankees have this sweet spot bowl, which is carne asada steak with plantains, rice and black beans, pickled onions, all kinds of hot sauces. Dude, take me to a restaurant and I'll love that. But at a baseball stadium, just don't overthink it, man. Like there's too much. I go hot dog, I go peanuts, occasional ice cream.
Nachos.
A lot of people like nachos.
Nachos.
Maybe the barbecue.
Nachos.
The most elaborate I get is like a barbecue baked potato.
Nachos, hot dog.
Yeah.
Peanuts. I get the peanuts.
Gotta get peanuts.
No thanks to cotton candy.
No, not at a baseball game. That's at a fair.
I don't even know about that.
Even there. I go with funnel cake. Yeah.
When's the last time you had cotton candy?
I can't ever remember.
You like cotton candy?
Nah.
Mm-hmm.
I've had cotton candy since I was like a kid.
Yeah, a long time. But I know people buy it, but just keep it simple, man. It's too elaborate.
The hot dog, you got to have the pump, though, man.
Got to have the pump.
Ketchup pump.
Yep.
Mustard pump.
Yep.
Relish pump.
Speaking my language.
I got the Internet going nuts.
Pete Rose weighed in on the Shohei Ohtani situation. You knew this was coming. This was Pete Rose, little video that went viral with one of his buddies. This was him talking about the Shohei Ohtani controversy that has the Internet going nuts.
Pete wanted to mention something.
Well, back in the 70s and 80s, I wish I'd have had an interpreter. I'd be scot-free.
There you have it from the Hit King.
Come on, Pete.
That's too much, man.
Come on, Pete.
That's too much.
What are we doing?
If I had an interpreter, I'd be scot-free. Oh, only Pete. Completely admitting his guilt again, by the way. If I had an interpreter, I'd be scot-free. just kind of slid that in there as well. But it would definitely have the Internet going nuts.
I got the Internet going nuts.
Okay, so not sports, but I'm really interested in you guys. I'll be the loophole 713-572-4610. So you are familiar with Ozempic?
It's the weight loss.
It's for diabetics, but a lot of people are taking it, spending up to $1,000, $1,500 a month to take it. It's a miracle weight loss drug, and there's other variations of it that are not called Ozempic. I'm just going to use that for simplicity's sake. Two thoughts on this, because I've seen this from people and heard this from people that have not been taking Ozempic. It's kind of like when a woman gets implants, the other women say, well, they're not real. I don't care. I don't care if they're not real.
Is it really the same?
I don't know if it's the same, but they look great. They look great.
Yeah.
I don't care. Well, they're not real. I don't care.
See, I don't think it's the same, and I'm not judging either way. Like if you have fake boobs, if you have real boobs, if you took Ozempic, if you didn't take Ozempic.
But see, that's what they're saying. Like, she's taking Ozempic. I don't care.
But I think it's more relevant when you say Ozempic because a girl can't go to the gym or diet her way to having big breasts.
Yes, but I'm saying the reaction. Well, she's on Ozempic.
But you can naturally lose weight.
Who cares?
In certain ways.
Yeah, but they're not.
So that's why I think saying that is more relevant than the boobs. You're dealt the hand with the boobs.
But being able to lose weight.
But some people can't lose weight. So I'm not knocking it, but I'm just saying there is other ways to losing weight, and there are some corners potentially cut with Ozempic.
But it's the way that people knock it.
But why are you criticizing it?
Yeah.
And by the way, unlike implants, you are a healthier person without carrying around all that weight.
Yeah, they just
You're
don't
a
know the side
healthier
effects
person.
yet.
They don't know all the side effects and all that. All I'm saying is I don't care. But here's the second part of it, which I found really, really interesting. There was an article in Forbes magazine last week that said airlines in this country, each airline, this isn't across the board, each airline in this country could save $80 million or more this year in fuel costs because of Ozempic. Because people are going to be weighing less. They're not going to be carrying as much weight on these flights. Over the course of a year, could save them $80 million.
Come on.
Forbes magazine. This isn't some,
How is that even possible?
Because the weight. It's the same number of seats, but less weight that they're carrying.
So would you get to a place faster?
I think the routes are still the same, and the timelines are still the same, but you're not using as much fuel because it's less weight that you're carrying. Dude, I didn't believe it at first. I actually clicked, and I read the whole damn article. It's Forbes magazine. They could save up to $80 million a year in fuel costs.
Did you see the Oprah Ozempic controversy?
Yeah, what was that?
I guess she was spokesperson for Weight Watchers.
Yeah.
And she was
lying.
She took Ozempic.
Yeah.
And she ended up having to step down from Weight Watchers. And then they asked her because she said she's been body shamed and all this. No one cared that you were fat, Oprah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you might be able to find an article here or there, but she did the Ozempic.
You were Oprah.
But she was the face of Weight Watchers, and a lot of people do whatever Oprah says. Oprah, women listen to Oprah. Mm-hmm. I've always said that. Like, a lot of women listen to Oprah, and they were doing Weight Watchers because they were seeing Oprah, and Oprah was on that Ozempic.
Oh, man.
So she had to get rid of it.
That's pretty sorry.
She had to step down from Weight Watchers.
That's pretty sorry.
And then started crying, man.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I got the internet going nuts.
On the text line, F off Landry, I have had a medical condition that wouldn't allow me to lose weight no matter how much working out or dieting I did. Ozempic allows me to lose 60 pounds, and now off all other meds. I kind of thought I covered all ground there.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of thought I said I'm not judging you.
Was she criticizing it?
I kind of thought I said I'm not judging you for taking Ozempic. Some people can and can't lose weight. But the reason that it's criticized is because there are avenues to losing weight and that. I thought that was pretty clear there.
Yeah.
Maybe next you should get some hearing aids.
Another guy, several actually, on the text board said, I called BS on that $80 million thing. Dude, I did too. I had to read it. And it was very legit. And I was like, this is incredible.
If you can get the Ozempic, get the Ozempic.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of folks though who are like, hey,
mm-hmm.
I did it the natural way.
Yeah.
But with breasts, you can't control that.
No, you can't control that.
With breasts, it's either get them or live without them.
Yeah.
That's why I thought it was just kind of different.
Yeah, and I think
do whatever the hell you want.
I think the whole of it, if a person's going to end up being a little healthier because they don't have 80 pounds that they used to have, well, fine, whatever.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, you and Figgy, help me out. What's going on with Diddy, man? Go ahead, Landry.
They don't know yet. There's been a lot going on with Diddy. There's been a lot of...
They raided his house?
Yeah, they raided his crib.
All three of his houses.
Oh, man.
Apparently sex trafficking.
Wait, what?
The feds is going to... Sex trafficking. And,
allegations.
And apparently his plane went overseas and he's gone.
He went to Barbuda.
Yeah.
And that's a non-extradition country or island.
Yeah.
Territory, whatever.
Right.
Now, I don't know if he went there.
Yes.
His plane went there.
Yeah.
So what did he do?
TMZ caught a video of him at the Miami airport.
Yeah, it was at the airport as his houses were getting raided.
Yeah, so he might
that was where the plane was, right?
No, the plane already took off.
But he might have
allegedly landed.
So he might have packed the plane with like some computers and other things that he didn't want.
That was the other
to see.
conspiracy going around.
Yeah.
Whatever he didn't want them to see, they put it on the plane and took off to another country.
So where's the plane going to go?
Well, it's there. Maybe he'll end up there. But it's there. So he's true, false, whatever. Like, we're not going to hear a whole lot from Diddy anytime soon, right?
I think it's over, man.
Yeah.
The gig is up, man.
He's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Pour one out. Rest in peace.
Man.
It's been a real long run.
Mm-hmm.
Rest in peace. Maybe he sent his plane to go get some. Where'd he go?
Barbuda.
Maybe he sent his plane to Barbuda to go get him some cheesecake.
Get him some cheesecake.
Get him some cheesecake, man. It's over your head, John.
I know what it refers to, but I don't know.
Make another band.
Yeah,
Making the band.
Yeah.
Top 3 rappers of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Dylon.
Facts.
Spit hot fire.
I got the internet going nuts.
Cal McNair. Cal McNair is officially the owner of the Houston Texans.
Let's go.
Texans put out a statement from Cal McNair and Janice. He's officially going to be the guy. Now, he's been acting as the guy for a while, but now it's officially official.
Mm-hmm.
It is his squad. Janice gets what she wants. He gets what he wants. Hannah gets what she wants. Probably some relatives that did not want this, but that's what it is. Cal McNair, officially, unanimously, the owner of the Houston Texans.
And now blow up the dome.
Yeah, that's
blow up the dome.
We talked about that in segment 2.
Yeah, you talk about a legacy that would really go a long way in this city. I also think they might be a little bit, well, Hannah is already there, maybe a little bit more outspoken about things like the dome and such. You know, they were always very careful, but now, you know, they have this. I think they're going to be able to speak their mind a little more, you know. I think that's a possibility.
She is. I don't think
she's already there.
But he ain't that. He ain't built like that. He may not.
He might want to.
He ain't built like that.
He's a very laid back guy, kind of, you know, low key. But I think he might.
So Cal's going to start talking trash?
No, I didn't say that. I said a little more outspoken about things.
What's he going to say?
Like give an opinion. You know, that like the Astrodome was my example. I mean, like that's something that I think we should be able to work on and agree on and develop something for the future of this city. Like he would never say that before. I think he might now. You know?
Does it say screw the dome?
I didn't say that either. I said maybe a little more outspoken about things.
Yeah, that's it. I'm switching to music.
I'm trying to get a different Cal. Like he's gonna say F that.
I doubt it.
It smells. It's not good. We don't need it. Right.
I hope so, but I doubt it. But I think he's going to be able to offer his opinion a little better, a little more.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
That's Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the final 4 of the scandals plus DeMeco Ryans. Why the heck did they make the trades that they made? We'll hear from him next.
Celebrate opening day with
Yeah.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right. Got to have a talk with Lopez.
About?
Something I'm really concerned about.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about this in 6 minutes.
Okay.
Because I think you need to take it serious. I don't think you take it serious enough.
Oh, I think I know where you're going with this.
Minutes. Get into this. And I really want you to. This is a family meeting, man.
Yeah.
It's a family meeting.
I got you.
Yeah. 6 minutes.
Okay.
DeMeco Ryans. Why the hell did y'all trade Malik Collins? A lot of people seem upset about it. Are you upset by it? What went into that, sir?
Yeah, we'll continue to, look to add to our defensive line as much as we can. Not easy. Losing Malik. Malik was a good player for us, did a lot of good things for us last year. And I know he'll do a great job out in San Francisco.
I don't think he's that disappointed by it.
I think you're right.
I actually think it might have been his idea.
Yeah. I think it's a combination. One thing we picked up on, and boy, you could really pick up on it when they were talking about DeMeco Autry. Like, he and Nick Caserio are lockstep on some players. Like, he gushed about Autry just as much as, if not more. No, not as more.
Yeah.
No one could gush more than Nick Caserio. But I think they're in lockstep. So I think they're in lockstep on this and like, okay, we like him. He was valuable.
Yeah. He's fine.
He wasn't invaluable.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't like that good. And we can get the same player at a different price.
I think they want to come off the edge. I think they want to come off the edge more relentlessly, which they naturally are with the progression of Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and what they can do with Autry. They want to be able to attack from multiple areas, which they can do with the previously three mentioned guys. And I think they want to play. I think DeMeco, like on the interior, he wouldn't mind increasing the talent. And I think he kind of wants to play like LeVar Ball type of defense.
Yes.
Which is stay in your lane.
Yeah.
Remember when he told Christine Leahy, stay in your lane? I think he was saying that to Malik Collins at times. Stay in your lane, man. The Keenan Allen trade that was not. Aaron Wilson reported it. Diana Rossini reported it. DeMeco Ryans was asked about it. Let's hear what DeMeco had to say about the wide receiver, the state of the wide receiver, and the Keenan Allen trade that was not.
Yeah, with that, as I speak about our entire team, like I want to upgrade our entire team and continue to get better. And I think that's what you have to do each and every year. So every year we'll be trying to upgrade. We'll try to get better and try to find guys that help our team. A lot of things are talked about that are discussed that may get reported, but we're looking to add to our team. Sometimes things work out, sometimes they don't. So we'll continue to do that.
There you go.
I like how candid he is.
There you go.
Like, he just flat out, sometimes they work out.
Yeah. They need a wide receiver.
They don't.
They need a wide out.
No, that was good.
We'll see how they handle that because that might have been the only option. The scandals, though, for the Texans, thing of the past.
Mm-hmm.
In the Loop presents, in the spirit of scandals, the final four of the most entertaining scandals of all time. In the first round, the OJ trial topped the 90s steroid baseball era.
Mm-hmm.
The Tiger Woods scandal topped the Astros cheating scandal, which, by the way, we had on the text line, someone said that wasn't even close to being as big. Tiger Woods.
No, it was bigger.
And the Astros. I don't even think the Astros. I don't
10
even think
times
it's
bigger.
I don't even think the Astros cheating scandal is a wart on the ass.
No.
Of the Tiger Woods cheating scandal.
It's not.
I don't even think it's close.
It's not.
Yeah.
God, these are some good ones.
They took down Tim Donaghy, and then Lance Armstrong took down Danny Almonte, the 35-year-old Little League pitcher, however old he was.
Mm-hmm.
Matchup number one, O.J. Simpson versus Tiger Woods.
This is enormous. I can't believe I'm going to say OJ. But
what do you mean you can't believe?
Because Tiger...
It's freaking murder.
No, I understand that, but Tiger had more of the social media, more of the video, more of the television coverage. More.
You imagine if OJ did?
That's what I'm saying. I actually was leaning Tiger because of that. But OJ he set the standard.
Do you think that, and we're not a political show, we never ever get political, but do you think that, like, with the political climate now where people have to disagree just to no matter what,
Mm-hmm.
do you think that this would be even more divided now, like with news organizations with the OJ thing, or do you think that people could actually agree now that mofo did it?
No. It would be a lot worse. Like, people complain.
There's a lot of people that do say he did it, and they knew he did it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, everything.
What, like, with the coverage, the coverage wouldn't be unified at all?
If the right person said, I like green hats. Oh, no, I like the book, Green Eggs and Ham.
Yeah.
That becomes the most
worst
polarizing,
book ever. The worst book ever. The worst book ever.
Like, I have black ball cap.
Yeah.
If the right person commented on that, it would become the biggest political polarizing thing on the planet.
I like mashed potatoes with gravy.
You would.
Oh, those suck.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, those suck. Oh, mashed potatoes and gravy, worst thing in the world.
Yes.
Get rid of mashed potatoes and gravy.
It's incredible, and it's incredibly sad.
So we got to give OJ the dub,
OJ
right?
gets it.
OJ get the dub?
Set the standard. Set the standard.
All right. Tanya and Nancy versus Lance Armstrong.
Yeah.
Bro, she had her hit in the leg with the damn rod.
Yeah, by a hired thug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff Delaley or whatever? Was that Jeff Delaley?
Jeff Gillooly. No, Gillooly was the Atlanta bomber, wasn't it?
No,
No, Gillooly was Tanya.
Yeah.
The other guy was the alleged Atlanta bomber. I still think I'm going to say Lance Armstrong.
I got to go with Tanya Nancy.
Lance Armstrong was Mr. Clean, Mr. Perfect, Mr. Overcame all the odds.
They were supposed to be teammates, Tanya Nancy, and they were rivals.
But that happens a lot in figure skating.
Oh, how many times do they get hit in the head, in the leg?
No,
with
that
the damn
does not happen
pipe?
a lot. That's why it was a controversy. But Lance Armstrong was Mr. Perfect.
But it was cycling.
Yeah, but he transformed cycling.
But don't you just assume all those guys are yoked up?
Yes, but not Lance. Not Lance. He would never. I'm going to say Lance.
You got Lance.
Yeah.
All right, I got Tanya Nancy. Figgy?
I got Lance too, man.
Oh, man.
I got Lance.
You guys are nuts.
No way. No way.
Didn't you?
No, I did not have a yellow band, but they were enormously popular. Like everywhere.
I could see you.
That's kind of started the whole
could see you bike riding
band thing. I did the MS-150 5 times.
Yeah. Did you wear an outfit?
I had bike shorts. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the uniform and the helmet.
Yeah. I was on
number.
I had my own team one year.
You had your water bottle between your bike.
Yes.
Okay.
Dude, you're riding 80 miles.
Okay, I got you.
You want me not to drink any water?
No, I'm just.
What are you saying?
Just trying to see how geared up you are, man.
I was geared up. I was ready.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did it like 4 or 5 times.
Good job, man. Mm-hmm. So, O.J. Simpson versus Lance Armstrong, scandal. This is O.J. for me. Not even a second thought.
It's still O.J.
Yeah.
Yeah.
O.J. wins.
O.J. wins.
All right.
Sometimes UConn just rolls through the field.
Yes, they do.
Hey, Twitter world.
Astros start the and someone brings up on the text line that Lance was he was a bad person.
No, he was a
after this
scumbag.
whole thing. Like a life-ruining, legit bad guy.
Like it's harsh to throw around the word scumbag, but he was. What I'm saying is before it happened, you know?
No doubt. And it's not even like the cheating speaks for itself and all the guys. I think that is a case where you can actually say everybody was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case in baseball, but in cycling you can.
Everyone.
But he was just a bad dude.
Everyone.
Astros start the season. Next time we're on the air, the Astros, we'll be 1 day away from that. We're actually going to be downtown. We'll let you know where if you want to come by and say hi. Cougs, they're going to be playing on Friday, up 45 in Dallas. Rolling Deep, sold out. So go check that out. I think $220 was the last cheapest price I saw. For
not ridiculous.
No, and you get both games.
Yeah,
which is always cool.
Not ridiculous, and you're so close.
Yeah,
so you can get it done and get up to Dallas and watch the Cougs.
But we got to have a talk, man.
We have to have a talk about what? You said it's family business?
Yeah, I'm legit concerned for you, and I need you to really take this serious. I don't want you to dismiss this. This is not. I don't mind being right, but this is something I don't want to be right about. I don't want to be able to say I told you so.
What's going on here?
When the time comes.
What are you talking about?
What's happening?
So the owners' meetings are going on right now, and Arthur Blank was on the TV screen.
Yeah.
And I said, man, he looks pretty good for 81. And he
sleeps in a coffin.
You completely disagreed. And
I did not think
he doesn't look good for 81.
No.
And, when you turn 81, you want to look.
No, I said I will look.
You'll look better than that.
Yes.
I don't know if that's going to be the case, John, because I think that right now This not using sunscreen all these times that you go outside, I think it's going to catch up to you. And I think you're at an age right now. It's much like when you're in your mid-30s. You got to evaluate your drinking.
I did.
I have to take a step back and say, okay, I've got to cut down.
Might have been 40s, but
take
still.
These things out, figure it out. I got to do that, and I got to adjust.
50s, maybe 50s.
I think at this point in your life, I know that I think there's a little bit of a Hispanic pride in you where you're like, I'm not one of these gringos that has to, drench myself. I think John Lopez, I think you need to start wearing some sunscreen when you go fishing.
Let me explain why. I'm a natural, first of all. My people have been generations out in the sun on a daily basis. I go out into the sun pretty much on a daily basis. I go out into the sun for 8 and 10 hours every week.
You need sunscreen
2 or 3 times on the weekend sometimes when I'm fishing.
Get the spray HEB.
I wear a floppy hat, as you guys have you've seen plenty, because I always cover my face and my ears and all that stuff. I wear fishing pants, which has sunblock in them.
Yeah.
And then I roll up my sleeves like this, and look how good my arms look.
Dude, arms are fine.
You've got a real stereotype visualization here going on with the floppy hat.
But you've seen it.
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
But look how good. How is that going to look? How's that going to look? Look at my skin, man.
John.
Look at my skin.
You're not, but
I can't go with you on this one.
But this is the moment. This is the moment where you've got to realize I got to protect this skin.
It's vitamin D. I've got like layers and layers of conditioning underneath.
You got to protect yourself, man. I'm just concerned about your skin.
How old is Arthur Blank again? 80 what?
81.
Look, if I make it to 81, I'll be damned what I look like. Like he looks good for 81. He doesn't look good for 81. Who the hell cares if you make it that far?
Yeah.
Like once you make it to 81, you're past giving a damn what people think about how you look, especially if you got that kind of money.
At him. But I want to look good. I want to.
If you're going to be there, you might as well look good.
Yeah, man, have at it.
But Ron, I am genetically built for this. I'm built for this.
You're good.
You were, but now we need to get some sunscreen. We got to get it.
How did it go away?
I use the floppy hat. That's the main thing is my face and ears and neck. And I cover that every time I'm out.
I just kind of think we need to focus a little bit more on that sunscreen.
I'm doing all right.
Man.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm wearing shorts, I'll put some sunscreen on. Because my legs don't have quite the
they're probably
conditioning.
Pale. They're probably pale.
They're a little pale. They're not bad, but they're a little pale.
Not too pale.
I'm just thinking about it at 35 right now, and it look a lot better than it feel right now today. So
y'all don't wear sunscreen?
I will trade it.
Brothers don't have to wear sunscreen at all. I see some brothers put some sunscreen on. Do you?
I will.
You don't wear sunscreen?
But it's not as much about like wanting to get.
So you don't get burned at all?
Not really.
I mean, I just get
your nose.
Yeah, like your face is never. Your face is never like burned like when we're at camp.
No.
No.
I'll dab it on there a little bit.
My wife believes in it. She puts it on the kids and herself. I'm good.
And you just say I'm straight.
She tries to guilt me. Oh, you need to put on. Yeah, I know that black people put on. I'm good.
Skin might get a little dry,
and you can get sunburn.
And I come back in the winter if it get a little dark.
Yeah, you can get
come back.
Sometimes sunscreen's like cooling though. Like it just feels kind of cool. Like
I wouldn't. Honest to God, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever had sunscreen.
Really?
Damn.
Maybe once or twice.
Yeah.
Maybe something where I'd like coordinate. Okay, all right,
I'll do
Give
it.
me the damn spray.
Yeah.
Like all.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm much more likely to put on mosquito repellent than I am sunscreen.
Oh, no, I put on.
Oh, heck yeah.
Better.
Yeah.
You're listening to KILT AM. KILT is live.
That's right, baby. The drive is live, and you hear that voice. That is Brandon Scott, SportsRadio610.com. You hear him all the time, as you hear him right here with us on Wednesdays with his Texans and Rockets report, and you hear him right here on In the Loop on Thursdays at 11 o'clock as he's with the fellas. So you know him well as that seat is in good hands. Clint is out playing golf. He had a rib issue. What is that? What was that, Tyler? So he finished second to Albert Pujols?
Yeah, I'm sure it's early in the tournament because there were only 2 names, but I guess Clint just plugged the ball on a closest to the pin hole, a little closer than old Albert Pujols did.
Good for him.
That's not bad.
How you think Albert's moving? I bet he looks. I just want to see, because at the end when Albert was having to run a little bit with the Dodgers.
You think he's got that hip replacement yet? And I'm not even saying he needed a hip replacement. I'm just saying it just looked like he did.
Something might happen.
Yeah.
There was no first to third with Albert. Remember that time he got thrown out at third base late with the Dodgers by like 5 steps. His slide came up real short.
Well, and then he's already about 8 years older than they ever said he was. Right?
Stop it, man.
Yeah.
Come on now.
I never saw a birth certificate.
Albert went to community college down the street from my house. He crushed it. He went to Fort Osage High School right outside of Kansas City, went to Maple Woods Community College, crushed it before he got drafted by the Cardinals.
He was probably about 28 at that point.
And he got to that piece of construction paper. It just said, I am 24.
See, Albert got famous and popular before it was
I want to make it clear
okay
I don't agree with that statement.
Well, see, he did this before it was okay to question people's birth certificates. You know, that became a thing eventually.
The thing now you got to,
but
years later.
Yeah, but when he was starting out, that wasn't really a popular thing.
You could just pick a number?
Yeah, you could just pick a number. You could lie.
All right, real quick.
You didn't get caught, then it was cool.
Let's put it there.
Around 2012, at least you could ask people about their birth certificates and demand them and everything. And Albert came before that time.
Those of you listening to us, however you are, we appreciate you. If you're on the text line and you're having a good time with us, or you're on or YouTube and Twitch, which we have a lot of fun with, Albert Pujols is currently listed at 44. How old do you think he really is? If you think I'm going to go, I trust it. I think Al's 44. How old do you think Albert Pujols actually is? Albert Pujols, who is
48 minimum.
Yeah, I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say 47.
48 minimum.
January 16th. You think he just threw a stab at that date, too?
Oh, yeah.
You think he made up a date, too?
Hey, what's the chances that they were like, who would know? No one would know the difference.
Oh, my God.
Well, he is a man of faith.
How will they ever prove it?
January 16th, 116. He's not ashamed of his faith. That might have been why he picked it.
Is that what you think? Oh, man, he's 44. Man, I believe in Albert. And I believe in Shohei, but I believe in Albert.
I just think he lied his ass off about his age, which probably wasn't his fault. He probably just really didn't have a birth certificate.
You think he had an interpreter who said, come down a little bit? Well, you're up 25.
Albert could
22?
come. He could also come from one of them families where they keep the birth records like inside the Bible. You ever heard of that? I had an aunt who we still to this day don't know how old she is exactly because the record was inside the Bible instead of like an actual hospital record.
Oh, I know what you're talking about now, like the pages where you can just fill it in.
You just put it in right there inside the Bible.
From the text line, Albert is no younger than 52. Come on, guys. 50, easy. From Frank.
See, I was being nice. I said 40.
Albert is 44.
I gave him a
Sean
cool
G,
47.
51, easy. None of y'all think he's under 50.
I am retired and damn near expired.
Jim's.
You've seen him run around them bases.
Yeah, I've seen him run around the bases. You could run around the bases at 44 with bad knees like that.
Yeah, and he was running around the bases at 44 about 8 years ago.
I will say he did look very mature when he got in there.
Mature.
Hey, y'all had the conversations about goatees. How long has Albert had a goatee? At least since 1997. How long has Albert had that slim but firm goatee?
Albert Pujols, man, 45.
No earlier or no later than 1997.
I believe in you, Al. January 16th. I don't know how much. I feel like that date was.
How would you say he is? 44.
44.
You hold on. Wait a minute. You think Albert Pujols is the same age as Clint?
I think he's younger than Clint.
Clint is 45, right?
Yeah, he's younger than Clint.
Ain't no way in hell Albert Pujols is younger than Clint.
That's a great point.
It is not It's not a great point.
No way in hell. Let's ask Clint when he get back tomorrow. I'm gonna say, hey man, be honest.
He is 44.
You know a man that's around your age group when you see him. Did you think Albert Pujols was younger than you, or at least 8 years older?
You get ridiculous.
Come on now.
Text line: Ron believes in the tooth fairy. No, the man's 44. I believe it. I buy it. 44, January 16th. Shout out to him. Anyway, Clint got closer. Clint showed his age. The older man won in that competition. Clint at 45, the older man won.
Albert Pujols, he ain't younger than Tom Brady. Come on now. You just said Albert Pujols is younger than Tom Brady.
Easy.
No.
God, guys.
Hell
come on, man.
No, dude, he's elder.
Albert didn't have no work done like Clint and Tyler. Tom. I'm sorry, like Tom. Clint hasn't had any work done. I don't think.
Hey, I ain't say that, Clint.
I meant Tom.
I think Clint had his knees done.
I'm talking about something up top. Tom had his cheeks, his jaw, his hair, his eyes, his food. He had it all done.
Married to a supermodel, man.
He is. All right, hey, shout out as we're here. Clint is out. Texans, that's kind of the news of the day. They made it to select to play in the Hall of Fame game. A lot of that having to do with Andre Johnson going into the Hall of Fame. And I don't even know why this is even a question that Brandon Scott has. Brandon Scott wants to know if C.J. Stroud should play in this damn game. Well, and the answer is a clear and resounding no. Okay, this is an extra.
And they say
no. Yes, this is an extra preseason game. They'll have one added. Nobody ever plays in it, right? Anymore. This is Davis Mills may not play in this thing. They might have the third and the fourth string quarterbacks play. If C.J. Stroud,
Darian Gumbawale might kick in it.
He might.
Yeah,
he might. No,
I can see it.
C.J. Stroud should just really enjoy Canton, Ohio. I don't know how much you can. But C.J. Stroud should really just enjoy Canton, Ohio. No, he is not playing in this game. None. No. It will be on TV, but he is not playing in this game.
It's probably smarter for him not to play in the game.
What do you mean probably
you don't want to risk injury to your franchise quarterback in a meaningless game, something that's really just there for show, doesn't really have anything to do with anything. But I'm just looking at the parallels of these two teams, the situation. And look, the Bears themselves would be probably
Caleb shouldn't play in this game.
Yeah, they'd be wise to not play Caleb. I agree with that. It probably would be unwise to play these dudes in the game. I acknowledge that. I ain't even disagreeing with that point. But I want to see him anyway, man. I want to see it. I like the dichotomy between C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams.
You want to see?
I think that the parallel stories are just too compelling to not watch at least for one drive. Could we get an agreement in there that ain't nobody going to? Could we put red jerseys on them? Maybe I don't know. If we could find a way in the middle, some way.
Can we just wait till the regular season when they play each other?
I want to see it now. I want to see it early.
Can we wait till the regular season? No, but
I want to see it early.
Real talk with this. How many preseason games do you need to see from CJ?
Oh, I don't need to see any.
0.
So, like for you like if
however many he feels like he needs.
If DeMeco came out and said, "All right, man," because Aaron, I don't know the last time Aaron Rodgers played a preseason game. All right, Mahomes plays preseason games for the most part. Josh Allen plays them. I don't think Lamar played them last year. You're in a position you think if DeMeco came out and said CJ, because I know Clint would have an issue.
Oh yeah, for sure.
CJ Stroud not going to play any preseason games. You be good with it?
Yeah, assuming that he's healthy and practicing and all of that. Yeah, you're trying to keep him healthy. He is practicing. He's participating in everything. But from OTAs to training camp and all of that, yeah, I'll be fine with it.
God bless you too, C.J. Stroud.
I would understand it. It's an investment. We talk all offseason about the importance of building your team around an elite quarterback on a rookie deal. It would sound and seem to me plumb stupid to throw the quarterback on the elite quarterback that's on the rookie deal out there to have him endangered and to basically set on fire this entire premise that you have of how you build your team.
I don't need to see it.
I'm not with that.
I'm with you. I can understand. I can understand it. And hey, we're gonna get him reps. Now, one thing is he's not really working with any new receivers or anything right now at this point where you're saying, boy, you got to get the timing down. We'll see what happens down the line of the draft and stuff. But if they make that decision,
be good with it.
I'd rather him play none than 3.
Get out.
From a Texans fan standpoint, which is why we're here, I don't need to see him play a down in the preseason.
Text line coming in, I could see CJ fighting to play at least a series.
I could see that too.
I could see that.
And honestly, I would be surprised if he doesn't play. They seem to be more on the Clint side of things.
I think he'll play.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see on that thing. Yeah.
Piece of positivity.
But no, hey, there they go. Hall of Fame game. They're in it in Canton.
Just from a pure football standpoint, though, like as a football fan, you want to see C.J. Stroud out there for the Texans and Caleb Williams out there for the Bears. Like, divorce yourself of being a fan of either team. just from football standpoint, you want to see that matchup. That's kind of another place where I'm thinking about it. Is like, okay, there's the Texan fan in me that wants to protect C.J. Stroud, and there's just the part of me that just wants to be entertained, that wants to watch both of these quarterbacks go at it. Especially knowing that Caleb is going to be measured. His success is going to be measured in part based off of what C.J. did last year.
Better take your ass to them training camp practices.
I don't see why you so damn protective. You ain't got no dog in the fight. I just want to be entertained.
I just like good decisions. Yeah, I like good decisions. CJ, go ahead, man. Sit down. You enjoy yourself. Enjoy Cleveland Canton. Many of you, hopefully, enjoy Cleveland Canton. I'm sure many of you will be out there.
God bless, brother.
All right, you know what? Speaking of CJ, let's jump in here. Can you pull the music down a little bit? Because I want to get serious and nasty. Well, not nasty, but really serious. Thank you. And everybody jump in on this because I want to get your thoughts. Because and really, to be honest with you, I'm feeling it a little frisky. I want to actually maybe even open up the phone lines. I want to hear people's thoughts on this thing. We've gotten to a point now, and when you look at the moves that the Texans have made, trading back in the draft right now, I'd be surprised if they found themselves back into the first round with what DeMeco explained yesterday about where they believe the sweet spot of the draft is and how they're operating and what it will cost to get back in. And for me personally, I would be a bit surprised if they make another big-time splash move in free agency. I hope they do, but I at this point, I would be surprised. I think it may be some small to mid moves. So I think a lot of the team of, like, big impact is here for the Texans going into next year. And I would just pose this thought, because I've been thinking of this. And we've talked about this. I don't know what your expectation level is. Mine is you got to the divisional round. The move and the goal should be getting to the next. And that's get to an AFC championship this season in this team. And I think Texans fans should. Now, some may not. I think Texans fans should. Yes, you surprised last year, but now we see what it is. Have the Texans, in your mind, done enough thus far in the offseason since the season ended, understanding the health coming back? Have they done enough to make you believe they're ready to compete at that AFC championship level? When you look at the other teams, you take together what their schedule's going to be, take together everything. Have they done enough, in your opinion, to be competing with the top teams of the AFC, thus competing to get into that AFC championship game? Have they done enough this offseason to you?
Yeah, I think so. I think that they were already going to be in a place, when you think about how young they were as a team, how many rookies they had take significant snaps for them last year, you were already going to kind of project this, development from the young players. But then they went and built on that with the veterans that they added between Daniil Hunter, Aziz Al-Shaair. They brought back some guys like Dalton Schultz. And I think from that standpoint, at the very least, you didn't take the step back. Like, they did the thing at defensive tackle that we didn't want them to do at tight end, which was take a step back. I would say, based off of what they've done so far, they've clearly taken a step forward. I think that they upgraded at edge rusher. I think they upgraded at linebacker. I'm going to be spending way more time today looking at Jeff Okudah tape than I would like to admit.
Oh my God.
Like, I've gone down.
Did you start at Ohio State?
No. It was all Atlanta stuff from last year. It was all Falcons tape from before he got benched. So it was limited sample size, the first 8 or 9 games or whatever it was. But yeah, I am bullish on. I was bullish on the Texans already going into the offseason before they ever made a move, and I'm bullish on the moves that they made. And so when you bring that together, I think that they've done enough to be right there in the thick of it. Now the question to me, like what do you think that they have starters across the board? Like, do you think they have 22 starters? Because that's the thing that I'm trying to think of.
No, I don't. I don't think they have a.
I think they're close to it.
They're close. I mean, there's still some stuff, but
they need another linebacker, and the defensive tackle spot is something I think makes most of us uncomfortable.
You're bullish on the second corner. I am not. I am not bullish.
I understand
on the second corner. I don't know who their left guard is either. So Listen, and I think those things will work out. I think they're close. I don't have them there yet. I think there are a couple of things working against them. I've said it from the jump, and I say they're close. I think they are one offensive, I'd even say just above average weapon.
Yeah.
One offensive above average weapon to be able to handle this schedule they have and the top of those teams. I mean, if you look at the difference of this schedule, and I think I heard Vegas has them at 9 of win total right now at this point. You look at that, boy, that is a daunting schedule. And as you know, they ain't sneaking up on anybody anymore.
No.
This is not a deal of, we got the Texans coming in. Oh, Lord, boy, it's the third quarter. We're in a fight. These dudes are a lot better than us.
Yeah.
Nope. C.J. Stroud is somebody that has everybody's antennas up. Everybody looks at it. This DeMeco, everybody's antennas up. Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, everybody knows how good. Like, people are going to approach the Houston Texans at a completely different route. And I know you want to say, it's the NFL. People approach the Bills, the Niners, the Lions now, the Chiefs, the Ravens. When that game comes up, they approach that differently than they did the Texans last year.
Yeah.
And the Texans have moved up. So we got to see how they handle that too. And I think we're still at a point where you got a lot of these young guys that you need to equal, if not exceed, their season from last year. Not saying it can't happen, but that's something where we've only got this one sample size of. Yeah. So that's why I think if they had another above-average offensive weapon, they could. I think you can see them. All right, boy, they could go up there with the Chiefs and the Bills, the Ravens, the top of the AFC.
Yeah, the first thing that I wrote when the season ended, literally, the first thing that I wrote was the Texans got to get weapons, and I don't really feel like they did that. Like
Joe was an upgrade.
They upgraded at running back, but they had a decent running back and got a very good one, I think. So they did upgrade at running back, but I don't feel like they did the thing that I was talking about in terms of weapons. So I do think that they still need more there, but they were close last year. I mean, they were tied with the team that went to an AFC Championship game last year at halftime. Now, albeit without any offensive touchdowns, speaking to our point of needing more weapons, but I think they were already close, and with the moves that they've made, they've gotten closer. Let's see what they can do in the draft in terms of adding some weapons and making them even better.
713-572-4610. I'll open up the phone lines. Tyler will open them up. I want to get your thoughts. Honestly, listen, there's no right or wrong answers here. We'll hear from the Drive family. Have the Texans, in your mind thus far, done enough to be ready to make you believe they can compete with the top of the AFC and try to get into that AFC Championship game? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's get to it here. I want to hear from you, the people. Let's let the Drive family jump into this. If you missed it, 713-572-4610. If you missed it, as we simply said, as we got to this point, because I would be – anything can happen. I would be surprised if there is another real impact player added, especially in free agency or trade up to this point. And with the draft, they don't have a first-round pick. They've traded back. Now, there could be an impact player. Obviously, Tank was that guy last year for the Texans. But we'll see what happens. It feels like the bulk of the real impact players are on the team right now. We'll see what else happens. And that's what I said. Do you feel like the Texans have done enough to make you believe that they are ready to compete with the top of the AFC? I'm talking compete in the AFC championship game type level. Like I would ask you, Tyler, do you think right now they're ready to convince if they had to play today? The last team we saw at the top of the AFC, and we saw that game, do you think that they've done enough where they're ready to compete with the Ravens?
Yes.
So you're in it. You think so? We'll see.
Tank's running again, by the way. Tank's running again.
Tank's running again.
I do like their chances a lot better in that game. Just to be clear, if Tank Dell's running around doing Tank Dell things. Now, that does not take away from the point that we've made already that they need more weapons. Like Tank Dell's going to come back. That's going to help them a lot. But they could still stand to add another weapon. Having Tank Dell should help a lot.
All right, let's hear from Melissa. Let's hear from Melissa and get your thoughts on it. Melissa, do you believe the Texans have done enough to compete with the top of the AFC?
Hey, guys. It's good to be back on the show. So I'm excited about some of the pieces, obviously, that they've done on the defensive side of things with the upgrades and what have you, and maintaining. Now they're, in an elite defensive side of the ball still. But what are we doing? And I'm glad you said there's no right or wrong answers because I don't know if anyone will agree, but what are we doing on the offensive side in terms of, like, the offensive line to help protect our most prized possession in C.J. Stroud? And, we've let everyone go. I know Dieter's gone. We have Fant gone. We have, I don't know who's left, but, Josh James or whatever his name is gone. So we have Titus, we have Jack Mason and Juice. Are y'all comfortable with that group of guys to help protect our quarterback going in?
So it sounds like Melissa, you don't feel like they've done enough yet. Do you?
On the defensive side, they have, yes. But on the offensive, I'm still a little sketched about what's going on with that.
That's a fair point.
Wait, before we break this down,
that's a very fair point.
Can we point out how great? Like Melissa is clearly a great fan. She's clearly an attentive fan, knows the names of the players. But can we point out how she noted the significance of losing the backup offensive lineman and is like, I guess we still got ... the highest paid offensive linemen that are on the team. Like, that goes to show you.
But she set through all them injuries last year.
Right. No, it goes to show you the shaking of faith in the offensive line and what's supposed to be the faith in the offensive line, because she's looking at it more of, hey, of what we lost as opposed to what we're bringing back. Now, I'm much higher on the offensive line than I think most are.
Well, I think they're just banking on they're healthy. They're healthy, and they'll be playing in their roles. Now, to the point you're also making, Melissa, you name those four. We'll still see who's going to be the fifth offensive lineman
that's
on this team as well.
Yeah.
But, no, I think that is a low-key thing of, did this group, was it just ravaged by injuries and guys having to play out of position, or will this offensive line struggle, especially in the run game? I think it's a very fair question. Let's go to Mike. Your thoughts, Mike. Here we go. Where are you at? Do you believe the Texans thus far have done enough to compete with the top of the AFC?
I don't know if you guys have hit on a lot of the points as to why. I think they're markedly better on defense. I think I love getting the big-name guys, don't get me wrong, but I like what they're doing. The big signings are important. The three guys we signed with the linebacker and the two defensive linemen. But I kind of like what we're doing with the defensive backs. I think we got younger, and I think we got more athletic. Do I think they're the absolute answer? I don't know. But I got to put my faith in DeMeco picking the guys.
I appreciate the call, Mike.
Mike calling us from Zoom, apparently.
Yeah, Mike, I hear you.
Messing with the Zoom.
I like the moves they've made at the on the defensive side, especially from a pass rush perspective. But no, I mean, I have concern, as we discussed yesterday, that you're a Derek Stingley injury away, and that's not uncommon in his first 2 years, or really his last 4 years of playing football of any kind, of having these two young men being your starting corners at this point. Now, maybe they do add something else. we'll see. So I think they are a better team. I just also believe that people don't view them or will approach them the way they did most of the year last year. And I think that their schedule is you look at their schedule, they probably played 5 teams in this top 10 of the draft, right? And teams are going to view them a lot differently than they did. Kind of similar to the Jags. I think teams looked at the Jags a little different last year, and they were a little up for them. So C.J. Stroud, what he did last year was great, and what the Texans overall did last year was great. But that greatness has shifted them with their schedule and shifted them in the way that people view them. Now, that could mean nothing because we've seen a lot of the best teams have to make that switch, but we just haven't seen it yet. And I just think it's completely different with the schedule and how people view it.
We had a texter asked if continuity in the system, year 2 of the system, if that moves the needle at all. Like we're asking, I think those are 2 separate questions from what we're asking, which is
I think it's huge. I think it's a huge reason.
But they go together, right? Like our question is, have they done enough to take the next step? But the other side of that, or a different question to ask that has a lot to do with that, is in terms of are they better, is how much do they progress in year 2 of the system? You kind of need both things to come together for you in order to compete in the way that you're talking about between this schedule and the fact, like you're talking about, they're not going to sneak up on nobody.
No, yeah. All right, Southside Al, I'll let you jump in real quick. What's your thoughts? You think they've done enough to make you believe they can compete with the top of the AFC?
What's up, Ron? Shout out. Good shot. What's up, B. Scott, Tyler? Yeah, Ron, great show. I've been listening to it for a minute, following this team since they came in the league. This is the thing. It starts up top, Ron. The most player on the team, the valuable player, is the front office, the McNairs. Well, okay, when we break it down, DeMeco, you played a clip a while ago when he said he wanted to add players while the receiver and all that, and he chuckled and laughed about it. They actually, what he's saying, they didn't get the guy they wanted as receiver. And to break it down, Ron, with your Kansas City Chiefs, the game is won in the trenches. We keep talking about these guys was injured, they're going to be healthy. They got injured because a lot of times them guys got mop-whopped. The Jets, them guys, a lot of them guys on the front end, on the offensive line, kind of got banged up due to physical play. Now, if we look at these guys that's been injury-prone, the physicality, I don't think it's in there yet. Why? Because if your running ain't physicality, but your passing is more physical, you got a problem. We don't have physicality run support. And on the defensive side, in that middle, Jonathan Taylor gassed us. On that back end, secondary, Mari Cooper had 200 yards. And we played Baltimore twice. It's a problem in that middle, and I just think DeMeco Ryans, it's a lot more to this game being a head coach calling the plays on defense than he could imagine. But he'll grow with time. But this game is way bigger than what it was. Ron, I go to the last game we lost. You talking about the game we won in the playoff. If that dude catch that ball for Indianapolis, it ain't so much as the Texans beat them. They really beat themselves. He catch the ball, we don't make it to the playoffs. Because them guys went right down the field on us.
I got you. I got to jump out, Al. I appreciate it. Appreciate you listening. Call back again, Al. Southside, but it didn't.
Yeah.
Hey, and I hear what you're saying, and you gotta look at what happens. But it didn't happen, and they did get to those points. But I don't know. For me, it's just that one extra weapon that gets you up there, like that one extra weapon for CJ and company. All right, coming up, somebody gonna have to come clean about something they've said about the Rockets. Something they said in the offseason, you have carried it. I mean, I think I heard you tout it about a couple of weeks ago. You have to revisit that. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we
beef-flavored soft chew. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventive. Ask your vet about NexGard Plus Chews.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Clint is out today. Brandon Scott is in. Clint will be back. He is participating in at the Houston Open, where Tyler's going to be Friday, participating in that little golf tournament there. And he'll be back tomorrow, but we're in good hands with our guy Brandon Scott. You can catch all his work, sportsradio610.com, and you can catch him on our show. He'll be on with us tomorrow, 4:40. He's on Within the Loop at 11 o'clock every single Thursday. Speaking of Thursday, I don't know. Are you gonna make that 11 o'clock appearance? You gonna make that in person? Are you gonna be able, because Thursday opening day we're gonna be out at Tom's Watch Bar.
Yeah,
downtown, right next to House of Blues. In the Loop, we'll start things off there. So be there at 10 o'clock. Go hang out with the fellas.
We'll all be on the scene, baby. I got my credential yesterday. Picked up my credential yesterday, so I was gonna be there one way or the other. The shows are going to be there one way or the other, so it ain't no reason for me not to make that appearance in person. Y'all come check us out.
Now, Tyler will not.
Oh, about that.
But he will be holding it down here. You still haven't been to Tom's Watch Bar. It's a real treat.
Yeah. I've yet to.
We'll get you there one day.
We'll see.
I feel like Tyler is such a like, out of all of our staff, he is probably the most like of the people on-air staff member. I feel like we need to arrange it somewhere that when we do remotes, when the drive at least does remotes, that that there is an extra.
So you think he should get special
board
privileges?
I think
over Figgy and Ben.
Yeah,
that's what you're thinking. And Chris Santiago.
Maybe we can give it to Figgy too. Like, I think both of them do such a good job. They do a better job, honestly, than the rest of us of connecting with the audience and the people.
I guess you left out Ben because they don't really do a lot of remotes. So I guess.
Yes, that's the reason. That is, and the sole reason, the only reason that I left out Ben. But given what Tyler and Figgy do in the community, with the community, specifically our listeners, I feel like when we do remotes, when their shows, respectively, do remotes, them cats should be out there mingling with the people as part of the charm.
I think you bring up some really good points there, B.
Now, I don't run nothing around here. So, I'm just talking. But it's a thought.
Ron doesn't like it. He doesn't want me out there.
It's not that I don't want you out there.
He wants to be able to tease you for not being out there, so he don't like that I threw this out there. But I feel like you should be out there with the people.
Listen, we were out there for the World Series a few years back. You were back there with your little baseball bat. You were on the scene with us. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was fun.
I enjoyed it.
Until that freaking a-hole tried to steal my bat.
I enjoyed it.
Figgy is like
Figgy's
he's a fan favorite of the station, and then Tyler is
I don't believe
people's
Tyler.
People.
I just don't believe Tyler should have special privileges over Ben, Figgy, and Chris Santiago.
I'm a man of the people, Ron.
I just feel like it's fairness.
This is a Drive family we're talking about. They've seen my nipples.
I know it, and
they
were
more
out,
than once.
They were out with us at Twin Peaks on Friday. Had a good time.
You don't people the same. Ain't no two people the same.
Damn, that's
my granddaddy told me that.
That's some dropping knowledge right there.
Yeah.
Well, the right and the same, I think, should apply to you, Figgy, Ben, and
the same thing.
Chris Santiago.
Ain't the same thing.
All right, hey. The Rockets are rolling right now. A half game out of this final spot, and I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. I didn't think there's a chance in hell they would get here.
Let's go, Rockets.
Is there something that you feel like you need to go back on?
Yeah, man.
Because you said it on this very program. You said it on this very program a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Program.
That's how. Yeah, that's how.
I like the way you said that.
That's how my grandpa said it.
Hey, look. You got to admit when you're wrong, man. You got to admit when a take ages like milk, when you just flat out had it wrong. And I got to be honest here, man. I was wrong about the Rockets' offseason direction and the Rockets' offseason plans. I did not like it last offseason when James Harden seemed to be their top offseason target. All of the reports were linking the two of them. but I was able to make it make sense basketball-wise.
You started to then jump on it.
Yeah, no, I thought it made sense. It was not ideal because of how James Harden left here, but given what the team had been the last few years or years since he had left and what was available to them in that free agency market, I thought that it made some basketball sense to bring him in, and I thought he was the best available player on the free agency market. Now,
Which is not good enough.
Look, saw it differently, and thank God that Ime Udoka is in charge, and not I or anyone else who thinks like me, because I'm not the only one who had this thought. Just
You
to be clear.
wanted James over Fred.
Yeah, I thought that was a very clear distinction. One was a very much clearly a better player than the other. Now, I understood all the objections to James. I just thought it was fueled too much by emotion and things that didn't really have much to do with anything. But then you fast forward to where we are now in March, all this time later. And everything that everybody says about James Harden eventually rings true with how he wears out his welcome.
How he defends his own players.
That actually is a new thing. I did not even foresee that happening, that he would be defending, because he doesn't even play defense against the other team. I didn't think he would be playing defense against his own team. But then on top of that, just the whole culture shifting, vibe killing, energy sucking sort of personality that he's got. And look over there what the Clippers are dealing with. And, man, they can't tell their head from their ass right now with James Harden.
How to play basketball.
Handling the ball for him.
Told you.
And meanwhile, the Rockets, 9 straight, making a solid push for the play-in after a real struggle period there. Fred VanVleet, the consummate leader and pro that they were looking for. Man, I was dead ass wrong about this. I got to admit it.
You were wrong.
Dead ass wrong.
This is not one that was a bad take, though.
I thought it made sense at the time.
I think it made sense.
And especially when they weren't playing well. And my thing also with the Rockets was these guys are going to be superstar type of players. Like Şengün was playing well, looked like a kind of a borderline all-star. But Jalen Green hadn't turned it on the way he has the past several games. And they didn't have anybody else on the team that looked like that. Fred VanVleet was, somewhat consistent but not special. I'm like, this guy could have changed your team. And then you look up, and they do have guys that are playing like that. I was wrong about it.
And listen, and I was wrong about at least up to this point right now, the way that Jalen Green has played here of late. But that was my whole reasoning why I couldn't have. If you still had belief before the season that Jalen Green could make the turn of what you want him to be, I thought the last person in America to be paired with him for 82 ball games was Jim Harden. I thought he was just day in and day out. I thought he was the last person for him to be paired with.
See, but it turns out you're wrong about that because Jalen Green's a family man. You didn't realize that. You didn't know that. Jalen Green's a family man. You had no idea.
Well, yeah.
He'll be able to paint his daughter's nails for sure.
From the text line.
Sorry.
Ron should be at the station over Tyler. Keep Ryan at the station. Listen, I don't mind it. Unfortunately,
damn,
not how it works.
Just not the way it is.
Not how it works. No.
Oh darn,
man. They kind of like the talent to be out there.
Ron saying. Whoever that particular texter is, Ron saying, I don't want to see you neither.
I do want to see you. I don't mind seeing you. I was hoping Greg would come out and we'd get Greg a drink. And I'd tell Greg to his face how I feel about him. Old lame Greg.
And then Greg tell you got the wrong drink.
Probably would. Tell me I'm wrong about it.
I drink a Michelob, not a Heineken.
Ron's a special type of hater. To hate from inside the club. I'm not hate. Listen, I'd like them all. I think if Tyler gets to go, I think Figgy and Ben should go. I think Chris.
But why are you going to bat for them? I'm your producer, man. Me and you are buddies.
I love everybody. Okay? Now I don't think Chris deserves to go yet. But
hell no.
I think Chris you have to have at least 6 months. But I feel like you all should. Like if Figgy was able to go, I'd be on the bat for Tyler to be there too. From the text line, what talent? All this talent that makes your ass listen every day. That talent.
Spelled it with 2 L's, too, by the way.
2 L's. That's all right, man. I know that could happen.
The showman.
Shout out
that
to you,
like somebody's last name, man. Shout out to him, man. No, man, I would love for you to be out there. I really would. I want you to get to Tom. You could do it. You could do a number at Tom's Wash Bar.
I'll probably head that direction once we sign off.
Why not? No, I will have had to have left at that point. But
no Thursday.
Thursday. It's not that I'm avoiding you. Got a little football practice to pick up. I don't know how people try to make me the bad guy on that one. I'm not a bad guy. Today, the first to many for the Texans. The first to many. But how many? We'll explain that coming up on the other side. But before we get there, I'm telling you, heard me talk about it. I can't get enough of it. I'd be tickled. They want me to do this every commercial break. I do it. And that's soda weight loss, baby. Soda weight loss. I've had not only, you've heard me talk about it. Changed my life. 100.
ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, as we roll in, first things, Clint is out today, but no, he'll be back tomorrow. He is playing in a golf tournament. How you think it's going?
I mean, I would have said not good, and now knowing he has a bad rib situation going on, probably awful. I mean, the dude's just not very good. He's too big to be swinging a golf club around like that, you know.
Man.
That's what
Damn, man, you go.
I thought it was going to be something about him out there working with poison ivy or building a fence or something, country like that.
Something he got off to a really good start, getting it closer to that to the 44-year-old Albert Pujols. But you said no.
No, I'm just glad he got there for the tournament and didn't run out of gas as well. You know.
All right. You're seceding, aren't you?
Damn.
That's where you are.
Next thing you're going to say you don't know how to put his left foot in front of his right foot.
That's barely.
Damn.
Talk about his sleeping habits. All right. But Clint will be in. You hear that voice. He'll be in tomorrow. You hear that voice. Is with us. Brandon Scott. He's our guy. You're used to him. He's on this beautiful station often, every Wednesday, every Thursday. He is on this station, and then he's filling in a lot. So Brandon Scott, we're in good hands. And the first big news of the day, the Texans, they're going to take on the Bears on the Hall of Fame game. And this is DeMeco Ryans, the head coach, speaking as they're all together at the NFL owners meetings, except for some people. But they're almost all together at the NFL owners meetings. Sorry, Greg. But this is DeMeco, who spoke about getting a chance to play in the Hall of Fame game, which will be the first game. That's when football will return. The Hall of Fame game. He'll open that thing up. This is his thoughts on it.
It's exciting playing in the Hall of Fame game, and I think the credit goes to Andre Johnson for him, getting selected, first Texan to be selected into the Hall of Fame. So for us to go up as a team, be able to support Andre in the Hall of Fame game, our first time as an organization playing in the Hall of Fame game, I think it's exciting to really kick off the 2024 season with our team being at the forefront.
All right, there it is. They'll be there. Andre Johnson, as he said there, big reason that the Texans are going to play in that game against the Chicago Bears. One thing that I hope, what's my man's name? Played for the Cowboys for a long time, then played for the Broncos, the defensive end.
DeMarcus Ware?
DeMarcus Ware, hopefully. And I understand there were reasons they did it. Hopefully DeMarcus Ware is not returning to sing the national anthem.
He might just needed a tune-up.
As he did last year for the I understand there was some sort of sentimental reason behind it. That's fine. We don't.
See, I want to get him and Carl Lewis to do it together.
We don't need to always do
it. Acapella.
Just don't let people just walk in.
Just the two of them.
Unless Andre
wants
to sing it. Unless Andre wants to sing it.
No, see, we don't know. Why would we want to
step in and
why we want to do that?
Hopefully he doesn't sing the thing
we
again.
We want positive memories of Andre.
Listen, you don't think Andre can go out there?
Look, if he can't, then I'll be damned if he does.
I think he can out-sing DeMarcus Ware out there. I hope.
You know what I'd do? I'd go out there, lip sync, and have Keenan Allen singing in the background for me. I don't know if you heard him on Masked Singer, but Keenan Allen apparently has some pipes.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't know this until he got traded.
I didn't know that for Keenan Allen. Well, he'll be on the field. Let him do it.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
I remember the first time I heard Joe Horn sing the national anthem. I said, "Oh, Joe can sing."
You remember that? I was going to say the episode. You know the Temptations movie where Paul is drunk and they had to cut off his light and his mic, and they had one of the other former singers or background singers back there singing for him.
Yeah.
That's what I would do if I was one of them. I'd have Keenan Allen somewhere actually doing the singing
with the mic and then have him singing.
Yep. Looking drunk while I'm singing.
Listen, I'll say this. I do think this is the first of many, many times that the Houston Texans will be next year.
Damn sure should be.
They didn't have a single one unless you count the final game of the regular season against the Colts, and that was
I don't count that.
But that was they shifted that. It was a Saturday. Is the only game on that day.
Yeah. You don't get credit after it's obvious and clear that that's what it should be.
Actually, I think it was the second game, but there were two games that day. That was the closest thing they had to a standalone game. I think they get. I think they get 4 to 5 this year.
Oh, really?
I think the Houston Texans are going to get Tyler and Cheryl. This is going to suck. I hate to do this to you, but this is why you're the talent. How many did the Lions get last year? Because that's the team that I think the Texans are like the up and coming team, kind of like the Lions were last year.
See, I was gonna put the number a little bit more conservative. I like where you're going.
4 or 5. And now, what they have that the Lions didn't have, they got the quarterback.
Yeah,
and they've got not just the quarterback, the guy that
stardom, not just a quarterback,
that is one of the stars, becoming one of the young stars of the league.
Yeah.
Like if the Lions had 2 or 3, I think 4 or 5 for the Texans.
How about this?
And I think they're going to open the season in Kansas City in the first one on Thursday. I predicted that one when we found out the schedule. I think Kansas City's going to open up as the world champs at home, and I think that the Texans are going to play in that game.
So I like every direction in which you're going on that. But I'll point out another one.
I'm sorry, how many did the Lions have?
It looks like 5.
They had 5.
But see, that's fine. How about the fact that the Bears had, and pre-Caleb Williams, so the Justin Fields-led Bears had 4. The Bears.
The Chicago.
Yeah, no, I get it. I hear it. I mean, we're Houston. So, I mean, listen, if the Bears could get 4 last year, I'll be damned if the Texans can't get 3 minimum. And I'm leaning toward you with the 4 or 5 to where it should be, especially if the Bears got 4 last year.
I want to step in here because you said we're Houston. I don't want to be disrespectful here.
No, I understand.
Chicago is just one of the not even the city. The Bear. I know you do.
I understand.
The Bears are one of the kind of
OGs.
Yeah,
I get it.
Thank you. I didn't know.
It's also
going to be here a minute,
but it's also the organization. And we'll see what happens with Caleb Williams. I think that he's going to be.
They're probably going to get.
I think he's going to be very good. But it's also the organization where quarterbacks traditionally go to die. Their careers go to die. Like they've never had a good quarterback. Jay Cutler was fine, but they've never really had a truly transcendent quarterback. It's just like, to me, the quarterback plus market thing. So you take the size of Houston's market and the fact that they have the relevant quarterback, coach, and team culture thing that's going for them. I don't see how you keep them out of anything, fewer than 3 games, and I think it should be 4 or 5.
Someone said, and I think you're being aggressive, maybe 2 or 3. I'm sorry.
2 or 3?
I don't. Like 17, I think they at the very least, I think, like I said, I think they're going to kick off with a Thursday. Get at least a Monday night. They'll get a Sunday night. Because also, they have a ton of games on the schedule that scream to play.
Texans, Cowboys.
That could be a Thanksgiving game.
You started thinking, you just think, you got Mahomes and Stroud. You got the rematch with Baltimore from last year with Lamar and Stroud. You got you have Josh Allen versus Stroud.
Yeah.
You got Jordan Love. I think a Jordan Love, that game they play against the Packers, the 2 young quarterbacks, that feels like a Thursday night game or a Monday night game waiting to happen.
3 should be the minimum. I mean, you got Monday night, Sunday night, Thursday night.
I'd be shocked.
That should be 3 should be
at
the
least
minimum.
The 3, and I think they get multiple Thursday nights. I got them 4 or 5. And then I think the Jacksonville game in division is, or Anthony Richardson, either one of those. Those are probably going. Yeah.
And the Titans have a lot of hype around them, given what they did in the. I know Will Levis is. We're not talking about that same level.
I don't think we need to get.
But look, no, there are NFL folks that are bullish on what the Titans have done in the offseason. So I think any of those division matchups, really, with the Texans being the star of it, would make sense for a primetime game.
So when Texans said, I know you're young, but Jim McMahon was a good quarterback.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
Listen.
I mean, serious. I mean, we're 80s?
80s, I believe.
They won the Super Bowl in
Jim won in 1980. You weren't born when I was 1.
So yeah, to hell with me being young, man, that was just plumb 40 years ago.
Can we do this?
Like, I'm young.
Can we do this?
I got 3 children.
Can we do this until we run out?
Like, I'm a grown man.
Each one of us go through as many Chicago Bear quarterbacks that they've had since Jim McMahon.
Oh yeah, I mean, that could fill a segment.
I'll take Rex Grossman off the board.
That was mine.
Yeah, I'll take whichever the younger Greasy. Brian is not Bob Greasy. Brian, I'll give you Brian Greasy.
Jay Cutler.
That's a good one. He's probably the best. Cordell Stewart. You remember Cordell Stewart had a run with the Bears?
Yeah, I remember that.
Mike Glennon.
Oh, long neck.
How about that?
They signed him to a big deal after he backed up in Tampa for nothing.
Yeah. What we got?
I can keep going. He's done. Eric Kramer, solid one. That was an older one there.
Did Harbaugh play there for a minute?
Yes, Jim
Harbaugh.
Jim Harbaugh's there. Kyle Orton, remember him?
Kyle Orton was there for a minute.
Purdue, yeah, that's another one.
What about Tyson Campbell? What's the black quarterback that played for Washington? Jason Campbell.
Jason Campbell. Auburn,
I went Tyson Campbell. That's the model, ain't it?
That's the model.
That's my bad. Jason Campbell.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
I think I had about 5 or 6 more rounds in me.
That was pretty good.
I did. All right. The NFL owners, we're in that time period where the rule changes. We heard about, what is it, the hip tackle that I believe will last about a year. And then the NFL owners have kickoff. If you've watched XFL, what are they, about 10 yards from each other?
Yeah.
And no one can move until the ball is caught or it hits the ground. And they're trying to do this to help safety. And I think obviously it will. I think it feels like now 90% of the kickoffs are touchbacks, and now these cats will never hit on those touchbacks. So I do think it will be a bit of a healthier thing. But the one thing is, I hope there is not a thought process of, all right, we're going to really clean up the safety on the kickoff. I mean, it's football, so they're still going to find a way when those things in cold weather are kicked short, and they're still potentially going to be. I understand. Hey, man, let's at least try to do something to make this thing safer. But let's. I could still see people 10 yards away just absolutely nailing each other there too.
And especially like most of them dudes, that's the one thing that they do. That's when they get on the field.
That's when they on the roster.
Yeah, man. Most of them special teams cats, like you say, they not on the roster if they not doing them human car crashes like that, man. So I'm interested to watch it.
You think it's safer? I mean, I think obviously, because I do think at least on touchbacks, there was still contact being made when guys would run down. I think I said 90% of the time, I don't think there will be any contact made.
Yeah, I think it's safer. I think if it wasn't safer, there wouldn't be a reason to kind of meddle. That honestly is inconsequential at this point.
You know, hold on.
Like the kickoff return is basically a bathroom break for all of us at this point, I think.
Hold on, guys. Do you think guys will be more inclined to take it out like 5 yards deep in? You think guys will be more inclined with?
Yeah, because the touchback rules are different and confusing now, right? So didn't they move up or move back the touchback rule or spot?
But I'm just thinking now, like, all right, because I feel like Dameon Pierce is going to catch it and take it out every time.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, if they can't move and I catch it, I'm 5 yards in, I get this running start, and they can't move.
Hey, look.
Mever mind. Maybe I'm changing my tune.
You heard Dameon Pierce when he talked about it on that post-game show. What did he say? I just love listening to this dude talk. He said, kickoff return ain't nothing but a long run play anyway. Ain't that the most simplistic and countryest way to look at it? Like, he is looking at it, man, hey, this is just an extended run play. So, no, he ain't taking no knee or fair catching it. He trying to do a long run play.
Oh, damn.
I respect it.
We'll see. Now I'm thinking. I think we may see more kick returns than I actually initially thought, because they're gonna get this running start 5 yards in, and these guys can't move till I catch it. So, be interesting to see. We'll see. I think it probably did help in the XFL and why they've gone to that model, but I don't know.
Texans to the point where Dameon Pierce had that kickoff for the touchdown. I don't know finished this way. But they had 2 of the 3 kickoff returns for touchdowns of the entire year. And it was Andrew Beck and Dameon Pierce, a fullback and a running back to do it, and they were Texans. So
I'm stopping Andrew Beck.
Yeah.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right. Don't look now, fellas. The Rockets get their 9th straight. And listen, they've been doing what they're supposed to. They've been beating these teams that they are supposed to beat. And they've got the Portland Trail Blazers again, and they knocked them out again. And listen, not as efficient as it has been, but Jalen Green, another 27, 6-3 performance, 9 of 26, as said, not as efficient, but he got to the line several times. To me, is what the hell has gotten old Landay? Now he slid into the starting lineup now, and he is somebody who was just lost. You've talked about it. They don't have a backup 5.
Yeah.
They don't have a backup 5.
They do now.
Well, he is hell. He's good. He's a starter.
Yeah.
He's a starter. Jack is now the latest of the guys who, hey, can't play with Sengun, but when he's out,
yeah,
I flourish.
Well, I just love somebody on Twitter/X said that with this 27 on 26 shots or whatever it was for Jalen, that he was hearing the Kobe Bryant allegations. Like people were comparing him to Kobe Bryant over this stretch. And so he goes out there and has an inefficient game like Kobe.
Still got 27, though.
Yeah, still got 27, still got the dub, and still looking pretty damn good. To your point about Jock Landale, he was a little banged up early in the year, and he mentioned this, like during that time, the team figured to operate without him, like how to operate without a backup center or with Jeff Green being the backup center. And so he had to work his way back into the team identity. And just over time, it seems like he's done that. You know, I don't want to oversell Jock Landale, but he is a whole hell of a lot better than he was when he first got here. So, I mean, that's just another good sign that, hey, man, this dude that was supposed to be a pretty significant piece, the thing that you were searching for at the trade deadline, you ain't got a backup center. Where are we going to find a backup center at? Well, it turns out you had one on the roster.
One on the roster.
He just had to kind of get it together.
As I said, man, they have feasted on, and then listen, that's what they should do. The Wizards, the Bulls, the Jazz, the Wizards again, the Spurs, they have feasted on these teams. The Trailblazers are in there a couple of times that they need to. Now the schedule starts to pick up a bit as coming up here in the next several games to try to get their half game back right now. They got the Thunder, they got the Mavs, they got the T-Wolves, they got the Warriors, which is an important game here.
Yeah.
The Heat, the Mavs, the Magic. Now the Magic are the 5 seed in the East right now, so they're not like what you think of the Orlando Magic.
They're one of the up-and-comers in the NBA if you're
Clippers
not paying attention.
in there as well. So this gets a lot tougher now, and we'll see if they're able to break through and overtake the Golden State Warriors.
But at least it's competitive basketball at the end of the season, like we were saying in the break. At least you're doing that, and that was the ultimate goal this year.
All right, we're a couple of days away from opening day with the Astros. And now the thought is, you're feeling good about this offseason. How are you feeling about the offseason? I guess it's not over, but how are you feeling about the offseason of the Astros right now as they head into the season? We'll discuss that next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors, they've always got prices that you'll love. And if you're hearing this, if you've lived around these parts,
Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, be thinking about it. How you feel about this offseason for the Astros? I think they are definitely now they didn't even need to do much in the offseason to be contenders. They were contenders. They are ready to win now and to take they believe is theirs.
Time.
That's right. Trying to get to an 8th ALCS and win another championship and continue to be the dominant organization in baseball the last, I'd say, decade. So be thinking about that, how you feel about this organization, how you feel about this organization's offseason. The Astros, as we are 2 days away. And with that, we will be at Tom's Watch Bar. Our show as well, The Drive, but preceding us in the Loop with Landry and Lopez. They will be there at 10 o'clock. So go on out there Thursday, Tom's Watch Bar, downtown, right next to the House of Blues. Can't miss it. It's a great bar, a great spot. And if you're not going to be at Minute Maid, this is a great spot to watch games. They had the national championship game, the college football playoff there. They had playoff games. We went there and did shows ahead of some of the Texans playoff games, and it was a great atmosphere, a great spot, TVs all over the place, great food, great drink. So come on out and hang out with In the Loop first at 10 o'clock, and then we'll take things over at 2 o'clock on The Drive. Again, Figgy and Tyler will not be in attendance at that. They will be holding it down.
They know.
I just want to say this, because many
it's a grave injustice.
I don't know if it's an injustice, but it's part of the job.
It's a grave injustice.
Got to pay somebody else to come in. Somebody else who's probably generally not as good as they are to go and perform the gig that you need them to do. But I would enjoy both of them being there. And many of you have had issues with my thoughts there. Some say that Tyler's the real talent. Some say Tyler's the real talent.
Talent.
With 2 L's.
Tyler Miller says he's still real optimistic.
You know, some say that Tyler is. We stay here and we listen for Tyler's drops. We stay here. It's all a lot. I will propose this. Let's see it. I think about an hour from now. I think let's switch spots, Tyler. I think the people want to hear it.
You want to sit in this room all by yourself?
Let's switch spots.
It's scary in there, man.
I'll try.
It's about 4-5 screens.
I'll try to keep us on air. Tyler, you be ready. I'll give you an hour. You got.
I don't need an hour
to come up with your.
But yeah, I'll be ready.
Your topic and your take. It's serious, Clint. Clint is rolling over. I don't know about this one. Tyler's up. Hour for now. Second segment, 4 o'clock hour. I know he ain't scared. The second best producer in all of Afternoon Drive, not in L.A. and not in Chicago, by the way. Both of those.
Damn.
I mean, I'm sorry, L.A. and New York.
Yeah, I don't know where at in Chi-Town.
Both of those. And you are second behind the gentleman in Chicago.
This, I got to say, this feels like a lose-lose. Because if Tyler performs, then it doesn't accomplish the thing that you're clearly trying to accomplish.
I'm not trying to accomplish
anything. And if
anything.
he doesn't perform, it's just throwing Tyler out on his ass.
No,
I feel like one way or the other,
Tyler.
there is no winning.
I believe in Tyler. I'm trying to give the people what they want, at least some of them, what they want. And I think a lot of people are interested. I don't know. I think
it would be fun.
And listen, Park, if it falls off, it's on me. A little bit on Tyler as well, but it's on me because he's talking now. I'm excited to hear it. Tyler's takes, baby.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
Tyler's takes, baby.
I feel like somebody's going to get exposed. Either Tyler's going to come in here and crush it, be the best driver that you've ever heard in your life, or he comes in here not ready because he wasn't expecting to do this today, and then Ron gets to look great.
I mean, he's got an hour to come up with one topic. I mean, he had a podcast.
You could also sabotage it, though.
I'm not going to sabotage. That's right. I am going to run as the producer.
That's
I will try to. Now, I don't know. I haven't done it in a long time. When I first got in the business, I touched the board.
Hey,
but
don't go in there and press no buttons, man.
Matter of fact, if you do in the break, I'm going to do a quick crash
Wait
test.
for Tyler to finish the take. I'll maybe even take us to break and then let Tyler go there and press the buttons because you're going to mess something up, dog. I am way more worried about you in there pressing buttons than I am Tyler in here talking.
I think Tyler needs to be himself, and I'm not going to show my nipples. All right, I'm not Tyler's. The nipple thing is Tyler. I'm not going to show my nipples.
Ain't no camera
which I think many of you are very excited about. But there it is. We're switching. You agree? You good?
Yeah.
Got an hour?
Yeah.
Got an hour. Listen.
I mean, this was just for the record.
I believe in Tyler.
I'm not the one who came at you here, so we don't have to make this whole switcheroo.
Listen,
but we can.
This is not a I came at you thing.
Yes, it is.
It's not. I
came
want to
for
give
you.
the people what they want, and Tyler is very talented. He is. Switcheroo.
What's up, T-Money?
Now, unfortunately, folks, Tyler, just because of the switcheroo, will not be attending Tom's Watch Bar on Thursday. Because that we have not. Who knows? Maybe he does really good that they come and say, man, I think we're going to switch this. Not with them buttons I'm about to be pushing. They ain't going to say that. But Tyler coming up hour from now. All right, real quick, let's go around with the Astros. Astros start up on Thursday at Tom's Watch Bar, and they'll be here at Minute Maid. They are in a quest to win a championship back. They're a quest to push the Rangers over and get back to where they were last year. How you feel about their offseason thus far? I'm going to say, to me, the questions I had, manager, I feel really good about Joe Espada.
Yeah.
Even if I don't disagree, and there really hasn't been, even if there's anything I don't disagree with, I really, really, really enjoy that this is my decision, and this is what I'm going to go with.
Yep.
I love the thought that he wants to add more running on the base pass. I love that thought, and he's not afraid. I love the thought of, hey, Jordan and Kyle Tucker are my two best hitters. I'm going to hit them right behind each other. I don't care that they're both left-handers. So I'm very happy with him. I think the rotation is still a question, especially with the injuries thrown in there. But going to go get Josh Hader, the big move, I love that move, and I can see this lineup having a chance to being a very, very long lineup. I like what they've done. So I like what they have done in the offseason. The pitching, I do think there's a spot where they could have added a starter, and they still may do that. But I like what the Astros have done. I think they are well prepared and equipped to win the championship again.
Yeah, I mean, they were prepared and equipped to do it last year and just didn't, but they were right there. I mean, the team that did win it had to beat them in 7 games just to do it. So, I mean, they were right there, and I don't think that they're certainly not worse than they were last year, and I think there are a lot of arguments that you can make to why they're better. You mentioned the Josh Hader move to be one of them. But to me, if there's one spot that I'm worried about, it is that starting pitcher spot.
That's fair.
I do think that they needed a back end of the rotation arm anyway before the Urquidy thing, and certainly after it happened, I thought the urgency kind of intensified there a little bit, or intensified a little bit there, and they didn't get that part of it done. Would have liked to have seen them make that move for Blake Snell, or to have been interested in Jordan Montgomery. I think they still need a difference maker in the rotation for me to really feel good about them getting over the hump, because now
you think a difference maker, not just a veteran starter. I think a veteran
starter would be a difference maker,
because I think there's Jordan Montgomery.
I think that's a difference maker.
No, I think that's a difference maker, but I could also see him maybe on the lower end of that and just getting somebody to start, because I could see them saying Verlander and Framber, we believe, are our difference makers, and we just need somebody so Ronel Blanco's not starting.
Yeah, but see, that's
Brandon Bielak's not starting.
Well, so we're just saying the same thing differently, because to me, that's a difference maker. Like, if you can get somebody in there to where what you just said isn't the case, where you don't have to rely as much on Ronel Blanco or have hope that Forrest Whitley's a real boy, as y'all like to say, or whatever the case may be, wherever the other hope is lying in, and you can just actually rely on the guy.
Well, Tyler, he just ended the conversation.
I'm just saying.
I don't know why you brought up Forrest.
Hey.
When you start talking about Forrest Whitley, I feel like you're not having serious conversations about that.
I feel like there's a serious conversation that needs to be had about the back end of that rotation to where that name could even come up.
I'm a real boy.
Is he? I've met the young man.
Does Forrest pitch this year as an Astro?
Come on, man. We're not doing that.
Are we talking about fairy tales?
Come on, man. I was just throwing a name out there, man. Does he pitch?
Does he ever step on the mound for the Astros?
Man.
Tyler said, are we talking about fairy tales? I'm a real boy.
I think he can get a press pass. I'm going to be out there.
Oh, stop.
I'm going to be out there. I'm going to get on the field myself.
You don't think he gets an appearance out of the bullpen?
It depends on how well Geppetto, how much he's fixed him up.
They're in a rough spot in that bullpen a bit, especially right now with Ronel and somebody else having to pitch.
Nah, man, if these dudes can get him to 6 or get him to the 7, there won't be no reason for for Forrest.
I didn't even believe that myself, Forrest. I'll be honest with you. I'm a real boy. I didn't believe it when it came out of my mouth, Forrest. There's a chance, though. They're in a tough spot in that middle relief. There is a chance where Forrest.
Oh, Tyler, find the over. That would be like a really dark alley of sports betting.
I wouldn't
the over under on innings Forrest Whitley
and
pitches.
I wouldn't take that sports book serious. Coming up, I want to answer my own question about Ohtani that I posed yesterday to Clinton Tyler. They answered, but as a gracious leader, I did not. But I thought about it, and I think I have an answer to the question. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Tall Asian guy.
Our Vision Homes, y'all. They're Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder. 17 years in the business. They
wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We're about 45 minutes away before Tyler makes his debut. As me and Tyler are going to switch spots. Tyler, the real talent. This is going to be fun.
Tyler's take.
I'm getting a Tyler's take coming up, baby. Got a crash test. 423. It's all Tyler, baby. 423. As I slide in the producer room, hopefully we stay on the air.
That's what I'm worried about. Just don't hit like the emergency alert system or anything.
Hey man, whatever happens.
I think
happens,
we might
man.
both get fired if that were to happen.
Whatever happens, man. You gotta live for it, baby. That's coming up here at 420. So stay with us. Clint is out. B. Scott is in the building with us. I posed the question to you and Clint yesterday, Tyler, and I said, do you even really care about this Ohtani stuff? Like, does it even really bother you? And I'm throwing it out to everybody. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Do you really? Are you really bothered by the situation? And you two both said no, as long as he didn't bet on baseball.
Yeah.
And I be honest with you, I'm kind of with you. But my thought is, the reason why what I don't like, and I don't know how many people are like this, and I may be alone. What I don't like, see, I really don't care. It's not that big of a deal to me. All right? But when you say stuff that looks and makes no sense at all to me, and when you do stuff and when you try to put things off, pass things off like I'm a fool and I'm just going, like it just going to make sense to me. Like somebody done stole $4.5 million from you and you are saddened that he's stolen $4.5 million from you and he's just walking. He's just out here walking free. Nothing happened to him. I'm just and you ain't, we ain't doing nothing. He just walking free. We just got a new interpreter, and he just my man right here. $4.5 million. I can't steal $120 from the restaurant downstairs in the building without getting arrested.
Oh yeah, you'd be under the jail by now, buddy.
4.5. I wouldn't say that, but I'd at least be in county.
Shh, please.
4.5. He just. So, like, when Ohtani, it's not a big deal to me. I don't believe he bet on baseball. I just look at things that make sense. Like, what made sense is the initial story. Little buddy talked to the lady at ESPN for 90 minutes. Said, yeah, man, I got a real gambling issue. And Shohei Ohtani, my guy, my dude. Like we've been cool for 20 years. My guy bailed me out to the tune of $4.5 million. Then 24 hours later, everybody agrees that it's stolen, including you, who just told this lady 24 hours a very plausible story. That's my thing is, I don't give a rip. Yeah, I don't care if he bet. I'll be honest with you. I really don't even give a damn if he bet on baseball. I'm just being honest with you. It don't, whatever. I feel like whatever consequence comes with it. But I really don't care about it. But now you out here making me like I'm stupid.
But did Ohtani ever tell that? It wasn't Ohtani who told that original story that seemed more plausible. It was the alleged thief that told the story. So, like, the original story, I agree, is more plausible. But the guy who is actually told it to begin with, I don't think. It's the guy who's in trouble, who now folks are saying is a liar. So, I'm with you. I think there are a lot of holes in this story.
$4.5 million.
And my biggest
you got financial advisors.
Oh no, my big thing about this whole story is
wired chip.
How much money does somebody have to steal from you before either they in jail or you are trying to execute your own street level of street justice? Like I've thought about that. What is the amount of money that I can go being stolen from me without that person being immediately jailed or me looking for them? me going to go see them myself.
And with that, it to me, it's there are fire alarms that scream to me like, oh no, man, what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm curious about that part. Where's the process? If this man is supposedly a thief to the tune of $4.5 million, because let me tell you, you talked about if you go steal some money downstairs, let me or you or anybody in here steal something from out here and see how long it takes for us to have a lawyer.
Include Tyler here for nobody starts to get aggressive here.
I mean, I'm just saying. Tyler would get in trouble. But me and you, Ron, let me tell you, man, one of us steal something of significance.
Because y'all are older?
Yeah.
Yes, older. Older.
What'd you say?
Yeah, and I'm Tyler, maybe a whole year older than you. Yeah. And I think that's going to be the difference. That's what's going to change the ledger.
Like, for me, that's my deal is feels like, all right, man, like at least be slick about the lie.
Yeah.
Alleged lie. Like now you trying to feed me stuff that don't make sense.
It's not adding up.
Yeah, somebody don't roll up on ePay in some form or fashion, whether it be the police or somebody that Ohtani know around the way. If that doesn't happen, I'm going to have some serious questions. Where are the consequences?
It looks like the fall guy. And the fall guy going to fall no matter what. And the fall guy stole $4.5 million from you. You're saddened, but the fall guy is continue rolling.
And I bet you $4.5 million be ready for the fall guy when he get ready. Hey man, don't worry about it, man. We got you.
We got you covered.
It's still right there.
I don't know. I don't think Ohtani bet on baseball, and I think really here on the situation is really going to be the really only thing that really matters. Now, it could be some issues with, how it being illegal to bet in the state of California, and we'll see what the feds jump on this and look at this. But that's just the thing. Like, I would not even care about it. I'm like, come on, man.
I'd be scot-free.
Now, what the hell? Somebody that stole $4.5 million from you, you satin?
Yeah.
Like, I'm telling you this right now, Tyler. It ain't even you, Tyler. I don't care. My oldest friends. You've been stealing $4.5 million from me? I don't care how cool. You'd have been the best man in my wedding. Yeah. You've been stealing $4.5 million from me? Ian, yo, I'm coming for you. Yep. It ain't no deal of, man, he been my dude, man. And
are you putting yourself in the shoes in the situation, though, of being like a multi-millionaire?
Yes.
Does that have any impact on you?
No.
I mean, I can even scale it down, though. You steal $40 from me, and justice delayed is justice denied.
But
all right? Either the police is coming for you, or I am. I'm just it's not the amount. It's you stole it. I'd give you $40 before you got to steal it. So if you steal it, I got to see you.
From the text line, $4.5 million out of $700 million is the equivalent of $450 out of $100,000. Listen, I think Shohei's probably got more than that. But $4.5 million is $4.5 million that you have been stealing from me. I'm even more pissed that we cool. Like, it's not a deal of that was like, now if it's, I might send my brother to jail.
Hey, I'm just saying.
I mean, maybe it's family. I like just don't ever. It may at the very don't ever say nothing to me. Now I ain't gonna stop nobody from putting you in the jail. But if we cool, we ain't blood. You can kiss all of my ass.
Yeah, I'm not sending
you going to jail.
I don't think I'm sending family to jail for nothing nonviolent.
I'm sad,
but I might go violent on their ass.
4.5.
You know what I mean?
$4.5 million. You been because what he did was put him in this position. Still want to know how Shohei signed those wire decks.
Some financial folks got to get fired too now.
Right? Yes. Somebody. If I don't know nothing about it.
Yeah. Somebody that's supposed to be in the checks and balances has got to go.
If I don't know nothing about it, yeah, it's too wild for me. That's just my thing. Is I really like it's not that big a deal to me, man. Hell, you lost $4.5 million. You got this, but this is when you just keep coming to this thing like, oh, hey guys, I don't know what happened. I don't know how it happened.
The 832 say, I'm at your mama's house for $500.
That
listen,
damn,
your mama's house.
I don't know what happened.
Know where my mama stay, know where your mama stay.
He stole $4.5 million from me, but in my heart, you can stay free.
This is shocking.
You said he had a gun when you seen him, right?
I am shocked.
Get out of here. All right, coming up, Clint Stoerner's Football at 4. We'll hold it down for Clint as I got to propose an idea for the segment, as well as something happened and came out today I can't watch. I can't watch at all, and I think these two have watched it. I can't do it. I refuse to. I won't do it. We'll discuss all of that coming up next. But, guys out there,
followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, welcome back in. Clint is out. Playing a little golf today. Houston Open. It'll be a fun weekend thing. As that starts Thursday, he is there in a celebrity capacity. Tyler, who's going to be making his debut coming up here in just a bit. Tyler, he'll be there Friday at the Houston Open enjoying himself. Brandon Scott, SportsRadio610.com. You can find all his work there, as well as him being here on Wednesdays with us. He'll be here tomorrow, Rockets Report, Texans Report during the Texans season, and then he's always on the clock as well. So you know him very, very well. You hear him a lot on this station. Can I propose this, Tyler, and Brandon as well? You're like the fourth wheel.
Your name's on the show, man. Propose what you like.
Well, I know it. I know it. No, it's The Drive. The Stoerner and Hughley. ...
No, see, you're adding dots.
I'm not. I've done the same number of dots.
It keeps getting to be more and more dots.
That is not true, and the people will back me on that. I propose this idea, and I want to lay it out to the people today, and then we revisit this tomorrow, or tomorrow, whatever I just said. I think we should drop the football portion of this Clint Stoerner's Football at 4. Couple of reasons here. Couple of reasons. The number one reason is I just don't think we need to put Clint in a box at 4 o'clock. Man's got wings. Let him spread his wings. Don't put him in a box. Sometimes he might want to talk about the NCAA tournament.
Well,
maybe he wants to talk about the Astros. Maybe he wants to talk about cleaning products at home.
Hey, to be clear, as somebody who listens to this show, even when I'm not on it, I do know that Clint is not shy about changing it up a little bit on his Football at 4.
Well, then
I heard a lot of shenanigans during the Football at 4.
And I love it, and I just don't want him to feel like he should be in a box.
I don't think he feels like he's in a box.
And as you said, he's been kind of getting in his eyes. Dang, I only talked about one football thing there. Or, he has to preference it by saying, I know, when he lies and he says, normally I don't like to give away my segment to baseball, but I have to. No, you don't need to be in a box. Now, I don't know what the new name would be. Stoerner's at 4.
Yeah, you need some alliteration.
Stoerner, 4. I think it's just the same thing I just said.
Yeah, that's not alliteration.
You just changed your tone.
Clint Stoerner, 4 o'clock.
Nope.
No.
Not a lot of marketability there, man.
Clint Stoerner's foolishness at 4.
Does it have to have
That's closer.
I mean, that's like a
4 Clint at 4.
Does it have to be serious? Can it be tongue-in-cheek? Foolishness is just a catch-all word for whatever the hell he's talking about.
Clint's Corner from the text line.
Clint's Corner.
Clint's top 4 at 4.
Ooh.
So maybe he has 4 stories but then now we're putting him in a box again.
Yeah.
We're locking him in a box again. I like where your head is, Texter. I do. But first off, do you all agree we should not put him in the box of the football portion of it?
I think I think you're right on here.
What y'all gonna do with this little music bed that you're playing under the segment?
That's fine. You can play that.
Just take the big voice guy out.
That's what I'm saying. It all goes together.
Yeah, I mean, now the big voice guy have to do something different. I just don't think we should put him in a box.
I like the red 80 hike. I like that whole little thing.
I look forward to football at 4. Please don't take it away.
We're just talking about the name, friend.
I think football will then potentially be involved in it. But come on, man. You know he hadn't done a lot of football here in it late.
Clint's Whores at 4.
Oh, the 281's got it. Stoerner's Burners.
Stern Talk at 4. Kind of stole that.
Yeah, we've done that one.
We're not doing
something
Clint's
with an
Whores
F.
at 4.
Why?
It's just not. We can't do that.
What's wrong with Stoerner's Burners or Clint's Cuts?
Clint's Cuts.
Clint's Cuts. That sounds like he's opening up a haircut spot.
Do we have to do that? Does it have to do the, like...
Yeah,
Romo,
man. It's got to be marketable.
Romo's Reed. Like they do.
Yeah, man. You take the alliteration off, and it's just lacking.
I kind of like
some alliteration.
I kind of also like to just say what the segment is, no matter how long it is. Clint talks about a whole bunch of different things at 4 o'clock, and have the voice guy come out the music. And here we go. Clint talks about a lot of different things at 4 o'clock.
Clint Stoerner talks about all different things at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
Clint Moore at 4.
Cool. Yes.
Yeah, there's no alliteration, but there's rhyming.
Football at 4.
Football at 4 and more.
Football, whores, and more
I just
at
think
4.
we got to take the football portion out. Let's keep.
We'll keep brainstorming.
Let's keep brainstorming that. I just think
that wasn't a great brainstorm session. We need to be better.
A great brainstorming session.
Oh, we were close on some, but that
Stoerner stories. Love it. Keep coming.
Red Hots.
Ooh.
713.
What
I like
Red's
that.
hot on at 4. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. All right. I want to say this first. I want to say a lot of things. I cannot. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I cannot watch the Vince Young video.
I wish I hadn't. He's a childhood idol of mine. I mean, a legend in the streets.
I can't watch it. Did you? You two watched it. I cannot watch it.
Yeah, I saw BY get knocked out.
Yeah, there's a video, and does he? And he gets the way Tyler explained it, and then I watched you watch it.
Yeah,
and you did exactly.
Yeah.
You know what you think if you've seen. Damn! Like you hit that. He dropped Vince. I can't do it, man.
Sucker punch.
Somebody, why are we knocking out Vince Young, man?
Real asshat move.
Why does Vince Young not have more Hiram Clark people in there with him to make sure such a thing don't happen?
Personal. I knew this would get personal a little bit by past.
Like, where is the Clark when you need it? Where we at, y'all?
You know, it's probably some pissed off, like Vince Young friends from a long time mad that this happened, that they watched it.
I'm trying to tell you, this would not have happened if I was there. If anybody from Post Oak and Orem.
Let's not get aggressive.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not trying to make out to be no. We're gonna look.
You would have said though. You wouldn't have allowed Vince to get just knocked out.
There is no way.
Who was watching this?
I mean, if he did, then that person therefore gets knocked out.
Like, how bad was this thing on a scale of 1 to 10? Mike Tyson knocked out Frank Bruno, or just a little shot that
it was very clear from the video that Vince was not expecting, from the angle that this person was standing toward him, was not expecting this person to throw a punch, but also from previous parts of the video, it's pretty clear that person is on the other side, so he should have been suspecting that person was not going to be friendly toward him. But he clearly was not ready for it.
And in the video, did that young man catch one after he caught Vince?
If he did, it's not on video. No,
it's got to be, because it's got to be.
That's the part
immediate.
that I'm upset about.
It's got to be immediate. There's just so much. I can't watch Vince get knocked out. Somebody just texted and said allegedly the owner of the bar knocked out Vince.
I don't give a damn what he owns.
I can't watch that thing.
Give a damn what you own.
Yeah, that's damn it, Vince, man. Come on, man. Can't do that to my Vince Young, man. Even Tyler didn't get enjoyment out of that. Tyler can't stand
no. I mean, y'all know how I feel about anyone that's ever worn burnt orange, but hell no. I mean, I've met Vince Young since I've been working here with y'all, and very nice gentleman. No one deserves to get sucker punched like that, dude.
I don't know if he got too many folks from his Austin days. No, it's to folks from Austin, but I just don't feel like they would hold it down the same way that Hiram Clark would. I feel like Vince need to get back to his roots. I'm not victim blaming. I'm just saying. Get back to your roots, dog. You need some real hitters out there with you if this is what it's going to be in the streets, man.
We got to stop putting – Vince, I don't know if he's Albert Pujols' age. But
no, he nobody is.
He's not a senior citizen
put
yet.
ourselves in them positions,
No one's that old.
Good God. Good dog, Vince. Yeah.
Albert Pujols not even Albert Pujols' age.
Yes, he is. He's 44. Oh, he's not, man. I don't know if I can watch. I don't know if I can watch that Vince thing. That was. I literally. It was a 2-minute video, and Tyler told me it's right at the end. And I watched all the way up to like 1:15, and I see it's starting to happen. And I said, I can't go through. I can't watch Vince get knocked out.
That's interesting to me.
It's out of line.
You have like the same reaction to a guy, and it's messed up. Don't get me wrong, but it's like you have the same reaction to like seeing a dude get knocked out as like those videos of people like snapping a leg or something.
Oh, I can't do that.
I knew you couldn't do those.
Well, no, I can watch people get knocked out. It's just Vince.
Oh,
like there's a video of LeBron getting knocked out. I can't do it. Oh God! I just almost that almost
gave yourself chills.
That almost hurt just even imagining that.
How did you feel when that cat from the Pistons looked like he was going to bite LeBron's head off that time when he accidentally?
I wanted to step in front.
I
wanted to take it. I wanted to take it.
LeBron's Secret Service led by Ron the Shook.
That's right. Just Ron.
Red 22.
Albert is not 64 from the text line. All right, I'm wondering your thoughts on this. What's the proper level of concern that the Texans should have for the Tennessee Titans? I feel like the Jags and the Colts are teams that I think will hang around. The Titans, we look at it, they also have a young quarterback on a rookie contract, and they are letting it ride, to be honest, out here.
They are.
They have made some moves, and we talk about they've improved their football team. To me, they've improved their football team, and they've made some moves. Now, a lot of this is going to hinge on what is Brian Callahan and company able to do with their quarterback to help them move forward. But they've brought in Calvin Ridley, Tony Pollard. Their offensive line struggle. They bring in Lloyd Cushenberry, Sebastian Joseph Day, a pretty good, solid starting defensive tackle, Kenneth Murray, who is a speedy linebacker with the Chargers, and then the big move here they've made here of late, bringing in who I felt like was the best corner in football last year, L'Jarius Sneed, and they bring him in to that defense. They got some pieces. I'm not going to go crazy and say they're going to pick them to win the division or nothing. They got some pieces and they became a better football team. What's the proper level of?
I mean, I think it all hinges on what is Will Levis in year 2. I mean, we've reached a point now based off of what the Titans have done this offseason where Will Levis is not going to have any excuses. He was really the oldest of the rookie quarterbacks, the main ones last year. And now his team has leveled up and actually given him some weapons and a team around him to where the infrastructure is built there, I think. I mean, you mentioned the new coach, Callahan. I understand that there is going to be some level of adjustment there. But I think this is a no-excuses kind of year for Will Levis to take that step from year 1 to year 2. And depending on what exactly he is, and I don't know if we've got a great answer to that yet, but depending on what exactly he is, that'll tell the tale on what the Titans are. I think there is an appropriate level of concern. You should be somewhat concerned about the Titans, not just overlooking them the way maybe you would have last year in the division. I think
it's the team I think people aren't talking about. I think it's the team people aren't talking about.
I would say every team in the AFC South, there is not one to overlook. I would not overlook any one team in the AFC South. And that's not to say that they're world beaters, they're going to win the Super Bowl, or nothing like that. I just think all of them have a certain floor, at the very least have a floor that they could beat you on any given Sunday, Thursday, Monday, whatever day the game is played.
Yeah, because if Levis, plays, I'm talking like winning decisions.
If he's good, they're a problem. If he's good, they're a problem.
I'm not even talking CJ level. Because
Jared Goff,
you look at it,
Kirk Cousins.
He's in this now system that CJ's in.
Yeah.
Right. Brian Callahan is Zach Taylor, which is the Rams and Sean McVay. So he's in this system, and he's worked with Joe Burrow, and they've worked with this crew. Like this is a system where we've seen most quarterbacks have a certain level of success, right? Where it seems to be the most quarterback-friendly system that is out there. And I look at this, and I'm like, I'm with if he plays solid, fourth place schedule, what they have, they at least have a chance to be a problem. Be a bit of an issue.
To me, the moves show a level of confidence in him.
It really is.
Obviously, they
Are you
drafted
surprised
him.
they've gotten this aggressive? I mean, they are aggressive.
Well, I mean, they drafted him 33rd overall last year and started him last year, so clearly they see something. But this just shows you that they see maybe a little bit more than most because they have essentially built the team around him. Like, all of this really is about finding out if they do have the guy on the rookie deal.
Yeah. We'll see. The Titans, that's the team. Jags, I think people look at and understand. They won the division last year. The Colts were right there with you. They'll get Anthony Richardson back. We'll see for how long. But I think a lot of people view this, kind of looking at this, as you said, good word choice, just kind of the team you overlook. The team like, all right, that's probably 2 wins. I don't know about that. We'll see about this with the Titans.
I would not do that.
But it does will listen what Brian Callahan can do with him. All right, coming up, you got a tease, Tyler?
Oh, it's next segment?
Oh, hell.
That's a great that's a great tease.
That's a great tease.
Oh, it's next segment? Coming up next.
Guess you'll have to find out.
Oh, the real talent
coming up next.
The real talent comes up next. Before we get to the real talent, I hope Tyler's listening to this too, because Tyler's in his 30s, and his 40s will get here before he knows it. I mean, before he knows it. And you as well, Brandon. I hope you guys you're out there listening. I hope men out there are doing their homework. Because many times people are looking for providers that they can feel comfortable when it comes to men's health. And I'm telling you, a provider that makes a lot of sense and someone that I can vouch for.
Whether you're at the rodeo or pulling up to the golf course, everybody's going to want your truck.
Rodeo season is truck season, which means it's free lift season at Bayway Chevrolet. Online at BaywayChevrolet.com. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need advanced hair. They've hair restoration, From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. It starts with your free consultation. Call 832-688-HAIR, 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 832-688-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
When you get in an auto accident, the first word out of your mouth is probably At Crash Champions, we answer the call and save your day with trusted collision repair. With 100 locations in Texas, find your local Crash Champions at crashchampions.com.
Crash Champions.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic, creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Save big during MVP's bonus days at Lowe's with limited time deals on everything you buy. One select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Get one DeWalt 20-volt max power stack battery 2-pack free, a $179 value. Plus, save $20 on a select bucket of Deck Plus wood screws. Find these deals and more in-store and online today. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 3/18 through 3/29 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
If you're looking for the most epic place on earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Your forecast calls for lows in the 50s and 60s tonight.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores provide innovative products and services for small business, remote workers and learners, even teachers and parents. Explore more at your local Staples store.
Ad paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number. 800-823-16 will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-823-1687. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-823-1687. That's 800-823-1687. Again, 800-823-1687.
The NFL offseason is in full swing, and Sports Radio 610 is your home for the latest Texans news. Missed a free agent signing? Don't worry. We've got you covered on the Odyssey app. Every segment of every show broken down into chapters so you can get right into what matters to you. Just download the Odyssey app, search for Sports Radio 610, and tap on a recent episode of your favorite shows here in H-Town.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back into The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Obviously, this voice you're hearing tickling your ears right now is not Stoerner, and it damn sure isn't Hughley. Hughley, you doing okay in there, man? Oh, we got some tunes from the producer on the board, Ronald the Show Hughley.
What buttons to press?
I didn't know you were into NSYNC, man.
I didn't No, he knew.
Make you feel comfortable.
Hey, and it works.
Coming back in, there you go. A little NSYNC for you.
Yeah. NSYNC's always good. You've always hated on them when I played them in your ears, but now you're in there on the board. And it's Tyler's Takeover. We didn't tease anything, which is beautiful. So
Tyler's Takeover?
Yeah, this is Tyler's Takeover, as you titled it, I believe, earlier today.
Tyler, what would you rank Ron as a producer? He gets to do this with you all the time. Says you're whatever producer in the non-New York, L.A. market.
Ooh.
Where would you rank Ron's production skills so far? Where would he rank?
We're just a few seconds in here, but the coming in from the
rough
break,
takeoff.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough takeoff, so I'm going to go right now. We're on the show's about 50th. Everywhere in the country with amongst other producers, not in New York, of course, or in L.A. or in Chicago or in Jacksonville either.
I'll take it.
Ron, can we get like a little bit of a bed going here to really set the tone for this segment? This
like
Tyler's Takeover.
No.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
You got it.
But before we move on, and I do want to get into this, y'all know I'm a degenerate. You know I love to bet on sports. I do basically every day.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Not ashamed. There's some future bets out there I want to get into in just a second. But before we do that, last segment, if you were listening, and I'm sure you were, because this is Houston's #1 show in the afternoon.
That's
Clint
right.
Stoerner, we're on the show. Hughley, B. Scott's the voice you hear alongside me.
T-Mill as well.
Just 2 dots. Ron keeps adding them. T-Mill. That's me and host chair #1 right now alongside B. Scott. But before we get to these future bets, I want to start in the Astros. Last segment, we were talking about Vince Young. If you didn't know, Vince Young got sucker punched at a bar here locally recently. And
very unnecessary.
Yeah, very unnecessary. And one of our favorite people to hear from, I think he's in some ways the pulse of Houston on most sports topics, but we love to hear from him. He's a friend of the show. Ron, can you dial up our guy Larry in Stafford? He's on line 1 for us.
Don't have it.
Oh, that's gonna knock down your ranking.
Damn. All right, I got it in here.
Sorry about
Yeah.
Good shot. Go ahead.
Larry and Stafford, you with us?
You know I'm with you for this T-Mill takeover, man, and that just confirms everything that I know about show, man. You can't put his ass in charge of that, man. He gonna do exactly. You can't find line 1 show. Look at you, man. Look at. Hey, B. Scott, I know you need to hear it.
That's right.
I know you need to hear this, B. Scott. Look, VY, man. VY cannot be getting put to sleep, dog. He from the Clark. He from the Clark, man. He should have went got him some of them hitters from the Aristocrats or Brentwood or Windsor Village and went right back up there and handled his business. My dog is a legend, man, over there in the Clark, man, and he getting put to sleep.
Yeah.
No, dog, we can't be having that, man. That hurt my heart to watch that, man, because when you go night-night, man, and it goes viral with TMZ and everything else, that's something you may never be able to live down, man. I may have to go get my dog and let him know, man. I may have to ride with him from now on, man, because we can't just be having legends getting knocked out in these. Great example of why your boy Stafford always say, your ass better be ready or you don't have to get ready, man. You always expect when these boys gonna try you out here on these streets, man. Don't get soft, man. See that Austin life and all that other stuff, man? This is the setup for some of you boys. I ain't trying to have it, man. I feel bad for my dog, but we're going to have to tighten that up. Real quick, man, Tyler, I'm so glad, man, that you behind that board and show ass is sitting in that booth, man, not being able to handle nothing, man. This is the perfect example of how you just progress in your arc in your career and you just demote show ass right down there with them sidewinders, right back in there in that booth, man, so he could try to figure out how to answer a damn phone. So, man,
Oh, I'm sorry. We lost Larry.
You just cut Larry off.
Did we lose Larry?
We didn't even get all holler.
Oh,
Larry.
Did we lose Larry?
Larry, I promise you that was not me. I think you know who it was.
I think that drops the ranking some more.
Did we push the wrong button?
You wasn't supposed to push no buttons back there, man. That was gonna be the key to your success.
Hey, you got one more time to talk about these shoes. They're not sidewinders, Larry. You forgot I'm in control of the damn phone, didn't you, Larry? You got to talking. You let it get away from you.
Damn.
All right?
Larry, I apologize, man.
I don't. I did it on purpose, Larry. Knew what I was doing.
We're going to have to get someone else in here on this board pretty soon because I think after hearing this segment, if I had to guess, like Larry was just saying there, I think our boss and many others are going to like what they hear with me and B. Scott in these chairs.
Wait a minute now.
But if you're just tuning in, this is The Drive. It sounds a little different. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, your producer right here, Tyler Milner. I am hosting this segment. It's Tyler's Takeover. And right now we're going to talk a little sports betting. Shout out to Larry and Stafford. Call back later when I'm back there, man. We'll get you back on to talk a little trash to Ron.
Tyler's sports betting, by the way, is topical because that is what allowed our group, the Drive family, to have drinks on Friday night.
Facts.
So this is topical. Y'all need to make sure that y'all are listening to this type of segment.
Yeah, that was a great time. We went out to Twin Peaks and drank on the drive because we had a little parlay. And you know what? Before I get to these futures, and maybe we'll have to get to it later in the show, I want to talk about something regarding betting that's really been kind of bugging me the last 24-ish hours. Do y'all think it's okay? Our guy Clint Stoerner, who's out today playing some golf, he's been texting me throughout this March Madness, right? Hey, Tyler, put this parlay in for me. Hey, Tyler, make this bet for me, which I'm fine with. It's not a whole lot of trouble for your guy to log in and punch the buttons. And I know Clint's good for the money. He's made of money. But what I do have a problem with is my guy Clint Stoerner. He had a very successful betting weekend, right? Good for Clint.
Yeah.
He had 2 or 3 of these different parlays during March Madness.
I heard about that on the show yesterday.
Tremendous. I love that for my guy. But is it okay for this dude, Clint Stoerner, to once I send him the mass amounts of money he won, is it okay for him, my math and what paid out where and what paid out here and if it's all there? Because I felt some kind of way. I felt a little offended by that.
Have you messed up the payment before?
No, I have not. No, I have not. And as someone who works with me every damn day,
always 2 sides to a story.
You and Clint Stoerner, out of everyone, should know how tedious I am, how meticulous I am with everything. Y'all see how I work every day.
Yeah. I would be worried because
my ear, Ron.
because I would be wondering, does Clint, if I'm you, I'd be wondering, does Clint think that I got a little Ipe Mizahara in me?
Yeah.
Does he think that you got a little theft to you, a little sticky finger to you?
And see, that's my mind did wonder there.
Yeah.
I would hope to God my boy Clint doesn't think I'm a thief. But man, come on, dude.
He either thinks you're a thief or you're dumb.
Yes.
He's calling you one or the other, which I would take exception to. He's either saying a man is stealing or can't do math.
Yeah, no, that's facts, and I don't like either of those options. So I have a problem with this. And I guess I'll need to address it with Clint whenever he comes back.
Tell him to place his own damn bets.
Yeah.
Yeah, get his own bookie.
Ron, what you got coming up next, man?
This is fun. Coming up next here. Let's get to it.
He doesn't have his rundown in front of him.
Oh, I don't need it. Let's get to it. All right, listen, I want to talk about the Rockets. Great job for you, Tyler. I want to give it to the Rockets because there is one thing with this streak that is happening that is making people say something crazy. Just flat out crazy. All right? Because this has to work. We'll discuss that coming up next. Good job, Tyler. Good job. Tyler,
you can do it. You can do it.
This is going to be
going
all right,
to
it's truck season, y'all. It's truck season in Texas. It's truck season in Houston. And dang it is truck season at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. And right now they got huge savings on Silverado 1500s. I've been telling you about these savings for a month. Get down there and check out these new rigs. Right now, GM financing as low as 1.9% for 72 months. And look, if the Silverado 1500 isn't what you're looking for, you can drive off in a 2024
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's a great job. T-Mills takeover. Tyler took over. I took over. Kept us on the air. Went to break, kind of.
We got there.
I was impressed with both of you.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. 2 grades. How did Tyler do? 1 out of 10. How did I do? 1 out of 10. I've stepped into the chair. That time went on you quick, didn't it?
It does. It sure does.
It's better when the time goes on you quick.
Yes, true.
The opposite can happen, too. First time I ever did this. Got a Saturday morning show, 8 a.m. Not a damn soul was listening. 8 a.m. Saturday morning. Followed the fishing show. Had my whole first segment maxed out. 12 minutes. 8 o'clock. 8:03. Ran through all of my Looked up there. I said, oh, my. Not a phone to take. Not a call to take. Not a text. Just there. 8:03.
That's the point.
Ran through it.
That's the point where you learn the art of re-saying the same thing in a different way.
Tyler from the text line. Tyler 11, Ron -2. Tyler 10, Ron -1. That's getting better.
Damn.
Yeah, you're trending upward.
I'm sorry. And again, Larry, I apologize. Just kind of new at it. I just was trying to turn you up. I didn't think the people could hear you. Someone on the text line said couldn't hear Larry very much, and I hit the wrong button. I'll be damned.
Yeah, Larry, we know about your volume
Sorry
issue.
about
We know about
that,
the
Larry.
volume issues
Sorry
that you're known
about
for, Larry.
That, Larry, I hate that happened. Hoping you called back.
Yeah, because Larry, that's the one critique that we've always had of you, Larry. It's just, you know what, you don't project enough, man. Just speak a little bit more with your chest, Larry. We need to hear you a little bit better. Yeah.
Said, oh, damn, so.
Tyler, or show, it's Ron. 8, and Tyler, well, I don't know, 10, I'm guessing. Tyler, 10, I don't know. Good for you, man. That was good, man. Good job, man.
That's fun. No, I was saying Tyler 8 out of 10, and they're telling you to try again.
They didn't even give you a score.
Damn, I didn't even get a score.
Incomplete.
Well, at least you have a chance to try again. He doesn't seem terribly, down on you trying again.
I'm just going to say Tyler wasn't that damn good. I mean, let's just calm down here.
It's like when you got that teacher in high school that really likes you, and they come to you like, hey, you come during this period, we're going to do a retest, okay?
Yeah.
Let's try this one again.
From the text line, that last segment was hilarious. Actually, y'all both get an A+.
There you go.
Hey.
That's how I felt about it.
Hey.
I don't think we did
we're
anything.
We're in the same ballpark.
Yeah.
On this deal.
I mean, I thought it was a success just not doing anything to get us fired.
I love that you played in sync.
That was perfect.
Did. Kind of got around to it.
You did. That was good.
Thought it was going to roll out itself. I said, got to push that button myself. All right.
I feel like Clint would have been down with all of it and up until the NSYNC part. That would have been the only part of it that really, really bothered him. He would have stepped out his comfort zone, but the NSYNC, I feel like, would have got to him.
Yeah, B- Tyler, C+ Ron. Damn. Yeah. Tyler, really happy with your performance. He's versatile, folks. He's versatile. All right. The Rockets, they've got 9 in a row. They're half game back of the Warriors. Now they're going to play some tougher opponents coming up here in the next. I have seen this floated around, and I cannot disagree with it anymore. I've seen this floated around about the Rockets. We touched it just a bit yesterday in our last week, in the Rockets report. And you'll be with us tomorrow for the next edition, every Wednesday, 4:40. Jalen Green again last night, 27 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. Not as efficient as he has been, but this would you say this has probably been the longest stretch of really, really, really consistent basketball to the point where you're hoping, like this is what you were hoping you would get. It feels like we've seen flashes, but this is starting to feel like this has been kind of the longest stretch we've seen from him.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it at various points. He had that stretch there at the end of his rookie year where he really turned it on the last 20, 30 games or so. He was pretty good at times last year. We've seen the stretches before, so it's hard to really just like isolate this one other than the fact that the team is better. You know, he is older now, third year in the league, so it does feel different just because of all of that's happened before it. So, yeah, no, I think this is fair. You can fairly say this is the best stretch of his career.
Yeah, it is, and you hope that this continues. But the thing that I've seen that I just can't get with Brandon, Tyler, Drive family is, well, maybe Sengun. Maybe these two can't play together. I've seen folks like Ocho text this in. They want to run. He clogs up the middle of the paint. I said it last week, and I'll say it again. That is preposterous. That's crazy. Crazy. Can't. See, that's my big thing with Jalen Green. Can't he do this with him? Those two have to be able to play together. Like, you can't. It is hard to find, especially if this is the Jalen Green we're going to get. It is hard. You got to pay for those guys. If you draft guys that have those talents, they've got to be able to play together.
Yeah.
I cannot agree with that thought process at all to trade Alfred Sengun to try to get this version of Jalen Green. I don't even put it on them. Udoka, whoever it is, they've got to figure out a way to have those two be able to play together. Because it's hard not to look in Denver and think to yourself, can they replicate that? This looks maybe even a poor man's version of that. I'm seeing Anthony Edwards be able to play with the big monsters in the middle, and he's got two of them to deal with that clog it up. So that one I cannot get behind. This one, just watching Jalen Green, Brandon, having this stretch is not getting me to a place to say, all right, we got to ship this big fella out.
Yeah, well, I go back to the same point I made about Jalen Green when we were having a trade. I'm like, yo, you don't have to do this yet. The clock is ticking, but it ain't up yet. So there's no reason to force yourself into a decision that you ain't got to make yet. So I say keep trying to figure it out. Like, Rome wasn't built in a day, to use a cliche. Like, sometimes you just got to let them figure things out. But I will disagree with you on this part. I do think that this conversation does come down to Alperen Sengun himself. Like, I'm not at a space where I think we agree here. We ain't trading nobody if they playing like this. Alperen Sengun playing the way he was playing before he got hurt, and Jalen Green playing the way that he been playing.
Figure out
since Alperen Sengun been hurt, we keeping both of them players when both of them healthy for as long as we possibly can until we got to make a decision on this thing. But the reason why this conversation is at least interesting to me and worth having is because Alperen Sengun, for as good as he is kind of the issue. He's the issue why there is no floor space, and if you do want to have a Jalen Green-centric offense on a given night or on a given play, whatever it is, possession, whatever it is, like Alperen Sengun essentially not being able to be a knockdown outside shooter, like his 3 points.
Is Landale?
No, but like, do you want to go with Landale for? Do you that's what I'm saying. Like, this version of Landale is not like a blueprint of success for like, and you don't want to relegate Alperen Sengun to like what you've seen from Landale lately. So basically, what I'm saying is, if you want an offense that heavily and prominently features both of these guys, Alperen Sengun has got to at the very least be somebody who can stretch the floor and shoot threes for you. Or at the very least, like, not clog up the lane the way that he does. I do think that part of it is important, and that is the difference between him and, say, a Nikola Jokic. And I know you used the Minnesota example, and Rudy Gay doesn't shoot threes. That was another reason why people thought that wasn't going to work, because it's like he's going to kind of stuff the lane. But they got, Karl Anthony Towns who can do such things. So I do think that in order for it to work, Alperen Sengun's game does also have to continue to expand a little bit, so they can play a little bit of an inside out, have multiple different ways to attack a defense.
And but that's what I'm saying. That's why I brought up Jock Landale. Landale is like, I mean,
sorry, John.
He's able to like that. He's not stretching the floor, and I'm not saying that Sengun gets relegated to that, but I'm saying he's not playing with a stretch five.
Yeah, but he's also not playing with the offense centered around him. I think so. Sengun, another issue. Okay, aside from the shooting, if he doesn't have the ball in his hands, he's not really that useful of a player. Like, I'm just being honest with you. Like, the brilliance of Alfred Sengun is having the ball in his hands. How can we make him a better player?
Is that an issue with Jalen Green too?
I mean,
from what he has shown
I think it's been less of an issue lately. But yeah, I mean, but to me, he's a guard, so he's supposed to have the ball in his hands. Like, today's big needs to be able to shoot from the perimeter in ways that Alfred Sengun has not shown himself to be able. He can do it at times, but he's got to be a better outside shooter for it to work. I do, and I think he can do that. But I would much rather challenge him to just become a better, more complete player than just say, well, they can't play together, let's ship them out. No, let's not do that yet. They're both 21 years old.
He's shooting, like 29, 28% from three.
It's not good.
And not great at it. But even still with that, it seems like either at one point one of them is playing well when they play together. One is good and the other one is just bad. And for most stretches of it this year when they played together, it's been Jalen Green. Even though he's not a great shooter, can we at least slide up for these two to be able to work together? It's not even with him not being a great outside shooter, it should look better than it has been when they play together.
Well, but it would look better than it has been if Jalen had been better. You know what I mean?
Well,
So that goes back to our original point.
Saying, yeah.
It all needs to come together, and we agree on the premise that they need to figure it out as opposed to saying, oh, well, let's wipe our hands of it.
Like someone said, Joker and Murray exist. And that's why I said you can look at Denver as kind of the comp. Now, both of those players perform better than both of these players.
Yeah. Better and more consistent.
Yeah, that's the big thing. The big thing, really, especially Murray's a much more consistent shooter and player than Jalen. But you could see Jalen playing.
As is Jokic to Sengun.
Well,
yes.
I mean, he's the best player in
No,
the
I'm just
sport
saying,
right now.
though. Yeah.
But, yeah, so I'm saying, like those two. But you look at that and you say, hell, maybe at least they could be within the ballpark.
Yeah, and the 7-1-3 mentions just run the pick and roll. Yeah, they should be a lot more deadly and lethal in the pick and roll.
And that's a way
100%.
with both of them are involved that they can do things. Yes, I think he could be a better shooter, Sengun, but Jalen can too as well. And so I am just totally against the thought of those two. Those two can't work together. Now we've seen this from Jalen. You got to ship him out. I can't do that.
What did Smokey Mama say on Friday? Make it work.
Yeah, you got to. You got to make it work. Coming up, the Bears and the Texans. They've been selected for the Hall of Fame game. But what does this mean in the future now for the Texans regarding games like this? And we already know the answer to this question about C.J. Stroud. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Mo Karam Law Firm, y'all. If you or a loved one's been injured in an accident,
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're at work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, who is not here today, he is golfing today. He'll be back tomorrow. But in his spot, old B. Scott, the DILF. The big DILF. I wouldn't have been able to do that. And Psycho T. Mill have the latest. And the latest is, first of all, to you, 5 o'clock, brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And remember, with that, a little fire to kick things off. We got this today. This news came out this morning that the Bears and the Texans will face off in the Hall of Fame game coming up. It will be the first time that football is back. It will be the first time that it'll be on the field, standalone game. It'll be the first, I think, of many standalone games for the Texans. And first off, I think Andre Johnson deserves a lot of credit for the Texans having a chance to be in this game with him going in the Hall of Fame. That makes a lot of sense that the Texans be there. I wonder how many people are going to make that trip. Like, not just to go to the ceremony for Andre Johnson, but I wonder how many people think are going to get tickets to go to the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about it now.
You thinking about going?
Yeah, I'm absolutely thinking about making it a trip. I already was thinking about it
Is
with
Andre a trip you're thinking about?
Yeah, so Andre alone, I was thinking about it, but now you add a game element to it. I can catch a game and catch Andre's induction ceremony. I'm definitely thinking about it, for sure.
I'll talk to some folks out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that I might have a connection or two.
Yeah.
So I'm very much thinking about it.
But yeah, this is the first one I think of many. We talked about this a bit. I think there's and now I feel really good about it. Tyler said earlier that the Lions got 5 standalone games. Now one of them they get anyway with Thanksgiving, but still that's a Thursday night. But still 5 games. They could have taken one back. They get 5 games. I think. Last year, the Lions were the kind of the sexy team coming off with the head coach and then doing hard knocks and playing really well and just missing the playoffs. They were the sexy team. In fact, they kicked off the season and beat the Chiefs to open up the season. They got 5 games. I think this year's sexy team is the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
I think the Texans are the Lions of last year. And instead of Dan Campbell kind of being the face, they've got the quarterback as the face to go along with the young coach that people are impressed with. And now we're seeing, CJ's name being really talked about. He's around everywhere. He's at the All-Star game playing against, Micah Parsons, who's taking it too serious. He's with her coming out of another All-Star game, hers and Amber Rose. Like he's been talked about. He is a popular,
glorified Uber in that case.
A popular, sure,
Uber X,
sure,
if you will.
Yeah, sure, that's it. Popular, one of the popular young players in the league right now. I think he's going to get 3 to 4 games himself. I think they're going to load him. And when I say 3 to 4, all of the ones: the Thursday night, the Monday night, and Sunday night. I think he gets one of those. And when you start to look at their schedule, they play a lot of games against teams that people love to see national.
How many games on the schedule would you get in on this too? How many games on the schedule would y'all say make for a national game, an appropriate national headline game?
Off the top of my head, the Cowboys always are one that carries nationally, and then you got CJ to the mix. Mm-hmm. That's one, and it's in Dallas. I think Kansas City, Baltimore, Buffalo. I think the Dolphins is a sneaky one.
So that
talk about Tua,
that's 5, and you haven't even gotten to the division yet.
I haven't gotten to the division or the Lions, who are over there that are. I think Super Bowl contender, and then to me, him against Justin Love. I think those are the 2 young, impressive. Jordan Love. I said Justin. Yeah. Jordan Love are the 2 young, impressive quarterbacks. And you're right, we haven't gotten to Anthony Richardson, and we haven't gotten to the Jags or anything else, or the Titans or whatever.
Jets.
The Jets, Aaron Rodgers. That's another one. You're right. The Jets and Aaron Rodgers. They have They have a lot of games to choose from. Because, the quarterback versus quarterback matchup is the one that people jump on a lot.
Yo, I'm going to have to go over my last report here. I said 3 the last time. We just named 8 outside of the division that makes sense. And then all 3 division opponents.
And then you can see, and definitely you can see him and Trevor being a thing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the easiest.
That sounds like a good Thursday night.
Him and Trevor, and then I think even him and Anthony Richardson are both no-brainers, I think. So, I mean, that's 8, 9, 10. They're obviously not going to get 10, but out of 10 possibilities, if they don't get it, I'd be really disappointed.
Yeah, I'm going to be pissed at Goodell if that happens.
Yeah, I thought 3 was the minimum.
I think it's 5.
But it should be in that 4 or 5 range for sure.
I most definitely think so.
And again, the pre-Caleb Williams Bears, the Justin Fields-led Chicago Bears, got 4 last year. So, I mean, and they didn't have nearly the cachet that a C.J. Stroud-led team going into year 2 should have.
I know we're gonna see them shake off the James Loftons, those called games.
Oh yeah, poor James.
Yeah, we may run into Jim's. We may run into Jim Nance and Tony Romo a little bit more this year.
What Stroud here, Jim?
I can't stand that guy.
Trying to get into a controversy
I tried to, man.
You just shut up and let me do my.
And I was like, I wasn't really pulling for anybody in that game. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd probably leaning towards Tyler's Aggies a little bit, and it really sent it over the edge when I saw his ass. Which I honest to God, I don't think Jim was that excited. I don't buy that he was being that legit. I think Jim knew the camera was there, and I think Jim just did it.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
And I'll be honest with you, Jim. I think somebody paid you to go there and do that.
Damn.
And just in case you all think I'm mean to Jim, Jim Nance, and I know I took off a little bit here. We'll get to the next one. But Jim Nance this is the ass hat who says, yeah, Iron Eagle, I know I've given you the kind of step down so you can be the guy, but yeah, I want to be the one to hand the trophy over to the team that wins.
Trophy ceremony's still mine.
I just don't get if you're CBS and you pay him a gazillion dollars a year, why it is that you got to capitulate in this way. Like, nah, Jim, go take your millions and go sit your ass up there in that box.
Is he got something at Pebble Beach? Is there something? Can he get prepared for Augusta? Just go to Augusta early.
Hello, friends.
Oh, he's going to say it, too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. And God. And I want Houston to win, but anyway. I'm sorry, Jim. But
he's not sorry, Jim. Sorry.
You're right. I'm
sorry. He's not sorry.
He's really from Connecticut. The Texans, they'll get a lot of Jim Nance and Tony Romo. That was a week.
Go Cougs!
5 o'clock fire.
Still in Rashawn. It's just
Both
pure
y'all's
disgust.
faces.
It's disgust. I just turn around and look at him every time.
What the hell?
All right, Justin Verlander. We had it reported yesterday that he would throw 2 innings of live BP. Coming from Justin Verlander himself, according to Chandler Rome of The Athletic, Justin Verlander said he felt good and was encouraged with how he bounced back after an inning break. It had been a struggle for him to get his intent going quickly. The next step is for Verlander for him to be more sure. But Verlander said he'd like to build his pitch count up to at least 85 before returning to the mound.
Oh well, that'd be nice.
I would think so.
He would like to build his pitch count up to 85. That's what a noble idea.
I think everything is cool right now, as long as there are no setbacks.
Yeah.
With the Astros and their pitchers, I'm more inclined to be used to setbacks. But it looks like everything went well. I think that's the big thing. When you like this, kind of gets you to get an understanding of why he wasn't going to be ready. When he's saying he was having some struggles with being able to bounce back from, an inning or from inning to inning after throwing 35, 40 pitches and being able to bounce back. So this is a good step for him. I said it well before they put him on the IL. I'm fine if he starts on the IL for 15 games, as long as they take their time and get him back. So I'm good anytime I hear no setbacks with him.
Yeah, I mean, winning with Justin Verlander right now is no setbacks. Like, no news is good news at this point. I think how you man, I've been saying this since the beginning of, like, even before spring training. More than anything, how you manage Justin Verlander is also important. Having the first-year manager, kind of monitoring how that goes. But how you manage Justin Verlander at this age, at this amount of wear and tear, I mean, I think that's just going to be way more important than when exactly he comes back. Whenever he comes back, the important part is that it was managed properly. So I'm good with it. Don't come back or even think of before that pitch count is, closer to 100. You know what I mean? It's got to be closer to 100.
85, baby.
Yeah. We keep it 100.
Yeah.
How many innings is that?
Let's get the 100.
85 for Justin.
85 pitches?
It depends on how you get, on what you do.
4?
How do the pitches go?
Maybe 4.
I'd like to think it would.
I don't think it gets him in the picture of record. 85? I don't know.
Look, if it does, then he is really cooking with grease.
When you hear that, how long you think?
I'm thinking right about 4.
But when you hear where he is, how long are you thinking before he comes back and is in the rotation?
Yeah, if I had to predict right now, I'm going to call it the second week of May.
So you think he misses more than the first month?
Yeah. I think he should.
I wouldn't have an issue with that.
I think he should.
Take your time.
Maybe I'm doing that from a conservative standpoint because I don't want to feel like I'm rushing them,
And you shouldn't. They shouldn't. They have no reason to.
And I'm just hoping that they're thinking along the same lines. Now, they obviously got way more information than I do, so we'll see what they come up with. But if I just had to predict it right now, I'd say the second week of May.
So, yeah.
And I'd be good with that.
So, miss in March, back in a couple of days in March and April. So, we'll see what happens there. But I think progress is being made, which is a good sign that there are no setbacks and they're taking steps forward.
Justin Verlander. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, Ryan Poles, the general manager of the Chicago Bears, spoke about the trade, saying he expected more of a robust market for Justin Fields before trading the quarterback to the Steelers. Ryan Poles, the GM, says, I was a bit surprised. But as you do your research, we have conversations you have to kind of adjust to the market. But I think just with how other teams are built, because if you look at the beginning, there are probably teams that are looking at the draft for guys to fill in. On the back end, playoff teams probably have someone in place. So really, it was a small pool of teams. I get that. I am still surprised that it was a conditional 6th-round pick that could be a 4th-round pick if he plays 51% of the snaps, which if things go to plan for the Steelers, their starting quarterback, who they've already announced is Russell Wilson. That won't happen. Listen, I understand there's a small pool of teams, a smaller pool of teams. There are some teams that need a quarterback. I am a bit surprised with his talent and what he has shown, and with, which I think is largely thought of, the poor coaching that he had early on in his career. I'm surprised no one looked at that talent and said, yeah, man, I'm gonna take a run at it. I'm a bit surprised that was all that was out there for the Bears.
To me, it's quarterbacks on 2 entirely different levels, but it's back-to-back off seasons now where it seemed like a quarterback that other teams should be interested in for whatever reason were not. The trade market for these quarterbacks was not robust. It was when the Ravens made Lamar Jackson available for trade, and it was somewhat surprising that, hey, nobody wants to pick up the guy who's won an MVP and looks like he's about to win one again.
Atlanta didn't they? Said they want to play 180 to Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, it's very, very surprising that nobody wants. But based off of that happening the year before, that Lamar Jackson was available to the world and didn't nobody want to go out there and get him, I guess it's far less surprising that Justin Fields, a similar player but not nearly as good as Lamar Jackson, would be out available on a team that everybody knows is not bringing him back.
But not nearly as expensive either, though, right?
Yeah,
you would have to trade. You would have to trade.
You'd have to trade, but with him being a first-round pick, you'd also have to make a very quick and soon decision on his 5th-year option on whether you want to pay him eventually. So the money would be right down the road, right around the corner, so to speak. So I guess I'm less surprised now with the Justin Fields thing based off of how things went the previous year with Lamar Jackson. And I would point out possibly the Deshaun Watson / Russell Wilson effect of their, the first Russell Wilson trade that brought him to Denver and the one that took Deshaun Watson to Cleveland. I wonder if there's that cautionary tale of trading for the quarterback when we've seen it not work out for a couple of teams.
Yeah, it's just with those were just different because you just had to pay them jokers.
Yeah, but you got to pay this joker at some point.
But at some point, but not right off the bat. Like you don't he's costing the Steelers. He's making more than Russ. And not he's not making a huge amount of money.
Yeah, but he thought to be as good. So you got to factor all of that into it. I think that was part of it. Like, got to pay these guys, but we believe in these guys. This one guy, I got 1 year to decide if I want to pick up his 5th-year option.
Some teams I'm just surprised. Like I'm a little,
he's better than a handful of quarterbacks that teams are going to be rolling with.
Like I'm looking at the Vikings and I'm like, man, I'm gonna go with Sam Darnold.
I'm looking at the Raiders, talking about I'm gonna go with Aiden O'Connell.
Now the Raiders made a bit of sense because Luke Getsy, his offensive coordinator, somehow got a job with the Raiders and became their offensive coordinator. So there are some as you said, the Raiders. There are some other teams that run like the Giants, man. Like you wouldn't take a run at that potentially. I think you're about to get rid of both your quarterbacks.
But if I'm the Raiders and I'm looking at Luke Getsy, I'm like, man, you couldn't make it work with Justin Fields. I don't know what you're going to do over here with Aiden O'Connell, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Good luck.
I don't know how Luke Getsy got that job. That was right after it. I mean, that was an interesting decision. All right. This is a conversation here. I want to hear a bit from the people as well on this. We're through a lot of the offseason not a lot of the offseason, but the early part of the offseason with the Texans. And there's a case to be made that most of, if not all of the very, very important pieces in terms of production and impact to this team are here. The thought is the draft, they've moved back, so they don't have a first-round pick. The thought is how much more will they go out there in terms of free agents out. This may be most of the impact players they have right now. To this point, do you think the Texans have done enough to make you believe that they are ready to step up and compete with the top of the AFC? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, the future of medicine is here, y'all, over at QC Kinetics, man. They're the nation's leader in the most exciting revolution in pain management we've seen in decades.
Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Think I'm going to make people mad?
You tend to have that effect. Yes, Jim Nance.
I'm sorry. One of our listeners were really upset.
And Trey Wingo.
Trey Wingo, that's Trey's fault, man. One of our listeners were upset.
Why?
They say he didn't like my Jim Nance thing. You didn't have a personal issue with him. I got a personal issue. I disagree with you. I don't think he should have answered those questions or hung up on us like that. And I'm not the first person he's done it with. It's been documented.
Yeah, you're not alone.
And listen, you may have had some good interactions with Jim. Sure you may. Jim was a hero of mine. Probably why it hurts more.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that the audience appreciates how much of a college basketball fan you are and how that relates to the issue with Jim. You know, like basically you meet one of your heroes and then they decide that you weren't expecting. It's not ideal.
To hell with Jim. This may upset some of you. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you as I always am. I give you my belief, my opinion, my truth. Have the Texans done enough to make you believe with their offseason? And they've made some really good moves. They've lost some players. They made some good moves. I've said this with Clint that I think overall, they are a better football team.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
I think they're a better football team with the moves they've made. I hope they're not complete and they got some potential issues, but I think they're a better football team when everyone's healthy than last year. But the question that I threw out is, have they done enough thus far in the offseason? And when I say thus far, I think a lot of the major stuff is I'm not sure if they're going to bring in Xavier Howard or if they're going to trade for Jonathan Allen or if they're going to bring in T. Higgins. Yeah. I don't get the sense that that's going to happen. Could happen, and then that would change a lot of things. Or Brandon Ayuk, if some people have texted in who the Niners said they're not trading. But up to this point, do you believe the Texans have done enough to make you believe they're ready to compete with the top of the AFC, like the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Bills? I personally add a healthy Cincinnati Bengals team into that. Like, do you compete with those teams? And I would say right now, they are so close to me. They are so close. I think their pass rush is nasty. I would argue of any of the contenders in the AFC in terms of the edges, the outside. I think they have the best set of defensive ends, especially if you count DeMeco Autry in that where he can move outside.
Yeah.
I think they can rush the pass, and they're going to be a problem doing that. They've got some spots, and I think the biggest thing to me, some spots, as I mentioned, the cornerback spot, but I think the biggest thing to me is I just think they are just short a weapon to me.
Yeah.
They're short a big offensive weapon when you put that into account with they're going to play the schedule they're playing this year. We just talked about all the potential standalone primetime games, but those are all potentially really tough ball games as well and losable games, which is very different than the ones that you had last year. And I think people look at the Texans completely different than they did last year when they're preparing to play them. And I think you're not sneaking up on people anymore. I think you got people's full attention because C.J. Stroud is a problem if you let him be one. And so I think those factors, I just think they're one big dude away. Hell, not even big, at least an above offensive, above average from really being there.
Yeah, so I think you and I agree that they need another weapon, that they are a weapon away from being in that other dimension, or at least feeling like they're in that other dimension. The question is, and I think where we sort of differ is, does lacking that extra weapon that we both agree that they need, does that keep them from being the type of team that we're talking about them being? Does that keep them from being a type of team that can compete with the Chiefs, with the Ravens, with the Bills, with whoever it is you think, with the Bengals, whoever you think it is that's going to be contending in the AFC, aside from the Texans? Do you think that they can play with those guys? Absent of making a move like that, have they done enough to still play with those guys? I think the answer is yes. Like I agree with your initial point. Hey, y'all are a weapon away. You still need or could use another dynamic weapon. I thought that at the end of the season, and I don't think that they did anything necessarily to add that weapon. Now, maybe that weapon comes in the draft. Maybe somehow it comes at the trade. Who knows how that weapon gets here, if it ever does. But if it doesn't, the things that they've done already, I would say, are enough for me to look at the team that they already were, plus the things that they've added, to think that they can play with those teams.
Let me ask you this.
I definitely think
let me ask you both this. Now, Tyler, I know what you selected, and your heart was really in it. Did you look at that and think, I really think they can walk in there and beat the Ravens? And in the playoff game last year, did you have really good confidence that they could walk in there and beat that team? Or did you feel like this was a deal where everything has to go right and the Ravens probably got to play bad for them to win? You felt confident that team could walk in and beat the Ravens?
Yeah, yes. Well, I think for me,
know you did.
Stroud effect, yeah.
Yeah,
it was Stroud, really.
Those two things kind of go hand in hand for me. Like I did, based off of how they played, the excitement coming off that season finale at Indy, and then
the blowout,
and then they blew out the Browns. Yeah, no, at that point I thought they could do anything. Yeah, no, I felt that way.
Did you? Yeah, for me, I thought that was going to be a tall task. I thought that was going to be a situation where they were going like the Ravens were going to have to play bad in a bit for them to be able to play in that game. And right now I'm in a space where I think they're closer. I think they are very much closer. I think they're better than they were, and I think obviously with a Tank out there and Danielle Hunter, with the additions that weren't out there at the end, I think it's closer, but I just still think they're just a step back because where they are right now, why I think they need a weapon, and I think Joe Mixon is an improvement over what they had. I still don't think he is the weapon that takes you over the top.
Yeah.
Right. I think they're at a space where those main pieces of Stroud and Tank and Nico Collins have to me, at least replicate or improve upon what they did last year.
I think for me,
and I think I think that's a hard ask.
Yeah.
Not saying it's impossible or it's not. I think that's a hard ask for them with this schedule and who they're playing and how people view it.
I think another good question to ask, though, is what steps does the defense take? What level, how much do they level up based off of the upgrades that they've made? Because you think about it, and look, I know that there's only one Patrick Mahomes, okay? C.J. Stroud was great last year, but there's one Patrick Mahomes in this league. I understand that. But the Chiefs didn't have great weapons last year, but what did they have? An elite quarterback, a Hall of Fame tight end, and one of the better defenses that we've seen.
Well, I think they had the best defense in football last year.
Yeah, what I'm saying, I was going to say one of the better defense that we've seen over the last half decade, and certainly
you think the Texans.
No, I'm talking about the Chiefs last year.
But I'm saying, but you think the Texans have the makings of maybe not being one of the best, but you think they have the makings of being a top 5 type defense.
I think they have the makings of that, yes. But 2 elite pass rushers, an elite corner if he stays healthy. A borderline elite linebacker. We'll see how things go. Yeah, no, I think that an elite defensive coach and play caller, I think that the bones are there. So if they take that extra step, and you know this as a Chiefs fan, the Chiefs had to take a step defensively as well, and eventually they did. And the correction was the offense wasn't as good. Got rid of Tyreek, all of that, but you still got Mahomes, still got Andy, still had Kelsey, and then you had an elite defense. If the Texans version of that Tank Nico and, obviously DeMeco and Bobby, and then they've got the defense to go with it, yeah, I think it's all there.
Where are you at? There are no wrong answers to this. Do you think the Texans have added enough? Have they done enough for you to feel like if they got to walk, no matter where the game is played, they got to play the Chiefs, they got to play the Bills, they got to play the Ravens, that they'll walk in there and beat those teams, that you honestly feel straight up they can beat those teams? What are your thoughts on that? We'll talk about that. And I got a very Houston question that I have wanted to have answered for a long, long time. I've almost felt stupid to ask the question because I want to try to find out in my own head, but I just need to know now. I'm gonna bring it to the people. But we'll finish that. Are they and have they done enough for you to believe that they can play with the top of the AFC? We'll discuss that next.
All right, hair loss problems, man, they're no fun. They steal your joy. They
Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Clint's out today. It's doing a little celebrity golf tournament at the Houston Open. He'll be back tomorrow. Brandon Scott's been in today as we've had a good time rolling through here. The discussion, the topic we're having here, the conversation we're having, like I said, I'd like to hear from you. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, 713-572-4610. Right now, as I said, I think most of the I'd be surprised if they continue to try to add a major impact player. Now, there could be a rookie that turns out to be Tank, which there's a hope that becomes a big impact player immediately.
Don't want any more Kenyon Greens.
That wouldn't be great either. Or Christian Harris for the first year and a half that he was, which is a normal way that rookies play. Now, there could be an addition there, but do you feel like the Texans have done enough to be able to compete with the high-level portion of the AFC? And you know who the teams are. The last time they played in the playoff game, it did not go well against one of them, the Ravens. Do you feel like they're at that level? I feel like they're really close. They, to me, big picture, need to get at least another above-average offensive threat and option to really make things easier for me on CJ with this schedule they're playing. They had a last-place schedule, and they got damn near everybody on this one. Everybody, almost any top quarterback you can think of, they got on, and the damn Lions. So this is a different schedule, and people look at them differently. B. Scott said he feels like they're there. Tyler, well, of course, he feels it. He feels it, baby.
I mean, of course.
Well, I mean, you are just a tinge behind Sean Bajani as the most optimistic Houston fans I know. Now, I thought you were number one, but Sean, if Sean and I were fans of the same team, we are just thought processes of how we fan. And mine is not healthy. His is probably more healthier. I look at I look over there. If I'm a Texas fan, and I look over there and like, Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson. Tim Settle. Like, I know I should look at I should be like Daniil Hunter. Woo! I should look at Joe. Woo! But I look at Tim Settle.
I do wonder though. I try not to do this because with Tim Settle,
and I know it's not healthy.
Jeff Okudah,
it's not healthy for me. It's not as good.
Like, we got to be honest about some of these evaluations here.
He does what you did. How much tape of Jeff Okudah did you watch?
That's what I'm saying.
How much you watch?
When they made the move, I'd have been lying if I was like, you know who I'm very schooled on how they've been playing over the last couple of years? Jeff Okudah. I watched every snap. No, I had not. All I knew was that he had played for a couple teams after being a number 3 overall pick several years back and had flamed out. Why that is, how he played exactly, I wasn't exactly sure without watching it. I've watched a little more closely, and I see how they could see some things in Jeff Okudah. Does that mean talented. Does that mean he's the answer? Does that mean he's going to be great? But no. But can I watch his film and say, oh, I see how he could be Steven Nelson next year? Yeah, I could see it. When they signed Steven Nelson, you mocked it. because you informed how he played in Kansas City because he used to grab people so much.
He really improved.
Jeff Okudah is built out of a similar mold in terms of being handsy.
He's much more talented than
much more. So to me, I think I'm more optimistic just because once I go to school on some of the players that we're pessimistic about, I understand what they might see in that player, and then I'm a little bit higher on that player than most people are.
I get what you're saying.
That's where I'm at.
I know it.
I'm still not going to pretend to know a whole lot about Tim Settle and Fatukasi. I ain't going to lie to you.
Tyler, it may be, and I don't think you fall. You may be in the middle of us. I don't think you I don't think you're to the Tyler and Sean Bajani territory of.
I've had my moments, but yeah.
Like you didn't stare down Davis Mills
no.
And say, you know what?
No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
I see it.
I squint just as good as anybody, man. My regular eyesight ain't that good, so I squint with the best of them. And I couldn't even squint for that one.
It's good. No, it's straight. Someone on the text line, they threw this out. That we're not looking at. We're not paying enough attention to John Mechie. Last year was basically his rookie year, and how he could and what he could be when he comes back.
That would be great.
It would be.
That would be great.
I can't say. All right, but for me personally, now you may be able to do it. All right, no, you're not. You can't do it. You can't pencil in. All right, Noah Brown and John Mechie. 3 and 4.
It's the fan.
Not AFC Championship work.
No, all the best to match, but we have seen nothing.
No,
to this point.
Nothing
that would
to say.
lead me to that
Nothing
conclusion.
to say. We got it. There's our weapon.
Exactly.
It takes that fan optimism that you were putting on Tyler and Sean Bajani. It takes that to a whole nother level. Like, you know what? You know who's going to be great this year? John Mechie.
Which end was he looking from?
Hey, look, I hope so. I'm rooting for John Mechie. I think John Mechie is built out of all the right stuff.
Absolutely.
But
I have a hard time betting,
pencil that in.
Like betting it that he'll be solid.
Oh, I have a hard time betting that he'll be on the team.
We have not seen anything that would lead to that conclusion.
No. Hold on a second. Every wide receiver, I guess since Noah Brown just got paid, but to me,
he'll be on the team, right?
There is not a receiver.
Why would that be automatic?
There is not a receiver on the squad, not named Collins or Dale, that should just be on the team. No.
I didn't say just should be on the team, but I think
that's what I'm saying.
I think he had the absolute missed first year. Last year was his second. This is third, second round pick. They moved up to get him. I think he'll get.
Yeah, if you're asking me to bet, I'd bet on him being on the team.
Yeah, I can't.
But I think
I'll bet he'll be on the team.
I think to your earlier question, have they done enough? I think a healthy football team that's trying to do the things that we're talking about should absolutely have a guy like that on the fringe parts of the roster. Like it should be, and he wins his job, not just has one.
And that's a portion of why I feel like they're and it doesn't have to be. I feel like they're a weapon short, and it seems like that's a spot to go at it because I could move on from Bob Woods.
Oh yeah,
to me when you talk about him being a guy that could be like right now, him and Noah Brown, your third and fourth receivers. I would imagine. So
yeah, no, they got to get better in there. I would caution us though to point out. Last year we felt a similar way going into the season about the collection of weapons that they had. And they turned out to be a lot better than we thought. I will point that out. Like we were having similar conversations about, man, they need to do more in that wide receiver room. Now I'm right there with you saying I'd like to see more weapons, but I think there is an element of you've got the elite quarterback, you've got a plus play caller. It seems anyway. We'll see how it continues to go, but there is something there off. They were a good offense last year.
Listen,
they need to take another step.
I don't think what Nico and Tank has shown, because those are the guys. I don't think what Nico and Tank have shown are fake. I'm just saying, against this level of competition and how teams are going to approach you, I think we probably got to see them play to that level again.
Yeah,
and like 80 for 1,300.
Well, and you need another guy. Like if they. Yes, play to that level again. They could even play like a little bit less to that level, like a slight look, because they were that good.
And maybe Joe Mixon picks up a little bit of the slack.
But even more, you still need another dude. I think we're all in agreement on that. Yeah. You're nice, but you need another dude.
Yeah. And I think that made Keenan Allen thing work. Now it had been talking. Now it's like, uh-oh.
People made it seem like I was in on that. And people made it seem like, nah, I see why they didn't do that. And I'm like, what?
Listen, there's a level of people in the fan base that understand why they did it. I mean, they traded away Malik Collins. It was clear that the goal was to get Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
Then they saw the Eric Armstead contract. Said, oh, we're good. Now, hold on now. Like, there's going to be a period of people who, if they don't make the move, they're going to just go with her. Well, all right, now I understand why they didn't do it. If they'd added Keenan Allen, as a Chiefs fan, I'm going to tell you right now here at 551, as a Chiefs fan, they add Keenan Allen, they are beyond a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Like they're now you got a lot here. Now Joe Mixon is more within the camp of what he had been, and not as much as a focus when you got Nico, Keenan Allen, and Tank. But
go ask the Lions and the Packers how they feel about the Bears now. If they feel differently about Caleb's prospects of being successful now that he has DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and DeAndre Swift. Like he's got legit weapons.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, and Hannah and Cal McNair, who was recently been appointed the what do they call it as the owner?
I think the NFL still calls them owners.
They call it owner, but it's a term. Is the
principal owner?
Principal owner, yeah. He's a principal owner of this franchise now. As that was voted on, he'll join Texans All Access coming up right behind us, 6 to 7 o'clock. Area 45, Sean Pajani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago will have things for you. All right, before we get here, this is somebody help me with this. What's the deal with the original Carrabba's? How is this?
It's delicious.
Is this different? Is this different from Carrabba's? Because I've been to Carrabba's in multiple cities and states.
It's the OG.
There's one. So is that the first one ever made? Here
that is correct.
Yeah, I'm not up on this.
Yes, that is
the
first. The very first.
So it's
the original.
So it is the same as the chain Carrabba's.
I believe so.
Can I confess something?
Because every time I hear it, they'll be like, we're going to Carrabba's. We're going to the original Carrabba's. And I'm like,